Chapter 2177. There were a total of 7 tombs in the cemetery. Around them, green pines swayed in the wind. The ground was covered with green grass. Between the grass, one could even see the blooming wildflowers. Compared with the desolation and chaos outside, this place was particularly quiet. Go down, Mu Tianyang said and landed directly in the cemetery. Qin Feiyang also landed beside Mu Tianyang and looked up at the first tomb. Immediately, he was stunned. On the tombstone, the words Feng Yuan were engraved. He looked at the other tombstones behind him. They were Feng Wenhai, Feng Wenwan, Jin Yunchang, Feng Zihan, Feng Zijuan, and Fatty Jin. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is this the cemetery of the Feng family?" "Yes." Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then who are Feng Wenwan and Fatty Jin?" "Feng Wenwan is Jin Yunchang's wife. Fatty Jin is also Fatso Jin." Mu Tianyang said. "It's them." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and looked at the tombstones. Other than their names, there were no other words on their tombstones. In front of the tombstones, there was a burnt incense. There were also a few jade plates with some rotten fruits on them. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. Qin Feiyang looked carefully for a while and asked, "This is Feng Yuan's ancestral land?" "No. Feng Yuan's ancestral land is not here. It's a small village in the south. In the past, he was a child of a poor family." Mu Tianyang said. "South? We are in the north now. This is the opposite direction. Why are they buried here?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Isn't it simple? The person who buried them must be worried that we will continue to take revenge and wanted them to have a quiet place to rest." Mu Tianyang said. "Continue to take revenge? Will we dig up the graves and destroy the bodies? What do you think we are? Boring." Qin Feiyang was speechless. What can you do if others think so? By the way, after observing for so long, have you found anything strange? Mu Tianyang said. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth twitched as he said speechlessly, "It's already so obvious, yet you actually didn't notice it." Obvious? Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the tombs again and asked, "Do you want to say who buried them here?" "Ah." Mu Tianyang was stunned. "Isn't it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course not. Although Feng Yuan's entire family is dead, Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang still have their families. For example, the man called Jin Zhou last time is Jin Yunchang's nephew. These people definitely won't let the bodies of Feng Yuan's family be exposed in the wilderness. If I'm not wrong, these tombs were built by them." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said unhappily, "Don't keep me in suspense. Just say it." "Yin Hui." Mu Tianyang said word by word. "Yin Hui." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the tombs and frowned. He didn't see Yin Hui's tomb. Mu Tianyang said, "The tombs of the whole family are here, but why is Yin Hui's tomb not here?" Wait. I remember that Yin Hui was taken away by Elder Yun. Maybe Elder Yun didn't give Yin Hui's body to her family?" Qin Feiyang said. "At first, I thought so too. But later, according to my investigation, Elder Yun didn't bury Yin Hui at all. And on the day of the incident, Elder Yun left Jotian Palace alone. As for where he went, I didn't find out. But I think he should have sent Yin Hui's body out." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang asked, "What about Yin Hui's family?" "That's what's even stranger. Yin Hui's family and Jin Yunchang's family are all missing." Mu Tianyang said. "What? All missing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. When I found the tombs here, I immediately went to investigate the Yin and Jin families. But when I found the ancestral grounds of these two families, I found that they were already empty. At that time, I felt very strange. Why did they all disappear? So, I secretly visited a few large villages nearby. Guess what they said? They said that the two families were still there on the night of the incident. But the next morning, the two families all disappeared. Mu Tianyang said. They all disappeared overnight. Qin Feiyang frowned. I guess it should be related to Elder Yun. As soon as he left Jiutian Palace, the two families disappeared. How could there be such a coincidence? Mu Tianyang said. Then, did you monitor Elder Yun? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. But in the past 5 years, other than coming here to burn incense, I have been guarding the prison. I really couldn't find anything. As for the whereabouts of the Yin and Jin families, I also carefully investigated, but there were no clues. Mu Tianyang shook his head regretfully. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and asked, then what exactly are you thinking? I don't know. I don't dare to jump to conclusions. But I keep feeling that this matter is unusual. Mu Tianyang said. Unusual, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, you said that Elder Yun would come here to burn incense? Yes. He would come once a year. I followed him and found this graveyard. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, does he have any relationship with the Feng family? Mu Tianyang frowned and said, other than his master-disciple relationship with Yin Hui, there is no other relationship. He came here to burn incense because of his master-disciple relationship. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, this doesn't seem to make sense. It does make sense. But I really couldn't find anything on Elder Yun. Mu Tianyang said. Yin Hui's tomb isn't here, wait, is her tomb in the Yin family's territory? Qin Feiyang asked. Mu Tianyang said, I went to take a look, but it's not there. That's really strange, Qin Feiyang muttered. Mu Tianyang said, actually, I have a bold guess. Would you like to hear it? Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang said in a low voice, Yin Hui might not be dead. What? Qin Feiyang stared at Mu Tianyang in surprise. Mu Tianyang said, do you still remember how Yin Hui died in the meeting hall? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Elder Yun killed her personally, wait. Elder Yun killed her personally, could it be that Elder Yun did something secretly? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If that was the case, everything could be explained. However, in his impression, Elder Yun was not such a person. I remember that the first elder asked Shengguan Fenglan to kill Yin Hui, but just as Shengguan Fenglan was about to do it, Elder Yun suddenly appeared and said that he wanted to kill Yin Hui personally. When he killed Yin Hui, we were all present and saw it with our own eyes. There was nothing unusual. However, after Yin Hui fell to the ground, no one went forward to confirm whether she was dead or not. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. Mu Tianyang said, if Yin Hui is really not dead, where do you think she might be now? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The North region is so big, how would I know? However, we really have to confirm this matter, or it will be a hidden danger. Yes. Feng Yuan, Feng Wenhai, Feng Zijuan, and Feng Zihan all died in our hands. If Yin Hui is still alive, she will definitely not let it go. Mu Tianyang said worriedly. Qin Feiyang asked, did you tell Shengguan Fenglan about this? No. Mu Tianyang shook his head. Actually, you can tell her to borrow the power of the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate this matter. After all, the Law Enforcement Hall has many people. It will definitely be easier for them to investigate than us. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. I'll go look for her when we go back later. Mu Tianyang thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, there's also the power of the treasure school. We can also ask for help. That's right. The people of the treasure school are all over the north region. If they take action, even if Yin Hui is hiding in a crack in the ground, they can still find her. Mu Tianyang's eyes lit up. But then, he frowned again and said, however, I don't have enough face to ask the people of the treasure school for help. You have to do this. Okay. Go to Shengguan Fenglan. I'll go to the treasure school. Within 3 days, we must find out the truth about this matter. Qin Feiyang said. Within 3 days? Do we have to be in such a hurry? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, because I plan to set off for the Sky Dragon Sea in 3 days. This, Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Feiyang said, if it's not convenient for you to go now, you don't have to go. But I heard that the Divine Land is in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea. The Divine Land is in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang was stunned. Yes. I've basically inquired about the situation of the dragons. And according to my guess, the ancestor and Lu Zhengyang should be in the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said. He was clearly tempting Mu Tianyang. This, Mu Tianyang's eyes flickered when he heard this. Don't think about it. Investigate Yin Hui's matter first. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded. The two of them opened the legendary altar and left. Treasure Pavilion. On the 3rd floor, in the study. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. 5 years had passed, and there were not many changes here. However, Shangguan Qiu was not in the study at this time. Qin Feiyang did not inform her. He walked around the bookshelf for a while and then sat at the coffee table to make tea. After a while, in the study, there was a strong fragrance of tea. Qin Feiyang tasted the tea while sending a message to Fire Lotus, but there was no response at all. The Sky Dragon Sea is so dangerous. What are you going to do there? Qin Feiyang was very angry. Although Mu Qing's all-seeing eye confirmed that Fire Lotus was still alive, there was no guarantee that she was not in danger. Because the all-seeing eye could only spy on the other party's position and could not predict her safety. Perhaps Fire Lotus was now trapped somewhere and in despair. Perhaps she was seriously injured by sea beasts. Or perhaps she was captured. These were all possibilities. Chapter 2178. At noon. Shangguan Qiu had finally finished her work in the treasure pavilion and was going to take a rest in the study. But when she pushed the door open, a strong tea aroma wafted into her nose. She was very familiar with this tea aroma. It was given to her by the deputy pavilion leader to serve Qin Feiyang. Immediately, her eyes were filled with anger. Not only did he break into her study, but he also touched her things. How dare he? She pushed the door open and was about to lose her temper. But when she saw the young man in white sitting by the tea table, she was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked up at Shangguan Qiu and asked suspiciously, Miss Shangguan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? Nothing, nothing. Shangguan Qiu came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. Then, he closed the door and his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, where have you been for the past 5 years? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I want to, but I'm not strong enough. Strong enough? Shangguan Qiu was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, you've become a half-step divine lord? Yes. It's not easy to cultivate in seclusion for 5 years. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shangguan Qiu was in disbelief. He became a half-step divine lord in 5 years. That's too fast. No. Fast was not enough to describe it. It was insane. Shangguan Qiu walked to the tea table and sat down. She looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, how did you do it? How did I do it? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Of course. Of course it's your cultivation. Even if you have enough soul stones, you can't become a half-step divine lord from a perfect god of war in 5 years. Shen Guanqiu said. That's because you don't know any better. How can you ask such a personal question? Qin Feiyang was unhappy. Shen Guanqiu rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, how have you been these years? How can I be? Just like before, I'll manage the treasure pavilion during the day and cultivate in seclusion at night. Shen Guanqiu smiled. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shen Guanqiu asked, is there anything I can help you with this time? It's nothing much. It's just that I haven't seen you in a few years and I miss you, so I came to see you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Miss me? Shen Guanqiu was stunned. Qin Feiyang chuckled. We're friends after all. Isn't it normal for friends to miss friends? Just friends? Shen Guanqiu murmured. He could not help but feel disappointed. Qin Feiyang smiled again and said, of course, there is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. Shen Guanqiu was stunned. He pursed his lips and said, I knew you wouldn't come here for no reason. Say it. Qin Feiyang said, help me investigate the whereabouts of the Yin and Jin families. Yin family? Jin clan? Shen Guanqiu was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, they are Yin Hui and Jin Yinchang's clansmen. So it's them. Although I don't know them, it's not difficult to find their clansmen's land. Shen Guanqiu said. No. Not their clansmen's land, but their current whereabouts. Because these two families had already disappeared 5 years ago. Qin Feiyang said. Disappeared? Shen Guanqiu was surprised. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything and briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Shen Guanqiu nodded in realization and said, according to what you said, Yin Hui might still be alive. Qin Feiyang said, so, I have to confirm this matter. It's not difficult. As long as they are still in the northern region, with the power of the treasure school, we can find them. But it will take some time. After all, the northern region is too big. Shen Guanqiu said. How long? Qin Feiyang asked. Half a month. Shen Guanqiu thought for a while and said. Half a month? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was a little different from his plan. His plan was to find the Yin and Jin families in 3 days. Half a month is already very short. If we really want to search the entire northern region, with the power of the treasure school, it will take at least a month. Shen Guanqiu said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, okay, as long as we can find them. That's good. Sit for a while, I'll arrange it right away. Shen Guanqiu got up and left quickly. What a swift and decisive woman. Looking at Shen Guanqiu's back, Qin Feiyang could not help shaking his head and smiling. Feiyang, let me out for a while. Suddenly, the mermaid princess's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. With a thought, the mermaid princess immediately appeared beside him. The mermaid princess looked around the study curiously. Qin Feiyang was a little confused and said, you were cultivating. Why did you suddenly come out? Since I entered the ancient world, I have been cultivating in the castle and have not seen the outside world properly. The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. He could not help but feel guilty. He pulled the mermaid princess and let the mermaid princess sit on his lap. Then he grabbed the mermaid princess' hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing to me? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. It has been 5 or 6 years since I entered the ancient world. But in the past 5 or 6 years, I have been busy with my own things and have never been with you properly. I have never thought about how you feel. Is it lonely to stay in the castle? Are you bored? I have always thought that I am a good man, but in fact, I am not. I am not a qualified man at all. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. How can it be so serious? The mermaid princess hurriedly said. I know you are considerate and will not blame me, but I feel bad. How about this? Before we find the Yin family and the Jin family, I will accompany you to have a good stroll around the northern region. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, if you think that will make you feel better, then I will reluctantly agree to it. Reluctantly? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and his hands suddenly became mischievous. He chuckled and said, little girl, are you still trying to take advantage of me? Let's see how I will deal with you today. What are you doing? This is someone else's study. The mermaid princess blushed and scolded. What are you afraid of? There is no one here anyway. Qin Feiyang snickered. Dirty. The mermaid princess said angrily. Her ears were red, but her heart was filled with happiness. Although she had been cultivating, she also knew what was going on outside. For example, Gao Xiaoyi's hidden feelings for Qin Feiyang. For example, the deputy pavilion master's matchmaking. If it were another man, he might have agreed. Because it was normal to have many wives. But Qin Feiyang rejected every time, and the reason was her. So she was very satisfied and lucky to have met this man. Creak. Suddenly. The door opened. The two of them were flirting, but the door opened. The mermaid princess stood up reflexively, and her cheeks were red. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly retracted his hands. He looked up and saw Shang Guanqiu standing at the door, looking at him with an extremely exaggerated expression. Qin Feiyang was very embarrassed. Didn't she go to arrange the search for the Yin family and the Jin family? Why did she come back so soon? Shang Guanqiu was also caught off guard and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Well, Miss Shangguan, don't misunderstand, we actually didn't. The mermaid princess looked at Shang Guanqiu and hurriedly explained. Shang Guanqiu waved her hand and said, it's okay, you can continue. After that, she closed the door. It's all your fault. The mermaid princess glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Outside the door. After Shang Guanqiu closed the door, she scratched her head. Something was wrong. This was her study. Why did she have to leave? If anyone had to leave, it should be Qin Feiyang and Shang Guanqiu. Phew. Shang Guanqiu let out a long breath and opened the door again. Qin Feiyang smiled to hide the embarrassment on his face and asked, it's already arranged? It's just an order. How much time can it take? Shang Guanqiu rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and looked at the mermaid princess. So beautiful. Although they were both women, she couldn't help but marvel at the mermaid princess in her heart. The mermaid princess said apologetically, Miss Shangguan, I'm so sorry. Love is deep. It's understandable. Shang Guanqiu smiled. Hearing this, the mermaid princess blushed even more. Shang Guanqiu suddenly froze. She looked at the mermaid princess and asked, have I seen you somewhere before? Yes, you have. I was with Brother Tian when he signed up for the 9th Heaven Palace's assessment. The mermaid princess said. Yes. It was then. I still remember that at that time, there were many men present who stared at Jiang Haotian with envious and jealous gazes. Actually, I also think that you being with him is like putting a flower on a pile of cow dung. Shang Guanqiu said. Cow dung. The mermaid princess was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Although he wasn't as handsome as Panin, he was still considered a talent. How could he be a pile of cow dung? Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said to Shang Guanqiu, I'm still here. I know you are here. But you're here. Can't I tell you the truth? Shang Guanqiu snorted. Or the truth? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was it necessary to be so sarcastic? He suddenly stood up and hugged the mermaid princess. He looked at Shang Guanqiu proudly and said, Even if I'm a pile of cow dung, I'm still a pile of cow dung that people love. But you? Even if you're a flower, no one is willing to pick you. You, Shen Guanqiu stared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. The mermaid princess looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "You two are really interesting. People who don't know will think that you two are flirting." "Who's flirting with him?" "Scumbag." Shen Guanqiu's face was full of disdain. "And you called me a scumbag?" "Shen Guanqiu, tell me clearly today. How am I a scumbag?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Does a scumbag need a reason?" Shen Guanqiu sneered. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "My bad temper, what? You want to hit a woman? This is the way of a scumbag, don't you know?" Shen Guanqiu said. "Fine. You win. I'll endure it." Qin Feiyang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Women were indeed creatures that could not be provoked. But he couldn't figure it out. Before the mermaid princess appeared, this woman's attitude towards him was quite good. Why was she criticizing him now? Chapter 2179. Can't you tell? She's interested in you. The mermaid princess voice suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. What? Interested in me? Qin Feiyang was shocked and looked at Shen Guanqiu in confusion. How could this be? Although Shen Guanqiu's attitude towards him was not bad now, they had fought many times when they first met. The most typical thing was that Shen Guanqiu ordered him to be banned. Therefore, this was impossible. You're really an insensitive blockhead. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and laughed secretly. Actually, she's not bad. If you really like her, I won't stop you. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he secretly said, "Are you doubting my loyalty to you?" The word loyalty is not suitable for you men to say. I'm not doubting you. I'm serious. Because one more person means one more person to take care of you. It'll save me a lot of trouble. The mermaid princess smiled. Qin Feiyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. They were not even married yet, and she was already thinking about how to save him from trouble. She was really preparing for a rainy day. The mermaid princess ignored Qin Feiyang and looked at Shen Guanqiu with a smile. You're older than me, so I'll call you sister. Sure. Shen Guanqiu nodded. The mermaid princess said, Sister Shenguan, are you free today? Shen Guanqiu was stunned and asked suspiciously, Sister, what's up? The mermaid princess smiled. I want to ask sister to take me around Sky Dragon City. Wait. Qin Feiyang quickly stopped the mermaid princess and said, Didn't we agree that I'll accompany you? The mermaid princess said, Can't I change my mind now? Qin Feiyang was about to say something when Shen Guanqiu nodded and smiled. I'm free. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Aren't you busy in the treasure hall? There is. But I'm the manager of the treasure pavilion. I don't need to do everything myself. I can leave it to my subordinates. Shen Guanqiu said playfully. Qin Feiyang said, Forget it. You've been busy all day, so I won't bother you. No trouble, no trouble. I'd be happy to. Little sister, let's go. Big sister will accompany you to play now. Shen Guanqiu said. All right. The mermaid princess nodded. Then, the two of them walked out hand in hand. That intimate appearance really made them look like a pair of beautiful sisters. What about me? Qin Feiyang roared as he looked at the backs of the two people. Do whatever you want. Shen Guanqiu waved his hand without looking back. The mermaid princess turned around and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Then, she left with Shen Guanqiu. Qin Feiyang stood alone in the study, at a loss of what to do. He was extremely depressed. Young master, why don't we go out and have a few drinks with you? Zhao Tailai's teasing voice sounded. Get lost. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Zhao Tailai said, Don't be angry. Young madam is actually helping you check. Check. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Shen Guanqiu is really interested in you. And young madam didn't lie to you. So she asked Shen Guanqiu out to find out about his character and character. Zhao Tailai said. How do you know? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Zhao Tailai said, before young madam went out, she told us that herself. Nonsense. How can a woman push her man into the arms of another woman? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Wrong. No woman in the world is willing to do such a thing. Young madam is doing this for your own good. Because Shen Guanqiu has the treasure school behind him and his sister, Shenguan Fenglan. And Shenguan Fenglan also has a master who is highly respected. Even the first elder has to be polite to her. These will all become Shen Guanqiu's backers. So young madam thinks that if she can bring you two together, you can avoid many detours in the northern region in the future. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang was lost in thought for a while and asked, is that true? Would I lie to you? Zhao Tailai said helplessly. What a silly woman. Qin Feiyang sighed. Young madam is not silly. She is too infatuated with you, so she would rather suffer a little to make you feel better. Zhao Tailai said. Alas, Qin Feiyang sighed. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Young master, don't blame me for talking too much. If you really care about young madam, quickly marry her and give her an official status. Zhao Tailai said. Marry, Qin Feiyang murmured. Zhao Tailai said, also, young madam is so beautiful. If you don't tie her up quickly, she might run away with someone else. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, Old Zhao, do you believe that I won't beat you up? You can't even tell the truth these days. Forget it. Do as you see fit. Zhao Tailai sighed and fell silent. What a crow's beak. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and then lowered his head to ponder. Marriage, no. I have to go and see, in case Shen Guanqiu leads me astray. A moment later. Qin Feiyang suddenly got up, entered the castle, and left the treasure house silently. Shen Guanqiu. How come she has time to go shopping today? Wait. Who is the woman beside her? She is so beautiful. She is really beautiful. Why don't I remember such a beautiful woman in Sky Dragon City? On a street. Shen Guanqiu and the mermaid princess were walking side by side. Both of them were national beauties. Walking on the street, they were undoubtedly a beautiful sight. Miss Shengguan, long time no see. Two young men in purple walked out of the crowd and blocked Shen Guanqiu and the mermaid princess. Although they were greeting Shen Guanqiu, their eyes were fixed on the mermaid princess. Their eyes were filled with amazement. She was really a peerless beauty. Shen Guanqiu looked at the two indifferently and said, so it's the young masters of the Wang and Li family. What a coincidence to meet you here. She knew both of them. They were famous playboys in Sky Dragon City. It's not a coincidence. It's fate. Look at this vast sea of people. For us to be able to meet each other, this is our fate. Since it's fate, why don't we go to your Yulan restaurant and have a few drinks? The two of them laughed. Not interested. Shen Guanqiu pulled the mermaid princess and walked around the two of them. Elder sister, who are they? The mermaid princess asked curiously. Just two scums. Shen Guanqiu said. The mermaid princess nodded. The two young men in purple frowned when they saw that Shen Guanqiu did not appreciate their kindness. Brotherly, I think we should forget about it. We can't afford to offend Shen Guanqiu. The young man surnamed Wang said in a low voice. We can't afford to offend Shen Guanqiu. But it's a pity to let go of such a beauty. The young man surnamed Li said unwillingly. It's a pity. The young man surnamed Wang nodded. He thought for a while and said, why don't we try again? We won't do anything to them anyway. Let's just treat it as a shameless shopping trip with them. Okay. Let's go. The young man surnamed Li nodded. Miss Shangguan, wait for us. The two of them immediately chased after Shangguanqiu. What do these two playboys want to do now? Needless to say, they must have taken a fancy to the girl beside Shangguanqiu. But with Shangguanqiu around, they can only feast their eyes on her. That's true. No one in Sky Dragon City dares to offend the steward of the treasure pavilion. The people discussed softly. She's really beautiful. With her beauty, she's definitely one of the best in Sky Dragon City. On the other side of the crowd, a few young men stood together and looked at the back of the mermaid princess while commenting. They looked ordinary but had an outstanding temperament, like cranes in a flock of chickens. And there was a pattern on their clothes that was also very eye-catching. That pattern was a flame pattern. And that was the pattern of Ninth Heaven Palace. Obviously. These people were all disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace. Something's not right. Why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? Suddenly, one of the young men who had been silent said. Seen her before? When did this happen? Why don't we know about it? The others were stunned and asked the young man hurriedly. I can't remember at the moment. The young man shook his head. In front. What do you want? Shangguanqiu looked at the two rich playboys angrily. Nothing. Aren't you shopping? We'll accompany you. The two of them said cheekily. The mermaid princess looked at the two of them and said with a smile, you two are really familiar with each other. Miss, you're flattering us. We've always been very friendly, so many people get along with us. Miss, we've never seen you before in Sky Dragon City. May I know your name and where you're from? When the two of them saw the mermaid princess talking, they immediately went up and smiled fawningly. I don't like to chat with strangers. And I won't tell strangers my name. Young masters, please don't disturb me and Sister Shangguan. The mermaid princess said. Sister? Shangguanqiu, why haven't I heard that you have a sister before? The two of them looked at Shangguanqiu and asked. As for the mermaid princess's last sentence, they automatically ignored it. Shangguanqiu said with a cold face, didn't you hear my sister say not to disturb us? The two of them licked their faces and did not care at all. What a pair of rascals. Shangguanqiu looked at the two of them with disdain. He pulled the mermaid princess and said with a smile, don't mind them. Let's go. The mermaid princess nodded with a smile. Then she ignored the two of them and looked curiously at the shops on both sides of the street. The two young men, despite Shangguanqiu's disdain, still followed the two of them happily. How shameless. That's right. They're so disdainful of them, and they still have the nerve to go up there. The pedestrians on the street also looked at the two of them with disdain. Wait. I remember now. She seems to be, in the crowd. The Ninth Heaven Palace disciple's eyes suddenly trembled. What do you remember? The companions next to him looked at him suspiciously. The disciple swallowed and transmitted his voice, she seems to be Jiang Haotian's woman. What? Jiang Haotian's woman? The few of them were shocked and quickly looked at the back of the mermaid princess again. It can't be wrong. It's her. Chapter 2180. That's not right. Why haven't I heard that Jiang Haotian has a woman? A slightly younger disciple asked suspiciously. That's because this woman only appeared once in the past few years. That's why people like you who entered the Nine Heaven Palace later don't know about her existence. Jiang Haotian and I entered the Nine Heaven Palace in the same year. And I was at the square when we signed up. Hua Yi, Fire Lotus Jiang, Jiang Rushuang, and this woman were there. The disciple said. So you're saying that you're friends with him? His companions looked at him in surprise. Friends? The disciple shook his head and said, when we signed up, he was only a low-tier war god. No one expected him to have such achievements today. That's why I didn't try to get close to him. That's a pity. His companions said. Yeah. If I could get close to him, I might be like Hui now and be doing well in the Nine-Heaven Palace. The disciple said regretfully. Hui, I'm so jealous of him. Yeah. I heard that he could have such achievements today because of Jiang Haotian's help. The other disciples were also full of hope. However, they didn't know that Hui was the Vice Palace Master's disciple. He didn't need to rely on Qin Feiyang. However, Hui's identity had always been kept a secret. In the eyes of the disciples of the Nine-Heaven Palace, he was just an ordinary disciple. Sister, there's a jewelry store in front. Let's go in and take a look. On the street. The mermaid princess saw a luxurious jewelry store and dragged Sheng Guanqiu inside. The two young men also followed them inside. The jewelry store was huge. There were many people inside. Inside, they sold jade, emerald, and gemstones. Every piece was extremely exquisite. I didn't expect manager Shengguan to come to my small store. A chubby middle-aged fatso walked quickly to Sheng Guanqiu and said with a smile. Fatso Yuan, don't flatter me. Who in the Sky Dragon City doesn't know that your store is the biggest jade store in the city? Every item inside is priceless. Who knows how much you've earned from this jade store? Sheng Guanqiu said. Fatty Yuan laughed and looked at the mermaid princess. He asked suspiciously, who is this? Sheng Guanqiu said, she's my younger sister. I'm accompanying her for a walk. I see. Shall I show you around? Fatso asked. Sure. Sheng Guanqiu nodded. Fatso Yuan, did you not see us? Seeing that Fatso was only talking to Sheng Guanqiu and the mermaid princess, the two young men in purple were very displeased. Fatso was taken aback. He looked at the two of them and smiled, so it's young Master Wang and young Master Li. I'm really sorry. It's all Steward Shengguan and her sister's fault for being too dazzling and not noticing you two. The corners of their mouths twitched. If you didn't like them, just say so. Was there a need to find such a lousy excuse? Young masters, I'll entertain Steward Shengguan and the others first. Feel free to look around. Forgive me, forgive me. Yuan Fatso cupped his hands and said. We're with them. The two of them said with a dark face. What? Together? Fatso was shocked. He looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said, why are you with them? His eyes were full of disdain for the two of them. Don't mind them. They shamelessly followed us. Sheng Guanqiu said indifferently. I see. Fatso smiled and said, let's go. I'll show you the jade. Okay. Sheng Guanqiu nodded. Ladies, look at this blood phoenix jade pendant. This jade pendant is made of phoenix blood jade, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. We found it in the Sky Dragon Sea. This piece of phoenix blood jade is worth 1 billion divine gems. And this ring is even more amazing. It's made of a 1,000,000-year-old glaze. It's worth 5 billion divine gems. Fatty Yuan walked in front of them and kept introducing the things placed in the counter. The mermaid princess listened with great interest. Young Master Li observed the mermaid princess and said, brother, she seems to be interested in these things. A little. Young Master Wang nodded and said, why don't we give her a few things? Maybe we can win her heart. Good idea. Young Master Li smiled secretly. Fatso stopped in front of a counter and pointed at a jade pendant. He said with a smile, ladies, take a look at this. Sheng Guanqiu and the mermaid princess looked down and saw an exquisite box on the counter. Inside the box was a jade pendant. The jade pendant was as big as a baby's palm. It was purple gold in color and had 2 divine dragons carved on it. The jade pendant was so exquisite that it looked like it was made by nature. In particular, the carving technique vividly displayed the divine dragon's demeanor, nobility, and arrogance. Overall, they looked like 2 real young dragons. The mermaid princess was stunned and immediately went up to it, her eyes full of curiosity. Seems like you know your stuff. This jade pendant is called the Double Dragon Pendant. It's made of purple gold divine jade. As for its value, someone has already bid 100 billion divine gems. Fatso said with a smile. 100 billion. The mermaid princess was stunned. She said, this jade pendant is indeed exquisite. But 100 billion divine gems, isn't that a bit too much? Too much. Fatso was stunned and shook his head with a smile. You don't know. This double dragon pendant is not only exquisite, but also has a magical ability. What ability? The mermaid princess was suspicious. Fatso looked at a staff member standing behind the counter and said, give me the double dragon pendant. The staff member immediately opened the counter and took out the double dragon pendant and handed it to Fatso. Lady, please take a look. Fatso said to the mermaid princess. He grabbed the double dragon pendant and pulled it gently. Immediately, the originally flawless twin dragon pendants had been split into two halves. What are you doing? The mermaid princess was shocked. Don't panic, lady. This double dragon pendant was originally made of two jade pendants. Fatso held half of it in one hand and said with a smile. The mermaid princess looked carefully. There was indeed no trace of damage at the joint of the two jade pendants. This double dragon pendant actually needs to be separated in order to unleash its magical ability. For example, you and Steward Shengguan. Drip your blood on it and then wear one pendant each. When you are separated in the future, you can clearly sense each other's location through the double dragon pendant. Fatso said with a smile. So magical. The mermaid princess was surprised. No matter how far away they are, they can sense it. Shengguan Qiu was also interested. Yes. As long as they are in the northern region, they can sense it. Even if they enter the land of the dead, the land of the far west, and the sky dragon sea, they can roughly sense each other's location through the double dragon pendant. Fatso said. Shengguan Qiu and the mermaid princess couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Young Master Wang and young Master Li looked at each other and knew that their opportunity had come. Young Master Wang looked at Fatso and said, we want this double dragon pendant. You want it? Fatso looked at the two of them. The two nodded and said proudly, isn't it just 100 billion divine crystals? We have a way. The two young masters are really generous. Fatso laughed and then said, but 100 billion divine crystals is not enough. Didn't you just say that someone else offered 100 billion? The two of them frowned. Yes. But I didn't sell it. This double dragon pendant is at least 500 billion divine crystals before I sell it. Fatso said. Damn. Are you taking us for fools? The two of them said angrily. No. I didn't force you. You don't have to. Fatso said innocently. The two of them were annoyed. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. The mermaid princess also shook her head. She didn't even have 50 million divine crystals, let alone 500 billion. Do you really want it? I'll give it to you. Shengguan Qiu said with a smile. That's not good. The mermaid princess said. What's wrong with that? Fatso, give it to me first. As for the divine crystals, find me in the treasure pavilion later. Shengguan Qiu said. Steward Shengguan is really generous. Unlike some people who want to please others but don't have the strength. Fatso said with a smile. Damn. Brotherly, he's obviously talking about us. Young Master Wang said angrily. Young Master Li's face was also very ugly. He looked at Fatso and said, isn't it just 500 billion divine crystals? I'll take it. Are you sure? Fatso looked at him. I'm sure. Young Master Li nodded. Fatso said, then pay first and then deliver the goods. Pay first and then deliver the goods. Young Master Li was stunned and said angrily, can't Shengguan Qiu pay another day? This is different. Steward Shengguan represents the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion's reputation is definitely trustworthy. Fatso said. Young Master Li said, but I also represent the Li family. The Li family? 500 billion divine gems is indeed nothing to your Li family. However, you might be able to obtain those 500 billion divine crystals from your father. Fatso said. Young Master Li's face was full of anger. Suddenly, with a clang, a black battle axe appeared. Young Master Li grabbed the battle axe and pressed it on the counter with a bang. He looked at Fatso and said, I'll use it as collateral. Fatso looked at the battle axe with a flash of light in his eyes. He shook his head and said, not enough. Not enough? This is a peak-level divine artifact. Young Master Li said angrily. I know. But here, I have the final say. If I say it's not enough, it's not enough. Fatso said. Young Master Li was furious. But Shengguan Qiu and the mermaid princess were next to him, and there were many people around watching the show. He couldn't really get angry. He turned to look at young Master Wang and said, Brother, give him your peak-level divine artifact too. Brother Li, young Master Wang hesitated. Don't worry. I'll send the divine crystals to him tomorrow morning at the latest. Young Master Li said. Okay. Young Master Wang nodded and took out a golden armor from his body. It was also a peak-level divine artifact. Young Master Li looked at Fatso and said, Is it okay now? 2 peak-level divine artifacts. It's barely enough. Fatso said with a smile. Chapter 2181. Barely enough? Hearing this, both young Master Li and young Master Wang were furious. The value of a peak-level divine artifact could not be measured by divine gems. Even in the treasure house, peak-level divine artifacts were rarely auctioned. But now, 2 peak-level divine artifacts were here, and he said it was barely enough. Wasn't he trying to embarrass them on purpose? But in front of a woman, he had to be gentlemanly. Just bear with it. Young Master Li took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Give it to me. Fatso looked at the twin dragon pendant reluctantly and handed it to young Master Li. Young Master Li, keep it well. Young Master Li grabbed it and ignored him. He turned to look at the mermaid princess and said with a smile, Miss, it's fate that brought us together. Please accept the other half. That's right. He only gave half to the mermaid princess. His intention was obvious. The mermaid princess looked at the jade pendant and shook her head. I don't know you. I can't accept your things. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. It's just a gift for you. Don't be so polite. Just accept it. Young Master Li grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and stuffed the other half of the jade pendant into the mermaid princess's hand. However, he couldn't bear to let go of his grip. Her skin was so soft and smooth. What are you doing? The mermaid princess frowned and struggled hard. But young Master Li did not let go. Instead, he used more strength. Seeing this, Shengguan Qiu's face darkened. He shouted, Li, do you want to die? Ah! Young Master Li came back to his senses and quickly let go of the mermaid princess. But his face was full of reminiscence. This woman, whether in terms of beauty or other aspects, was the best. I don't need a gift. The mermaid princess threw the jade pendant to young Master Li with a cold face. Then, she pulled Shengguan Qiu and walked out. Don't go. Young Master Li hurriedly called out. Young Master Wang also hurriedly grabbed young Master Li and thought to himself, Brother Li, you got the advantage. What about me? Don't worry. When I get my hands on it, I'll definitely give you a share. Young Master Li laughed inwardly. Alright, alright, alright. Young Master Wang nodded repeatedly. So lively. However, at this moment, a faint laugh was heard. Following closely, a young man in white appeared out of nowhere at the door, blocking Shengguan Qiu and the mermaid princess. It was Qin Feiyang. It's Jiang Haotian. It's really him. He hasn't changed at all from 5 years ago. He's finally appeared. There was no news of him for the past 5 years. Where did he go? The people inside and outside were in an uproar. Young Master Li and Young Master Wang also looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. The person who had disappeared for 5 years had finally appeared. Furthermore, he just so happened to appear here. Was it a coincidence? Why are you here? Wait. You're not secretly following us, are you? Shen Guanqiu thought to himself. How is that possible? I just happened to pass by. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and walked to young Master Li. He smiled and said, Young Master Li, I'm quite interested in this twin dragon pendant. Can I have a look? This, young Master Li looked at the mermaid princess and then at Qin Feiyang. He looked hesitant. Why? Are you not going to give me face? Qin Feiyang was displeased. Young Master Li's expression changed. He quickly said, How can I not give face to Brother Jiang? Since Brother Jiang is interested, I'll give it to you. After saying that, he handed the twin dragon pendant to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He grabbed the twin dragon pendant and looked at it curiously. What the hell is this guy doing? Shen Guanqiu was suspicious. I don't know. The mermaid princess shook her head. After looking at it for a while, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's really a good piece of jade. Young Master Li, you've really put in a lot of effort to pick up girls. You have to give up something to gain something. Young Master Li smiled embarrassedly. This sentence makes a lot of sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the mermaid princess from head to toe and said, She's really a little beauty. Ah. Shen Guanqiu was stunned. He actually pretended that he didn't know her. Young Master Li and Young Master Wang looked at each other. Could it be that Jiang Haotian also took a fancy to that woman? Although they had a big family business, the man in front of them was a real ruthless person. Thinking back to 5 years ago, even Feng Yuan's family was defeated by him. They didn't dare to offend such a person at all. Young Master Wang said telepathically, Brother Li, why don't we go with the flow? Go with the flow? Young Master Li was stunned. Yes. We can't afford to offend this person. Why don't we go with the flow? This way, we might be able to make friends with him. Young Master Wang said to himself. Young Master Li thought for a while and said telepathically, It makes sense. We can't offend him because of a woman. Then he went to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, if you are interested in her, then we'll let you have her. Let me have her. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he talking in his sleep? Yes. I'll also give you this double dragon pendant. You're new here, so you might not know the specific situation. That woman is very interested in this double dragon pendant. That's why I spent a lot of money to buy this double dragon pendant. Young Master Li said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Young Master Li and Young Master Wang with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Then he walked towards the mermaid princess. What a pity for such a beauty. Yes. Jiang Haotian is so lucky. Young Master Wang and Young Master Li sighed. Wait. That woman may not accept it. Young Master Li suddenly said. Yes. Although Jiang Haotian and Shen Guanqiu have some friendship, it has nothing to do with that woman. She rejected you before, and this Jiang Haotian is probably no exception. To be honest, it's also a pleasure to see Jiang Haotian embarrassed in public. Young Master Wang laughed secretly. Then let's wait and see. Young Master Li crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. Qin Feiyang had already walked in front of the mermaid princess. He took half of the jade pendant and handed it to the mermaid princess. He said with a smile, Little girl, are you willing to accept my love for you? The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Was he confessing to her in public? What the hell, so direct? Young Master Li was a little dumbfounded. What a fool. Doesn't he know that he has to pick up girls step by step? Brother Li, just wait and see. That woman will definitely slap him on the spot. Young Master Wang sneered. He's really a fool. Young Master Li also felt a sense of schadenfreude. The luckiest thing that happened to me in this life is to meet you. I'm willing to use this life to take care of you and protect you. I'm willing to give you all the love I have in this life. I want to hold your hand and be with you until we grow old. I want to hold you and never let go for the rest of my life. In this life, you are the only one for me. Little girl, can you give me this chance? Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and said with a smile. It's really a confession. The mermaid princess was stunned. Although she had confirmed her relationship with Qin Feiyang for a long time, it was the first time she had officially confessed to him. And in her impression, Qin Feiyang was not a person who would say such words of love. What was going on? Why did it feel a little different today? Qin Feiyang asked, are you willing? Naive, ridiculous. How can such a tacky confession move a woman? Young Master Li and Young Master Wang sneered secretly. But at this moment, the mermaid princess suddenly smiled and grabbed the jade pendant in Qin Feiyang's hand. What? She actually accepted it. Young Master Li and Young Master Wang's eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? They had already used such cliché confessions a long time ago, and women nowadays did not fall for them at all. But now, with just a few words, the other party had actually accepted it. Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang put his arms around the mermaid princess's slender waist and looked at Young Master Li and Young Master Wang proudly. You're hugging her now. The two were dumbfounded. They hugged right after the confession. This progress was too fast. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Young Master Li, Young Master Wang, now let's settle the score. Settle the score. The two were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I can understand that you're attracted to my wife. Who asked her to be so beautiful? But before, Young Master Li, you actually took the opportunity to take advantage of her. This is what I can't forgive. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing these words, the two were stunned and could not recover for a long time. He hugged her right after the confession. Not only did he hug her, but he also directly called her his wife. What's more, he even wanted to settle the score with them. It seemed that they knew this woman first. Even if they took advantage of her, it was before the confession. Before the confession, they had not confirmed their relationship. How could they settle the score with them? I'm very easy to talk to. If you apologize obediently, I won't pursue the matter. But if you dare to talk nonsense with me, the consequences are not something you can bear. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Young Master Li's face changed slightly and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, can you be reasonable? Yes. That was before your confession. Besides, we didn't do anything to her. Young Master Wang also said. You want to talk nonsense with me? Okay, I'll tell you. You're not allowed to even think about my, Jiang Haoyan's, woman, let alone touch her. Qin Feiyang shouted. Young Master Wang's eyes trembled and said secretly, Brother Li, what should we do? How would I know? Young Master Li said angrily. He never thought that things would develop to this point. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two peak-level divine artifacts on the counter, then took a step forward and grabbed them in his hand. He said with a smile, these two divine artifacts are compensation. No. The two hurriedly cried out. You can't just say no. Are you in charge now? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and directly sent the two divine artifacts to the castle. It's over. The two immediately collapsed powerlessly. Qin Feiyang returned to the mermaid princess's side and looked at the two. He said lightly, I originally planned to not pursue the matter if you had a better attitude and accepted these two divine artifacts. But you're not willing. This makes me unhappy. Chapter 2182. What else do you want? The two of them glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Chop off your hands. Qin Feiyang said. What? The two of them trembled. Chopping off their hands was nothing. They could be reborn after taking the divine elixir of life. But they couldn't stand the humiliation. Qin Feiyang said coldly, do you want me to do it myself? Don't push us too far. The two of them shouted. How dare you touch my woman? Not to mention bullying you, even the families behind you won't be able to withstand my wrath. Qin Feiyang shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. The two of them trembled. Yes. Even the Feng family was defeated by him, let alone their families. Qin Feiyang said, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to chop or not? Chop, chop, chop. The two of them nodded and took out a dagger from their interspatial rings. They clenched their teeth and cut their wrists. Crack. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at Fatty Yuan who was standing in front of him and an undetectable smile flashed through his eyes. At the same time, Fatso Yuan also smiled at Qin Feiyang. However, the two of them didn't say anything. Let's go. Qin Feiyang held the mermaid princess's hand and walked away. Seeing Qin Feiyang so close, Shen Guanqiu couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, it quickly dissipated, and then he quickly left the jade shop. How dare he mess with Jiang Haoyan's woman? He's really arrogant. He finally hit a wall this time. Let's see if he dares to act like a tyrant in Sky Dragon City. After Qin Feiyang and the other two left, the people inside and outside immediately looked at the two of them with gloating eyes. It's not like that. Jiang Haoyan is being unreasonable. The two of them shouted hysterically. Jiang Haoyan is being unreasonable. Young Master Li, young Master Wang, it seems that you really don't know that woman's identity. Let me tell you, she had already appeared before senior brother Jiang entered Nine Heavens Palace. Furthermore, at that time, she was already senior brother Jiang's woman. The disciples of Nine Heavens Palace were also watching the show, and when they saw the two of them complaining about being wronged, they couldn't help but reveal the truth. What? She has long been Jiang Haoyan's woman. So you're saying that we were tricked by Jiang Haoyan? Young Master Li and the young man looked at each other. Plotting against you? Don't be naive. What qualifications do you have for senior brother Jiang to scheme against you? You guys overestimated yourselves and provoked his woman. That's why he taught you guys a lesson. You should be satisfied. After all, you didn't lose your lives because of this. After the Nine Heavens Palace's disciples finished speaking, they left with sneers on their faces. So she was originally Jiang Haoyan's woman. No wonder she accepted Jiang Haoyan's confession. Only then did everyone come to a realization. However, young Master Li and young Master Li both had long faces. Why were they so unlucky? They had provoked this vicious person. Sigh. We lost a peak divine artifact. How are we going to explain this when we return? The two of them got up in a sorry state and walked out with their tails between their legs. Wait. However, at this moment, Fatso spoke up. What? The two of them turned back to look at him. Fatso said, of course, it's to settle the divine crystals for the twin dragon pendant. The two of them were stunned and immediately said angrily, isn't the twin dragon pendant in Jiang Haoyan's hands right now? Why are you still asking us for divine crystals? Nonsense. It's not like I gave it to Jiang Haoyan. It's you guys. Moreover, everyone here saw with their own eyes that I personally handed the twin dragon pendant to you. If I don't ask you for divine crystals now, who else can I ask? Fatso said. Young Master Li said angrily, but we also used two peak divine artifacts, yes. You used two peak divine artifacts as collateral. But did I take them? No way. In fact, I didn't even touch them from the beginning to the end. Since I didn't take them, then this collateral can't be counted. Fatso said. You're extorting us. The two of them glared at Fatso angrily. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things carelessly. Everyone is watching. How is this extortion? In short, if you don't settle the bill today, don't even think about leaving. Men! Fatso shouted. Several burly men immediately ran out from the side door. Drag them to the back and inform the Li family and the Wang family. Tell them to bring the divine crystals to ransom them. Fatso said. Yes. The burly men nodded. Young Master Li and young Master Li felt bitter. Not only were their hands chopped off in front of everyone, they were humiliated and lost a peak divine artifact. Now, they had to pay 500 billion divine crystals. What a huge loss. On the street, Qin Feiyang walked expressionlessly. The mermaid princess leaned on Qin Feiyang's shoulder like a little bird. Their hands were tightly clasped together. What's wrong? You haven't said a word since you came out. Shen Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You're still asking me? Qin Feiyang was instantly annoyed. What do you mean? Shen Guanqiu was confused. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Shen Guanqiu. He said angrily, I trusted you with her, but how did you take care of her? How could you let those two pieces of trash touch her? Shen Guanqiu's face froze. The mermaid princess said, Brother Tian, you can't blame Sister Shengguan. Those two are too shameless. Shut up. Qin Feiyang scowled. The mermaid princess stuck out her tongue and stood obediently beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Guanqiu and said, Let me tell you. Fortunately, we're friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you go. Fine. You're good. I can't afford to offend you. Goodbye. No, never see you again. Shen Guanqiu was also angry. He roared and turned to leave angrily. Sister Shengguan. The mermaid princess panicked and hurried to chase after him. Don't chase him. Qin Feiyang pulled her back. What are you doing? It's not Sister Shengguan's fault. The mermaid princess said unhappily. I know it's not her fault. I've been following you and saw the whole thing. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess was puzzled. Then why are you so fierce to her? Qin Feiyang said, It's all because of your nonsense. I'm nonsense? The mermaid princess was even more puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, Old Xiao told me everything. The mermaid princess was stunned and muttered, He's too talkative. You call that talkative? Old Xiao is doing it for our own good. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess frowned and said, That's not nonsense. You, Qin Feiyang angrily knocked on the mermaid princess's forehead and sighed. You know that I can't accept any other woman in my heart except for you. How would you know if you don't try? The mermaid princess still gave up. What's wrong with you? Isn't it good to have such a devoted man? Why do you have to push me into the arms of other women? If you really want to do that, fine. I'll love every woman I see in the future. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Don't be angry. I don't really want to push you into the arms of other women. You see, even if it's an outstanding woman like Shen Guanqiu, I still have to observe her first. The mermaid princess said with a smile. Don't think so much. Your man's name is Qin Feiyang. Does he need to rely on women to survive in the ancient world? Qin Feiyang secretly snorted. Yes, yes, yes. You can do it. I was wrong, okay. I promise, I won't do it again. The mermaid princess raised her hand and said. You. Qin Feiyang glared at her, then a smile crept onto his face as he said, Were you moved by my confession just now? Yes. But also very surprised. How can a blockhead like you think of such a mushy thing? The mermaid princess giggled. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, I also admire myself. If it were in the past, I would never have said such a thing. Yes, that's rare. The mermaid princess nodded and felt happy. Actually, I confessed to you because I wanted to let those trash know that you're my woman, so that they won't harass you in the future. Secondly, I wanted to tell Shengguan Qiu that it's impossible between me and her. As you said, she's a good woman. She can't be ruined by me. She deserves a better home. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess nodded. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, let me tell you another secret. What secret? The mermaid princess was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, actually, I ordered Fatso to do those things before. You ordered him to do that? The mermaid princess was stunned. Yes. Since they dared to have improper thoughts about my woman, they have to pay a price. So I secretly asked Fatso to provoke young Master Li and Shengguan Qiu, and then come out to teach them a lesson. Qin Feiyang said. I see. No wonder you and he had a strange look in your eyes when you left. So you've already colluded with each other. The mermaid princess suddenly understood. Those two are stupid. They were really angered by Fatso and took out 2 peak-level divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The mermaid princess asked, did you and Fatso know each other before? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you don't know each other, why would he help you? And it doesn't seem to be good for him. The mermaid princess was puzzled. Silly girl. You've been shopping with Shengguan Qiu for so long. Don't you know your man's status in the northern region? As long as I say the word, who won't help? Qin Feiyang said proudly. Look at how proud you are. The mermaid princess rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, as for the benefits, of course there are. What benefits? The mermaid princess was suspicious. This twin dragon pendant is indeed extraordinary, but it's not worth 500 billion. At most, it's worth 200 billion. And now, young Master Li and Shengguan Qiu are going to pay him 500 billion divine crystals. This is several times the profit. Of course he's happy. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wait. Why don't I understand? Aren't the twin dragon pendant in our hands now? The mermaid princess said. You don't admit that you're stupid. Think about it, who gave me the twin dragon pendant? It's young Master Li and Shengguan Qiu. Now that I've taken the twin dragon pendant, Fatso must be going to them to pay the bill. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The mermaid princess suddenly understood. I like your kindness and innocence, so don't think about these scheming things. I've already told Fatso what to do. Whether he can get the 500 billion divine crystals in the end will depend on his means. Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang affectionately and suddenly giggled. Well, I'll have you for everything. From now on, I'll be responsible for being a naive and happy little woman. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go. I'll show you around. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. Her obedient appearance made Qin Feiyang like her even more. His eyes were full of love for the mermaid princess. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 2183. Treasure Pavilion. Bastard, bastard, you're such a bastard. Shengguan Qiu was lying on the desk, crying and cursing at the same time. Her face was full of grievance. Little Qiu, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a faint laugh was heard. As the laughter ended, an old man with white hair and a walking stick appeared in front of the desk out of thin air. Deputy Pavilion Master. Shengguan Qiu quickly stood up, wiped away her tears, tidied herself up, and bowed to him. Why are you crying at such an old age? Did someone bully you? Tell me, I'll go and settle the score with him. The Deputy Pavilion Master said angrily. No, no. Shengguan Qiu quickly waved her hands. Silly girl, do you think I don't know? If I didn't know, I wouldn't have come to comfort you. The Deputy Pavilion Master sighed, his eyes full of heartache. Shang Guanqiu was stunned and frowned. Sir, did you send someone to follow me? Follow? Do you think I have the time? You were scolded by Jiang Haotian on the street. There were so many people watching. How could I not know? The deputy pavilion master said unhappily. Shang Guanqiu hurriedly said, I'm sorry, sir, I thought too much. It's okay. The deputy pavilion master waved his hand and sat by the tea table. Come and sit down. Shang Guanqiu quickly walked to the tea table and sat opposite the deputy pavilion master. The deputy pavilion master asked, Tell me honestly, do you really like Jiang Haotian? Shang Guanqiu's body stiffened. The deputy pavilion master smiled. Just tell me, don't be shy. Shang Guanqiu hesitated for a while and said, I don't know. If you like him, you like him. If you don't like him, you don't like him. What's there to be confused about? The deputy pavilion master looked at her suspiciously. It's hard to describe this feeling. Shang Guanqiu said. The deputy pavilion master was stunned and asked curiously, Tell me about it. I've been there before, I can help you. When I first met him, I didn't like him. Instead, I was a little disgusted. Because he's a little arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his heart. He's always full of confidence as if victory is in his grasp. But later on, after getting along with him, I realized that he actually has many good points. For example, he's loyal, and smart. Especially when he was dealing with the Feng clan. His calm and composed attitude in the face of danger made me gradually admire him. But it's just appreciation. Even though there were countless rumors about what happened between me and him later, I didn't take it to heart. But during the 5 years he disappeared, I couldn't help but think of him every night. And it's getting stronger each time. Now that I think about it, I've seen countless handsome young men in the treasure pavilion over the years, but I've never seen a man make me feel this way. Shang Guanqiu said softly. The vice pavilion master pondered for a while and asked, How did you feel when he appeared in front of you after disappearing for 5 years? Shang Guanqiu said, When I returned to the study in the afternoon, I saw him sitting by the coffee table. I was very happy. The vice pavilion master said, How did you feel when you heard him confess to that girl in the jade shop? Very disappointed and melancholy. Shang Guanqiu said. The vice pavilion master said, And then on the street, he blamed you. You felt wronged and sad, right? Shang Guanqiu nodded. Silly girl. That's because you like him. The vice pavilion master sighed. Is that what it means to like someone? Shang Guanqiu murmured. So this is how it feels to like someone. Actually, as early as 5 years ago, I wanted to matchmake you too, but he rejected me directly. The reason is that he already has someone in his heart. And this time, when he confessed to that girl in public, he's indirectly telling you that he won't like another girl. The vice pavilion master said. So that's how it is. How shameless. Who would like him? Shang Guanqiu said disdainfully. You're such a stubborn girl. But it's not too late to turn back now. Although I don't have much contact with Jiang Haotian, I can tell that he's a very infatuated person. So, it's impossible between you and him. If you insist, you'll be the one who gets hurt. This is not what your master and I want to see. We all want you to be happy and happy. The vice pavilion master smiled. Shang Guanqiu said, Thank you for your concern. Girl, you're so beautiful and capable. The people who like you can line up from here to Empyrean Palace. There's no need to be sad for him. It's better for you and him to let go as soon as possible. The vice pavilion master said. Line up from here to Empyrean Palace. Shang Guanqiu blushed. She lowered her head and said, Sir, is it so exaggerated? I'm being conservative, so it's not exaggerated at all. The vice pavilion master smiled. Shang Guanqiu was quite embarrassed. She got up and said gratefully, Thank you for your advice, sir. I'll think about it seriously. Think about it? The vice pavilion master was stunned. Wasn't he clear enough? He wanted her to let go, not think about it. Wait a minute. Could it be that this girl's feelings for Jiang Haotian were deeper than he thought? So she had no choice but to make a decision immediately. Don't say. That was really possible. After all, it was 5 years of lovesickness. This kind of feeling, perhaps even this girl herself didn't realize it. That was not a good thing. Sir, I'll get back to work. Sheng Guanqiu smiled, turned around, and walked out of the study quickly. The vice pavilion master wanted to stop her and persuade her, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Forget it. Let the young people deal with their own matters. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope for a perfect ending. The vice pavilion master shook his head and smiled. In the blink of an eye. 10 days passed. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess left their footprints in every corner of Sky Dragon City. In any case, for the next 10 days, they didn't think about anything else. They ate, drank, and played. Late at night. South City. In a restaurant. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window, looking at the moon outside. The mermaid princess nestled in his arms obediently. Are you happy these days? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. As long as you're here, no matter what I do, no matter where I am, I'm happy. The mermaid princess nodded. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the mermaid princess, as if he was deeply afraid that she would fly away from his embrace. The room became quiet again. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak, the mermaid princess asked suspiciously, "What are you thinking about?" "How about," Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we get married?" "Get married?" The mermaid princess was stunned. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you kidding?" "No. Old Xiao is right. You've been so good to me. I should give you an official status." Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. To be honest, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But then, she lowered her head and fell silent. "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Qin Feiyang asked nervously. "I do. Of course I do." The mermaid princess hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then why don't you say anything?" "I think that marriage is a big event. Parents should be present. But now, we're in the ancient world. Both of our parents are not here. I feel that if we get married now, it won't be perfect." The mermaid princess said. "But," Qin Feiyang frowned. "Are you afraid that I'll run away with someone else?" The mermaid princess asked with a smile. "Of course not. I'm such a good man. You won't be able to find one even if you look around," Qin Feiyang said proudly. The mermaid princess didn't refute and just looked at him quietly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Well, I admit that I'm a little scared." "You're so stubborn." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him and turned to lie in Qin Feiyang's arms. She whispered, "Don't worry, I've already attached myself to you in this life. Even if you want to drive me away, I won't leave." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was extremely touched. "Fool." The mermaid princess said angrily. "I'm a fool. A fool has a fool's luck." Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. "You're not serious." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think we can go back in the future?" "Of course. I promise you that not only will we be able to go back, but everyone will return to the great Qin Empire alive. Including the ancestors." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I believe you." The mermaid princess nodded. With the beauty in his arms and her fragrance in his nose, Qin Feiyang was a little uneasy. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, it's so quiet in the middle of the night. Should we, bad guy, what are you thinking?" The mermaid princess said angrily, but she didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Her cheeks were red like a ripe peach. What do you think I'm thinking? Qin Feiyang laughed and carried the mermaid princess to the bed next to them. Dong! However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and a burst of anger immediately rose in his heart. Who was so insensible to come and cause trouble in the middle of the night? Seeing the flustered and exasperated Qin Feiyang, the mermaid princess didn't say anything and just looked at him with a smile. Still smiling. Little girl, let's see how I'll deal with you today. Qin Feiyang threw the mermaid princess on the bed and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Someone is looking for you. The mermaid princess was stunned. Ignore him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How could he be in the mood to care about other things now? Dong! But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He rushed to the door angrily and opened it, only to see 4 people standing outside. What are you doing? Don't you know what time it is now? Get lost. Before he could see the 4 people's faces clearly, Qin Feiyang shouted angrily and then closed the door with a bang. The 4 people outside the door looked at each other. What was going on? Looking for someone in the middle of the night, you really don't know how to behave at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the mermaid princess lying on the bed, who was looking at him with a smile. He snorted and said, Don't be complacent. No matter what you say tonight, I won't let you go. After that, he ran to the bed excitedly. Dong! But at this moment, there was another knock on the door. Chapter 2184. Damn you! Qin Feiyang was about to explode. He turned around and walked towards the door with a gloomy face. Mermaid Princess also stood up. She tidied up her messy dress and hair. Then, she stood aside and looked at Qin Feiyang with amusement. Qin Feiyang opened the door and stared at the 4 of them fiercely. When the 4 of them saw Qin Feiyang in this state, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked past the 2 people in front of him and saw the 2 people standing behind them. They were 2 young men in purple. They had extraordinary looks and a hint of arrogance in their expressions. It's you guys? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. These 2 people were young Master Li and young Master Wang, who were taught a lesson by Qin Feiyang 10 days ago. The 2 of them smiled unnaturally at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 people in front of him. They were middle-aged men who were neatly dressed. Their eyes were full of vigor and there was a threatening aura between their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, You guys are? I'm Wang Dahai. I'm Li Changfeng. Nice to meet you, Brother Jiang. The 2 of them cupped their hands and smiled. Wang Dahai. Li Changfeng. Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked, You guys are their fathers? Yes. The 2 of them nodded. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Dahai smiled and said, 10 days ago, these 2 unfilial sons failed to recognize Brother Jiang and offended you. Therefore, we brought them here specially to ask for your forgiveness. Ask for your forgiveness? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He sneered and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Come in and talk. After that, Qin Feiyang turned and walked into the tea room. The mermaid princess obediently walked beside him and began to make tea. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng looked at each other and quickly walked into the room. When they saw the mermaid princess, they were stunned. They immediately understood why Qin Feiyang was so angry. Little brother, I'm really sorry. We didn't know that you were resting. Why don't we come back tomorrow? The 2 hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Since you're already here, just say what you have to say. Then I'll have to trouble you. The 2 of them cupped their hands and smiled, then walked into the tea room. However, young Master Li and young Master Li stood outside the door without moving. They seemed to be very afraid. Why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly. Wang Dahai shouted. Their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly ran into the room. Qin Feiyang said, "Close the door." Young Master Li hurriedly turned around and closed the door. Li Changfeng looked at the two of them and said sternly, "Get over here and kneel down to apologize." "Big brother Jiang, I'm sorry. It's all our fault. We won't dare to do it again." That's right, that's right. Please forgive us." The two of them hurriedly ran into the tea room, knelt on the floor, and begged. "Enough." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stopped the two of them. He looked at Wang Dahai and young Master Li and said, "Tell me your real purpose." The two of them looked at each other and bowed. "Little brother Jiang, please be magnanimous and return the two pinnacle divine weapons to us." "I knew it wasn't that simple." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The two of them laughed dryly, full of flattery. "Pinnacle divine weapons?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Although I don't know the Li family and Wang family well, since you can take out 500 billion divine gems, you must be a famous family in Sky Dragon City." We're sorry. Our two families are considered one of the 4 major families in Sky Dragon City." The two of them waved their hands and said, "One of the 4 major families?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and a little surprised. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so humble." No. In front of little brother Jiang, the 4 major families are not worth mentioning." The two of them laughed. "If you're too humble, you're showing off. Since the two of you are one of the 4 major families in Sky Dragon City, you definitely don't lack divine weapons. But why are you humbling yourself and asking for them back?" Qin Feiyang said. "Little brother, aren't you asking the obvious? Pinnacle divine weapons are not comparable to perfect divine weapons. There aren't many divine weapons in Sky Dragon City. Moreover, no one would be willing to sell divine weapons of this grade. So, every pinnacle divine weapon is extremely rare. And our two families only have one. You can say that it's the treasure of our families." The two of them said. "Only one?" Qin Feiyang smirked and glanced at young Master Li and Wang Changfeng. He sneered and said, "If there's only one, would you be willing to give it to these 2 prodigal sons?" Wang Dahai and Wang Changfeng looked at each other and anger flashed in their eyes. How could he call his son a prodigal son in front of his father? What did he think of them? Li Changfeng suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, what we said is true. We're not lying to you." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. "I'm sure." Li Changfeng nodded. "Good. Although I've left Nine Heaven Palace, there are still many people in Nine Heaven Palace who are friends with me. I'll get them to check on the two of you now. If they find out that you have extra pinnacle divine weapons, give them all to me." Qin Feiyang said. The two of them froze. "Actually, I can understand you. After all, pinnacle divine weapons are as rare as you said. However, it won't be easy for me to spit them out once they're in my mouth." Qin Feiyang said plainly. "State your conditions. As long as it's within our means, it's fine." Wang Dahai said. Before they came, they had already expected that it wouldn't be easy to get the 2 divine weapons back from this person. No conditions. In other words, no matter what you say, I won't return them to you. Actually, you should feel lucky. Because with my character, anyone who offends me won't have a good ending. This time, I've only taken away 2 divine weapons and chopped off their hands. I've already left enough face for both of you." Qin Feiyang said. The two of them couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang said plainly, "If there's nothing else, please." Wang Dahai said, "We're here with sincerity." Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't I receive you politely? You call this politeness?" Wang Dahai was instantly enraged. He said in a low voice, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't want to repeat myself. Don't go overboard. Don't forget that you're no longer a disciple of Ninth Heaven Palace." Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai couldn't help but stare at Qin Feiyang furiously. So what? Do you dare to attack me because I'm not a disciple of Ninth Heaven Palace? As one of the 4 major families of Sky Dragon City, you should have many disciples in Ninth Heaven Palace. Then, you must know how I killed Feng Zihan back then. Don't misunderstand. I'm not threatening you. I just want to tell you that it's best to be rational when you speak and do things. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster to your clan. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Disaster to our clan. Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang pointed to the door and said, "Take care. I won't send you off." Their faces were as dark as water. Didn't you hear me clearly? Seeing the 2 of them standing there without moving, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a cold look in his eyes. Sigh. The 2 of them sighed helplessly. They looked at young Master Li and Wang Dahai and said, "They have already asked us to leave. Why are you still kneeling? Get up and go home." Young Master Li and young Master Wang quickly got up and followed Wang Dahai and Wang Dahai to the door. But when they reached the door, Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng sneered coldly at the same time. "Do it." Immediately after. The 2 of them shouted in unison. Immediately. 2 black-clothed old men appeared beside the mermaid princess out of thin air and grabbed her arms. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. The mermaid princess was also panicking. Ha, right at this moment. Wang Dahai and Jiang Haoyan laughed heartily. They slowly turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Jiang Haoyan, how good would it be if you had obediently returned the divine artifact to us? Why did you have to force us to attack? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and then at the 2 old men in black. Their auras were unfathomable. They were at least at the monarch god level. He looked at the flustered mermaid princess and comforted her. "I'm here. Don't be afraid. It's useless even if you're here. I'm not afraid to tell you now. When we came in, old Wang and old Li had already followed us in secretly. It's just that the space divine item they were hiding in was embedded with the soul concealing stone." Young Master Li and young Master Wang were no longer humble. They looked at Qin Feiyang with sneers on their faces. The 2 old men in black were also sneering. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said in a deep voice, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better let her go immediately." "What if we don't? Now that she's in our hands, what can you do even if you're extremely capable?" Young Master Li and old Li walked to the mermaid princess and chuckled. "Do you know what consequences this will bring to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them gloomily. "We don't know. But we know that after you die, we'll definitely take good care of her for you." Young Master Li and old Li smiled obscenely and emphasized the word, "take good care." Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these 2 pieces of trash. He turned to Wang Dahai and old Li and said, "Are you sure you won't let her go? You should be clear about the situation. Now, we have the final say. And you don't even have the right to negotiate with us. But that's not important. Anyway, you have to die. After all, you, Jiang Haoyan, are still a threat." Wang Dahai walked leisurely to the front of the coffee table. He sat down on the chair and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "Don't talk nonsense with him." Li Changfeng smiled coldly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Are you going to do it yourself, or should we?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he said, "I'm a little puzzled. Isn't it just 2 pinnacle divine artifacts? Is there a need to kill me?" "Of course it's not just those 2 divine artifacts," Wang Dahai said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Is there any other reason?" Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 2185. That's right. Who doesn't know that you have a crimson sword with you and that you can easily cripple Shengguan Fenglan? This crimson sword is very attractive. Wang Dahai smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang with greed on his face. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I thought there was someone backing you guys up. After all, ordinary people don't have the guts to deal with me. Hearing Qin Feiyang, Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng's faces changed slightly but returned to normal immediately. However, no matter how fast they tried to hide it, Qin Feiyang caught it with his observation skills that he had trained for many years. Could it be that there was someone backing them up? Li Changfeng shouted impatiently, don't talk nonsense. Quickly end your own life so that you don't have to suffer physical pain. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changfeng and suddenly let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing? Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows. I'm sighing. Why are there people as stupid as you guys in this world? Of all people, you chose to provoke me. Do you guys really understand my means? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. If you want to see your woman die in front of you, you can try. Li Changfeng sneered. You guys are so stupid that no medicine can save you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He said plainly, Weapon spirit, do it. Weapon spirit? The 6 of them were stunned. Bang! A vast pressure suddenly rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. In an instant, Wang Dahai and his son, Li Changfeng and his son, as well as the 2 old men in black, were imprisoned. What? How can his pressure be so terrifying? The 6 of them turned pale with fright. Swoosh! At the same time, the weapon spirit appeared from the sea of qi and stood beside Qin Feiyang. The blurry figure exuded a shocking aura of death, as though the god of death had descended. Did you see that? This is the difference between us. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to do anything to me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he looked at the 6 people. At this moment, how could the 6 of them still dare to be arrogant? His heart was filled with regret and despair. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying expert hiding by his side? Qin Feiyang walked in front of the mermaid princess and pried open the 2 old men's hands. Then, he looked at the mermaid princess and said, See, this is why I didn't let you stay outside. Don't I have you? The mermaid princess giggled. With a helpless smile, Qin Feiyang asked in concern, You're not frightened, right? With you here, I won't be afraid even if the sky falls. The mermaid princess said. Pick something nice to say. Qin Feiyang was speechless, but his eyes were full of doting. He said, The next scene may be a little bloody. You go to the castle first and wait for me to finish. All right. The mermaid princess nodded. With a wave of Qin Feiyang's hand, the mermaid princess disappeared. Duh. At this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. Obviously, the pressure of the artifact spirit had alarmed the people in the restaurant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He gave the artifact spirit a few instructions and sent the artifact spirit and the 6 people to the Black Tortoise realm. The majesty also dissipated. Young Master Jiang, are you there? Soon, an anxious voice sounded from outside. I'm here. Qin Feiyang replied, but did not open the door. The person outside asked, Did something happen just now? Nothing. There was a problem when I was cultivating. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. The person outside said. Okay. Qin Feiyang replied. However, after the footsteps faded away, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He then entered the Black Tortoise realm. Above the herb field, the artifact spirit stood against the wind, and the force of death shrouded the area. Li Changfeng and his son, Wang Dahai and his son, and the 2 old men in black were still imprisoned. Their eyes were filled with fear. Especially when they saw Qin Feiyang appear, young Master Li and young Master Wang were so scared that they peed their pants. What's that smell? Qin Feiyang pinched his nose, looked at the 2 of them, and joked, Where's the arrogance from before? You peed your pants just because of this. It seems like I'm praising you too much by saying that you're talking nonsense. Don't kill us, this time, we really know our mistake, the two of them shouted in horror, and their faces turned pale. 10 days ago, I already let you go. How did you repay me? You even said that you would take care of my woman for me. Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang was disdainful. He turned to the artifact spirit and laughed, take good care of them for me. No problem. The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely, and the force of life and death surged into the bodies of the two. Ah, the two of them screamed in agony. The vitality and blood in their bodies were flowing out of their bodies uncontrollably. Jiang Haoyan, no, no, no. Brother Jiang, I beg you, this has nothing to do with us. It's our father's plan, just treat us as dogs. Take pity on us and let us go. The two of them screamed in despair. Their bodies had shriveled up, and only skin and bones were left. They looked like dried corpses, and it was extremely terrifying. There was no pity on Qin Feiyang's face. He just coldly looked at them. Only when their life force was completely exhausted and they died in despair did he retract his gaze and look at the two black-clothed old men. The two old men in black panicked. Do you know? You deserve to die more than the two of them. Because you hurt the woman that I love the most. Qin Feiyang said. How did we hurt her? The two of them hurriedly said. You captured her and used her to threaten me. That's the same as hurting her. So, your end will be more miserable than theirs. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an axe appeared. This was the pinnacle divine artifact that he had snatched from young Master Li. Next. Qin Feiyang waved the axe, and slashed the two of them. Flesh and blood fell, and bones broke. The heart-wrenching pain made them wish they were dead. Their screams were even more miserable. After 10 breaths, the two of them were cut into 8 pieces, and their blood dyed the void red. The axe was also dripping with blood. After the two of them died, Qin Feiyang held the axe and walked towards Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng. Don't come over, I beg you, stay away from us. After witnessing the tragic death of young Master Li and the other two old men in black, the two of them were terrified to the extreme. This axe is indeed a pinnacle divine artifact. It can even chop the body of an ultimate god into pieces easily. I think it should be more than enough to deal with the two of you. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're a devil, Wang Dahai roared. Yes. I'm a devil. The two of you are stupid. You've angered a devil. So. Just now, the two of you arrogantly said that I'm not qualified to negotiate. What about now? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and laughed. Sorry, we were foolish just now. If you let us go, we'll give you all the treasures in our treasure vaults, the two of them exclaimed. They couldn't care less about other things now. Their lives were more important. Sigh. I've told you not to provoke me. Why didn't the two of you listen to me? Great. Not only is your son dead, but the two of you are going to die too. It's not worth it. Qin Feiyang sighed. The two of them turned pale and shivered. They were full of regret. Why did he have to be possessed and come to provoke this devil? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, however, before I kill the two of you, I have a question that I would like you to answer. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai made up his mind and roared, we're going to die anyway. Don't expect us to answer any of your questions. Qin Feiyang said, although you're going to die, I'll consider leaving your corpses intact. What's the difference between that and death? Wang Dahai asked. There's still a difference. After all, as you said before, you won't have to suffer physical pain. Qin Feiyang laughed. Come on. I'm not afraid. Wang Dahai shouted. You have backbone. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Dahai in surprise. After pondering for a while, he laughed and said, how about this? As long as you tell me the truth, I'll consider letting the two of you go. Really? Wang Dahai was stunned and asked hurriedly. Li Changfeng also stared at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Dehai asked, what do you want to know? Qin Feiyang said, is there anyone who instigated the two of you? When the two of them heard this, a trace of panic immediately crept up on their faces. I want to hear the truth. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Dehai sighed and nodded. Yes. There really is. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, who instigated the two of you? You know her. She's Yin Hui. Wang Dehai said. Yin Hui. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did not expect it to be this woman. Initially, we've already given up on asking you for the pinnacle divine weapon because we know that you're not someone to be trifled with. Hence, we're treating it as a greeting gift to make friends with you. Wang Dehai said. That's right. If we wanted to get the divine weapon back from the start, we wouldn't have to wait until today, 10 days later. Li Changfeng also added. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two of them and asked, when did Yin Hui appear? Chapter 2186. Wang Dehai said, just this morning. This morning? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. This morning, she changed her appearance and sneaked into the mansion to look for me. She wanted me to help her deal with you. At first, I didn't agree. Because I know your means. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. However, she said that as long as the plan is thorough, there won't be any mistakes. Moreover, she gave me a condition that I couldn't refuse. Wang Dehai sighed, his face full of regret. What condition? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wang Dehai said, 1 level 6 soul line. What? Level 6 soul line. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Li Changfeng and said, you too? Yes. Li Changfeng nodded. Qin Feiyang said in disbelief, that means she has at least 2 level 6 soul lines now. Wang Dehai said, Feng Yuan was once the 9 Heavens Palace's resource hall master. It's normal for him to have soul lines. Soul line, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at the two of them and asked, where is Yin Hui now? I don't know. The two of them shook their heads. You don't know? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. After reaching an agreement, she left. Wang Dehai said. Left, Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, Wang Dehai added, however, before she left, she said that when the news of your death spreads, she will appear again. When she sees your corpse with her own eyes, she will give us the soul line. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do you really believe that she will give you the soul line? After all, we are one of the 4 major families in Sky Dragon City. Now that we have lost Feng Yuan's backing, she dares to lie to us. Wang Dehai and Li Changfeng sneered. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. The two of them were too naive. Although they didn't have much contact with Yin Hui, she was definitely shrewd since she could become Elder Yun's disciple and Elder Yun was willing to risk universal condemnation to save her. The two of them were completely toyed with by her. However, he could beat them at their own game. Didn't Yin Hui want to see his corpse? Then let her see it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at Wang Dehai and the other man and smiled. I'm very satisfied with your performance. As long as you're satisfied. Can you let us go now? The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Don't worry. It's not over yet. I still need your help. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's our honor to serve you. Go ahead. The two of them smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang said, before you say anything, you have to let me control you first. Control. The smiles on their faces froze. Don't be nervous. After Yin Hui dies, I will immediately remove my control over you. Qin Feiyang said. This, the two of them hesitated. Once it was controlled, it would not be up to them to decide whether to release it. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know about Guiyong? Of course. He's Feng Yuan's confidant. The two of them nodded. Then you should have heard of his deeds. Initially, I wanted to kill him too. However, I saw that he still had some value. Hence, I only controlled him. Later on, he turned over a new leaf and helped me wholeheartedly. Hence, after getting rid of Feng Yuan, I removed my control over him. However, I did not expect that he still could not escape death. He was killed by Feng Zihan. However, in order to avenge him, I killed Feng Zihan with my own hands. I believe that from this point, you should be able to see that I'm not an unreasonable person. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Dahai and the other man looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and nodded. Alright, we'll let you control us. Qin Feiyang smiled and formed seals with both hands. Two puppet imprints condensed rapidly. Don't resist. Otherwise, not only will you be implicated, but your families will also be implicated. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After which, he waved his hand and the two puppet imprints disappeared into the top of their heads at lightning speed. After controlling the two of them, Qin Feiyang read their memories. The results proved that the two of them were not lying. Wang Dahai asked, what should we do next? Don't be anxious. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and nodded to the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit retracted his aura. The two of them instantly regained their freedom. They looked at the weapon spirit and the grey castle with fear in their eyes. What level of divine artifact was this? It was actually so powerful. Qin Feiyang asked, where's Fire Lotus? The weapon spirit seemed to be a little flustered. Qin Feiyang gradually frowned and said, I'm asking you a question. Where's Fire Lotus? Sigh. The weapon spirit sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. She's still in the Sky Dragon Sea. Qin Feiyang heard the weapon spirit's tone and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, did something happen to her? It's not considered an accident. The weapon spirit said. Can you make it clear? What exactly happened? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The weapon spirit hesitated for a while and shook his head. I can't let you know about this for now. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked. The weapon spirit said, Fire Lotus told me not to tell you first. When you meet her, she'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Qin Feiyang had a suspicious look on his face. I really can't tell you. When you meet her, she'll tell you personally. The weapon spirit said. What exactly is this girl doing? Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed and asked, are you sure she's not in danger? The weapon spirit said angrily, you must be joking. With me protecting her, how could she be in danger? Qin Feiyang looked at the weapon spirit for a moment, let out a long breath, and smiled, as long as there's no danger. The weapon spirit asked, then when are you leaving for the Sky Dragon Sea? After dealing with Yin Hui's matter. Qin Feiyang said. Alright then, I'll take a rest first. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, he returned to the Grey Castle. The Grey Castle also turned into a stream of light and entered Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea. Surprise, I want to see what kind of surprise you will give me, Qin Feiyang laughed and muttered, then took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, are you going to the Sky Dragon Sea now? No. This time, I'm sending you a message to tell you a piece of good news. Qin Feiyang smiled. What good news? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. As you expected, Yin Hui is not dead. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? Then where is she now? Mu Tianyang was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know yet, but I already have a clue, and I also thought of a plan. What plan? Mu Tianyang was curious. A plan to lure Yin Hui out, but this plan needs your help. Once the plan succeeds, not only can we get rid of Yin Hui, but even the Yin and Jin families won't be able to escape. Qin Feiyang laughed. Mu Tianyang asked, what about Elder Yun? This person, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, shook his head and said, Elder Yun's life and death is not something we can decide. It depends on the attitude of the Nine Heavens Palace's big shots. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded his head. If the big shots did not pursue Elder Yun's responsibility, then no matter how much they prepared, it would be meaningless. Next, the two of them began to conspire. In the middle of the night, the entire Sky Dragon City had basically quieted down, and there were dark lights everywhere. What? Jiang Haoyan is dead? Suddenly, a piece of news exploded in Sky Dragon City. The quiet city was instantly in an uproar. I saw him on the street yesterday afternoon, how could he suddenly die? I'm not sure either. This news, I don't know if it's true. Everyone was discussing. Then where did he die? Where's the corpse? It seems to be the Tianyua building. As for the corpse, I'll have to take a look to know. Then let's hurry to the Tianyua building to take a look. The so-called Tianyua building was the restaurant where Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were at. At this moment, the Tianyua building was also in an uproar. A middle-aged man stood in front of a corridor, his expression extremely ugly. You must be the owner of the Tianyua building. Is Jiang Haoyan really dead? In the hall, there were no less than a few hundred people gathered, looking at the middle-aged man and asking questions at once. The middle-aged man did not answer, his face as dark as water. Get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a cold shout. A woman in white, leading a group of guards, entered the Tianyua building in a mighty manner. Steward Shengguan. The middle-aged man hurriedly went forward. That's right. The woman was Shengguan Qiu. And the group of guards behind her, who were also the guards of the treasure pavilion, each of them exuded an aura that was no lower than a perfected Sir God. Shengguan Qiu said in a deep voice, where is Jiang Haoyan? Upstairs. The middle-aged man said. Bring me there immediately. Shengguan Qiu shouted. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately ran upstairs. Soon, the two of them entered a room, the floor covered in blood. Shengguan Qiu glanced around the room and did not see Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. He frowned and said, where is he? He's gone. The middle-aged man shook his head. He's gone. Even if he's dead, there should be a corpse. Shengguan Qiu said angrily. Please forgive me, Steward Shengguan. Please listen to me slowly. Not long ago, there was a sudden pressure in this room. Our waiter sensed the pressure and immediately came to inquire. But at that time, young Master Jiang said that there was nothing wrong and asked the waiter to leave. However, not long after that, another scream rang out. And it was young Master Jiang's voice. The waiter sensed that something was wrong and immediately ran over to check. Just as the waiter forced the door open, two black shadows took young Master Jiang's corpse and rushed out of the window. The waiter chased after them, but the two black shadows were too fast and disappeared in a few blinks of an eye. So now, we don't know where young Master Jiang's corpse is? The middle-aged man said. Damn it! A cold light flashed in Shengguan Qiu's eyes. The middle-aged man exclaimed, Miss Shengguan, this has nothing to do with our restaurant. Please don't make things difficult for us. Shengguan Qiu looked at the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. He turned to the guards standing outside the door and shouted, go and check it out immediately. Even if you have to turn Sky Dragon City upside down, you must find him. Yes. The group of guards responded respectfully, then turned and left in a hurry. Chapter 2187. Time flew by. The sky gradually turned white. The news of Qin Feiyang's death had spread to Ninth Heaven Palace. Many disciples couldn't help but sigh. South City. In a huge mansion. Inside a certain hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Two people were sitting inside. They were Wang Dehai and Li Changfeng. In the middle of the hall, there was a corpse. It was bloody and unbearable to look at. The appearance and figure of the corpse were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng didn't speak. There was dead silence in the hall. As time passed, the sun gradually rose from the horizon and everything came back to life. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the hall out of thin air. It was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s. She had a good figure and was still charming. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng immediately stood up and welcomed her with a smile. That's right. This woman was Yin Hui. How was it? We didn't disappoint you, right? Both of them looked at Yin Hui and smiled. Yin Hui said, although I'm willing to believe you, I still have to confirm it. Go ahead. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng smiled. Yin Hui walked step by step towards Qin Feiyang, who was lying on the ground. She kept glancing at Qin Feiyang. When she was in front of Qin Feiyang, Yin Hui sized him up. Suddenly, she raised her arm and a wisp of divine power appeared. What are you doing? Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng looked at her suspiciously. Yin Hui's eyes were filled with resentment. She said harshly, he killed my husband and my children. If I don't tear him into pieces, how can I vent my hatred? As she finished speaking, the wisp of divine power turned into a light blade and slashed towards Qin Feiyang's corpse. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In a short while, a whole person was chopped into pieces by her. The cruel means and bloody scene made Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng's scalp tingle. Phew! After a while, Yin Hui let out a long breath. The resentment between her eyebrows finally dissipated. Yin Hui, we have killed him for you. Where's the vein of soul that you promised us? Wang Dahai asked. Soul line? A look of mockery flashed across Yin Hui's eyes. She turned to Wang Dahai and Jiang Rushuang and asked, where is Jiang Fire Lotus, Jiang Rushuang, and Jiang Haotian? Wang Dahai said, their fates will be even worse. What do you mean? Yin Hui was taken aback and asked curiously. Wang Dahai laughed. They are accompanying our son now. That's right. These two brats have gotten a huge bargain this time. Li Zhangfeng also laughed. Ha! Yin Hui laughed heartily and said, you've done well. But these three women must be killed after this. Understood. The two nodded and urged, hurry up and give us the soul vein. Soul line, she looked at the two of them and said, that blood sword and his interspatial ring should be in your hands, right? And he seems to have a spatial divine item. Yes. The two of them nodded. Yin Hui sneered, after reaping so many benefits, you still want the soul vein? What do you mean? The two of them raised their eyebrows. Isn't the meaning obvious? Of course. If you insist on the soul vein, it's not impossible. But you have to exchange it with that blood sword. Yin Hui said. You lied to us. The two of them were furious. You are stupid. How can I give you something like the soul vein? Yin Hui sneered. The two of them were furious. Enough. You didn't lose out this time. Be content. I have something to do. Goodbye. After Yin Hui said that, she opened an altar and walked up without looking back. Bitch, you can continue to be smug. It will be your death soon. Wang Dahai and Li Changfeng stared at Yin Hui angrily, but they were laughing coldly in their hearts. Sky Dragon Sea. Above the coast. A woman appeared. Who else could it be but Yin Hui? She stood in the void and looked at the sea silently for a long time. Wenhai, Zijuan, Zihan, father, I have avenged you. You can rest in peace. After a while, Yin Hui muttered and turned into a stream of light, entering the Sky Dragon Sea. She was very cautious. Along the way, she was observing to see if anyone was following her. More than an hour passed. An island came into her sight. The island was huge and she couldn't see the end of it. The island was covered with shrubs and weeds, making it look extremely desolate. Moreover, she could see the traces of sea beasts everywhere. The cultivation of these sea beasts were very powerful. The weakest one was a perfect god of war. Yin Hui scanned the sea behind her. Seeing that no one was following her, she entered the island and flew deep into it. After a few hundred breaths, she entered the center of the island. There was a village in the mountains below. The village was built with simple wooden buildings. There were about 500 to 600 people in the village. Apart from the elderly and children, the rest of the people were cultivating. Yin Hui landed in the sky above the village. Looking at the people in the village, there was a smile in her eyes. Following that, she took out a black jade pendant from her arms. The jade pendant was shaped like a crescent moon. It was as black as ink and exuded a mysterious aura. Yin Hui released a wisp of divine power and entered the crescent moon jade pendant. A black light suddenly swept out from the crescent moon jade pendant and shot toward the village below. However, before the black light could reach the village, a black barrier suddenly appeared in the air above the village. The barrier enveloped the entire village. After the barrier appeared, Yin Hui slowly descended. A door of light automatically appeared above the black barrier. Yin Hui directly entered the village through the door of light. After Yin Hui entered, the door of light slowly closed. The barrier also slowly disappeared in the air as if it had never appeared. Aunt Hui, a group of children who were playing in the village, immediately surrounded Yin Hui when they saw her. Looking at the group of naive and lively children, Yin Hui was also full of smiles. Hui, An old man walked out from the crowd and looked at Yin Hui with a hoarse smile. Father. Yin Hui stepped forward and bowed. This old man was naturally not Feng Yuan. He was her biological father, the patriarch of the Yin family. The old man asked, "How did it go?" "He's dead." Yin Hui took a deep breath and looked at the old man. Dead, the old man's gaze trembled slightly. This was a kind of excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, I finally got my revenge." The old man's laughter alarmed those who were cultivating. Everyone opened their eyes. An old man in black in his 70s hurriedly ran over and asked suspiciously, "Old man Yin, what are you talking about?" The old man looked at the old man in black and said excitedly, "Old Jin, Jiang Haotian is dead." "He's dead?" The old man in black was stunned on the spot. Yin Hui smiled and said, "Uncle Jin, you're not dreaming. He's really dead." The old man in black was Jin Yunchang's father. "Dead? Haha, he's finally dead, this damned beast, it's good that he's dead." The old man in black also laughed heartily. The other adults in the village were also beaming with joy. Only the children looked at them in confusion. What was wrong with these adults? Why were they laughing so happily? "Sister Hui, Jiang Haotian is dead. Can we go out? It's been a whole 5 years. We've been hiding here. I've really had enough." A group of young people looked at Yin Hui and said, "Not now." Yin Hui shook her head. "Why?" Everyone looked at her in confusion. Yin Hui said, "Because Mu Tianyang, Hui Yi, and Frenzy haven't been eliminated yet. Only by eliminating all of them can we leave this place. Then hurry up. These damned bastards caused us to be like this. We must not let them go." "That's right. Only by cutting them into 8 pieces can we vent our hatred." Those young people roared angrily. Those old people were also full of resentment. Hee hee, but suddenly, a laugh sounded. This voice, Yin Hui was stunned and quickly looked around. Why was this voice so familiar? It seemed to be impossible. He was clearly dead. Swish! A figure appeared above the crowd. Who could it be if it wasn't Qin Feiyang? How could it be him? "Sister Hui, didn't you say that he was dead?" As soon as the people in the village saw Qin Feiyang, they panicked. Yin Hui's face was also full of disbelief. Was she dreaming? She rubbed her eyes hard and looked at Qin Feiyang again. Her expression was suddenly stunned. It wasn't a dream. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people in the village and looked at Yin Hui with a smile. It's been 5 years since we last met. How have you been? Yin Hui turned a deaf ear to him. Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance completely caught her off guard. Didn't you want to kill me? Now that I've taken the initiative to appear in front of you, why are you still at a loss? Qin Feiyang said suspiciously. Yin Hui clenched her hands and shouted hysterically, why aren't you dead? You still can't think of this? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. I seem to have overestimated your IQ. Yin Hui's brows were tightly knitted together. All right. Let me tell you. The corpse that you saw in Wang Dahai's house wasn't mine. It was a servant in Wang Dahai's house. Wang Dahai asked him to disguise as me and then he became my scapegoat. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yin Hui's body shook and she said angrily, these two damn things. How dare they lie to me? Don't blame them. They were forced to do it. Because if they didn't cooperate with me, they would have to die. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Hui said in a low voice, you saw through their intentions. Initially, I didn't. I almost died in their hands. However, I have a good character. I received help from an expert to avert this calamity. Qin Feiyang said. The expert he was referring to was naturally the weapon spirit. Expert? Yin Hui was suspicious. You don't have to care about this. Master, please help me subdue Wang Dahai and the rest. Then, I will kill their sons in front of them. They will be scared and confess everything. Then, I thought of a plan to beat them at their own game. I used an illusion to deceive you and followed you secretly to find your hiding place. In other words, since you activated the teleportation altar in Wang Dahai's house and left, I have been following you. When you returned here and activated the black barrier, I followed you in. Qin Feiyang smiled. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 2188. Who's that expert? How dare you ruin my plans? Yin Hui roared. It's better that you don't know. Qin Feiyang laughed. What if I insist on knowing? Yin Hui laughed sinisterly and said, you're really bold to come here alone. Why? You didn't kill me last time and now you want to kill me again. Qin Feiyang said. You're right. And this time, you're the one who walked right into my trap. Yin Hui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She soared into the sky like lightning and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Do you think you can kill me? Qin Feiyang sneered and said indifferently, what else do you want to see? Come out. Swoosh. Before he finished his words, 2 men and a woman appeared out of thin air. The woman immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped Yin Hui. With a puff, Yin Hui flew out on the spot and blood gushed out of her mouth. There's someone else? Yin Hui was surprised. Mu Tianyang. Shengguan Fenglan. Master. But when she saw the faces of the 3 people, Yin Hui's face turned pale. Why were Master and Shengguan Fenglan here? I asked Mu Tianyang to bring them here. And since you appeared in Wang Dahai's house, they have been watching in the dark. Qin Feiyang said. Yin Hui's eyes trembled. They had been watching in the dark, didn't this mean that they already knew everything about her? Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui in disappointment and said, Yin Hui, do you remember what I told you 5 years ago when I sent you away from Jiutian Palace? Yin Hui quivered and looked at Elder Yun. This old man wants you to forget your hatred. Take your Yin and Jin family members and find a place to live peacefully. But how did you do it? Elder Yun asked. Forget the hatred, Yin Hui murmured and smiled sadly. Master, I want to forget it too. But how can I forget such a deep blood feud? You still have reason. Although Feng Yuan, Feng Wenhai, Feng Zijuan, and Feng Zihan did indeed die at Jiang Haotian's hands, wasn't it all caused by you? Jiang Haotian only retaliated. What's wrong with that? Do you want him to stand still and let you kill him? Shangguan Fenglan shouted. When Yin Hui heard this, she could not help but tremble both physically and mentally. You're actually still so stubborn even now. Yin Hui, oh Yin Hui, have you let down your master's good intentions? 5 years ago, your master deceived everyone and saved you from right under our noses. In order to prevent us from finding you, we even gave you the heavenly domain divine stone. Do you know what kind of effect it will have on him if these things are exposed to the world? If the great elder finds out about this, what consequences will your master face? Have you thought about this? Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. Yin Hui was flustered. Alas! Isn't it good to live? Do you have to come here to seek your own death? Shangguan Fenglan sighed deeply. Plop! Yin Hui knelt in the void and looked at Elder Yun. Master, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you. Elder Yun sighed. Is there any point in saying this now? Yin Hui's body stiffened. She hurriedly said, Master, I don't want to die. Please, help me, Elder Yun said, this old man has already helped you once. Yin Hui begged, then can you help me a second time? Elder Yun, Hall Master Shangguan, I beg you, please give us a way out. The others in the village also knelt on the ground and begged. Including the children. Shangguan Fenglan looked at everyone, especially those pitiful children. She could not help but feel sympathy for them. She turned to look at Elder Yun and said, Elder Yun, why don't we? I object. But before Shangguan Fenglan could finish, Qin Feiyang spoke expressionlessly. Shangguan Fenglan turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Elder Yun and said, I asked Mu Tianyang to bring you here not for you to sympathize with them, but for you to see their nature clearly. After that, Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Yun alone and said, especially you. You risked universal condemnation to save her, but how did she repay you? Elder Yun asked without turning his head, then in your opinion? I've always been a person with a debtor for every injustice. Originally, other than Feng Yuan's family, I didn't plan to attack the Yin and Jin families. They didn't need to hide at all. But because of your selfishness, Yin Hui escaped the net of the law. It's fine if she repents and turns over a new leaf. But she still hasn't changed. In the end, all of this was caused by you, Elder Yun, so you shouldn't ask me, but yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Yun was silent. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, Elder Yun, we respect you, and please respect us. The same mistake can't be made a second time. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui, and after a long time, he sighed and said, yes, the same mistake can't be made a second time. Master, Yin Hui's expression changed. Don't call me master anymore. From now on, I don't have a disciple like you. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Elder Yun shook his head. Yin Hui suddenly collapsed in the void, her face full of despair. Temple Master. Mu Tianyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan sighed, walked to Yin Hui, and said, in your next life, be a good person. After saying that, she raised her arm, and divine power surged in her palm. But at this moment, Elder Yun, who had been motionless, suddenly turned and rushed to Qin Feiyang, then grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. Mu Tianyang was shocked and shouted, Elder Yun, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang also glared at Elder Yun. At the same time, hearing Mu Tianyang's shout, Shangguan Fenglan was stunned, then turned her head to look, and her face was instantly full of surprise and doubt. Yin Hui and the people in the village below also had a look of surprise on their faces. But then, Yin Hui took out a dagger shining with cold light, and while Shangguan Fenglan was not paying attention, she angrily stabbed into Shangguan Fenglan's qi. Puff! Shangguan Fenglan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at Yin Hui with a gloomy face, and anger rose in her eyes. Who do you think you are, to want to kill me? Now I'll kill you first. Yin Hui laughed, waved the dagger in her hand, and directly stabbed at the top of Shangguan Fenglan's head. You're courting death. Shangguan Fenglan said word by word, her murderous aura soaring to the sky, and her divine sense emerged like a torrent, exuding an aura of destruction. Although her chi si was destroyed, her divine soul was still there. As long as her divine soul was still there, her divine sense could be turned into a powerful trump card. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan's divine sense, Yin Hui's face suddenly turned pale. She was so excited that she forgot about Shangguan Fenglan's cultivation. Shangguan Fenglan's strength was stronger than Feng Yuan's, so how could she be defeated? Even if it was just her divine sense, it was enough to crush her. Shangguan Fenglan, stop! Elder Yun shouted at the critical moment. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and used her divine sense to control her body to retreat a few feet, then looked at Elder Yun and said, Elder Yun, what are you doing? Let her go. Elder Yun said expressionlessly. Why? Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. No reason. Just let her go, or I'll kill Jiang Haoyan. Elder Yun said. You, Shangguan Fenglan was furious. The old man in front of her had always been selfless and was one of the people she respected the most in Jiutian Palace. But now, why did it become like this? Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, Elder Yun, you've been protecting Yin Hui time and time again. Aren't you afraid of angering Grand Elder? Aren't you afraid of going down in history? You don't have to worry about that. If Grand Elder really wants to blame me, I have no complaints. Elder Yun said. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. He was willing to be punished and his reputation was ruined to save Yin Hui. This seemed to have gone beyond the boundary of the relationship between master and disciple. I said, there's no reason. Shangguan Fenglan, do you want to let her go? Elder Yun looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said. Are you sure you want to do this? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Elder Yun nodded. Okay. Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath and turned to look at Yin Hui. Don't appear in front of me again. Get lost. Yin Hui looked at Shangguan Fenglan and then at Elder Yun, then took out the black crescent jade pendant again. Whoosh! A black light flashed out, and the black boundary appeared again. But this time, there was no light door on the boundary, and it quickly collapsed. Take the children and the elderly and come with us immediately. Yin Hui shouted to the adults in the village. No one can leave. But at this moment, a cold and bone-chilling voice sounded. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only was his body full of murderous intent, but his expression was also somewhat fierce. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly shouted, Jiang Haoyan, don't mess around. Who is messing around? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Elder Yun and said, in fact, I have always respected you. Even when I knew that you saved Yin Hui, I didn't particularly hate you or blame you. But now I find that you are not worthy of my respect at all. I've disappointed you. Elder Yun said. I'm really disappointed. If you could have simply killed Yin Hui just now, I wouldn't have made things difficult for the others. But your behavior made me very angry. So today, whether it's the people of the Yin family or the Jin family, none of them can leave alive. Remember, it's not me who is cruel and merciless. It's you who killed them. Qin Feiyang said. Now that you are in my hands, I can end your life at any time. Do you have the ability to do so? Elder Yun was still expressionless. Don't be too confident. Because you are facing me, Jiang Haoyan. Do it. Qin Feiyang shouted. Do it. Shangguan Fenglan, Yin Hui, and the others were surprised. Who was he talking to? A trace of suspicion flashed in Elder Yun's eyes. But they didn't know. At this time, there was a voice in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang, are you sure you want me to do it? That's right. It was the weapon spirit. Yes. Qin Feiyang replied. The weapon spirit said again, are you really not afraid of bringing a fatal disaster to yourself? Qin Feiyang said inwardly, anyway, I've already left the ninth heaven palace. What's there to be afraid of? But I'm afraid of implicating Long Tianyu. Because once I appear, Shangguan Fenglan will know that you have been lying to her before. At that time, she will definitely interrogate Long Tianyu again. The weapon spirit said. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, I will think of a way. Alright then. As long as you can guarantee Long Tianyu's safety, I will do as you say. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, a wave of death energy suddenly rushed out of Qin Feiyang's body like a volcanic eruption. Elder Yun, who was caught off guard, was directly sent flying as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2189. What? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Elder Yun, then looked at Qin Feiyang, her face full of shock. He actually injured Elder Yun. The people in the village below were all dumbfounded. Especially Yin Hui. As Elder Yun's disciple, she naturally knew Elder Yun's strength. It could be said that even Shangguan Fenglan, the palace master, was not Elder Yun's opponent. Even in the entire Nine Heavens Palace, Elder Yun's strength could be ranked in the top 10. However, at this moment, he was actually injured by Jiang Haotian. Was this a dream? Elder Yun himself was also extremely shocked. He never thought that this kid in front of him, in addition to the blood sword, actually hid such a terrifying method. Wait! Suddenly, Elder Yun's pupils contracted. Why was this death force so familiar? Shangguan Fenglan seemed to have the same feeling, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yin Hui and sneered, don't you want to know who that expert is? I'll let you see his elegance now. Yin Hui was shocked. Listening to these words, this death force was not Jiang Haotian himself. What kind of expert was actually not a match for her master? Old Yun, little girl Shangguan, long time no see. Accompanied by a hoarse laughter, the gray castle rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. It's you. The two's eyes trembled as they stared at the gray castle. The artifact spirit appeared, standing beside Qin Feiyang, and joked, yes, it's me. You, whether it was Shangguan Fenglan or Elder Yun, their eyes were filled with killing intent. The artifact spirit said playfully, it seems that all these years, you still miss me. Shangguan Fenglan's face sank, looking at Qin Feiyang, and said, didn't you say that in the far west? But before Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, Qin Feiyang coldly said, is this still important? Bastard! You and madman are lying to me. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. I'm sorry. Qin Feiyang said. I don't need your apology. I just want to ask you, do you know where it came from? You actually colluded with it. Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. I don't know. But that's not important. As long as it can help me. For example, now that I'm facing Elder Yun's unreasonable behavior, at least I won't be beaten up. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You, Shangguan Fenglan gritted her teeth in anger. It's still the same. You have to pay the price for your mistakes. Artifact spirit, do it. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Old man Yun, little girl Shangguan, Jiang Haotian didn't say that he wanted to kill you, so I won't attack you. But you'd better be tactful and stand there obediently. Don't interfere with their lives. The artifact spirit snickered. The power of death flooded the sky like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire village. What is this? Why do I feel like my vitality and chi and blood are being drained away? Everyone immediately panicked. All of you, stop right there. Seeing this, Elder Yun was furious, his divine power surged out and punched towards the artifact spirit and Qin Feiyang. You're really not honest at all. The artifact spirit smiled coldly. With a clang, His body shattered the sky and blasted towards Elder Yun. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, Elder Yun flew out again, blood spurting out. After so many years, you really haven't made any progress. You're still so weak. The artifact spirit laughed disdainfully. Elder Yun looked at the artifact spirit gloomily and suddenly said, Shengguan Fenglan, immediately return to the 9th Heaven Palace and report to the Great Elder. Okay. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Don't think about going anywhere. The artifact spirit snorted coldly. A gray barrier appeared in an instant. That's right. This was the domain of death that trapped Qin Feiyang and the madman. At that time, just this domain of death alone made the two of them despair. As soon as the domain of death appeared, everyone was shrouded in it. The power of death that robbed vitality also increased countless times in an instant. Even Shengguan Fenglan almost couldn't bear it. Save me! The people in the village, accompanied by desperate cries, fell to the ground one after another and died. Yin Hui was burning with anxiety and roared, Master, quickly help us. Her vitality were also crazily draining. Her body had already shriveled up and her face was covered with dry wrinkles. Elder Yun was also extremely anxious. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he said, Jiang Haotian, quickly make it stop. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Elder Yun roared, as long as you let her go, this old man will agree to do anything. N? Qin Feiyang frowned. He would agree to anything. What was the relationship between this old man and Yin Hui? Jiang Haotian, you bastard, we'll fight it out with you. Suddenly, several old men with monarch god cultivation suddenly roared and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! Before they got close, their bodies exploded in the void. What? Yin Hui's face was pale. They actually self-destructed their bodies. Elder Yun's expression also changed abruptly. He hurriedly waved his hand and condensed a divine power barrier, enveloping Yin Hui and the people from the Yin and Jin families who were still alive. At the same time, Mu Tianyang also quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. The self-destruction of a monarch god-level expert was not a child's play. With his perfect war god cultivation, he had no room to resist at all. So, he ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Because he knew that the Grey Castle would definitely protect Qin Feiyang. And protecting Qin Feiyang was equivalent to protecting him. However, Shengguan Fenglan and Elder Yun did not take any defensive measures. Their cultivation was too strong. The self-destruction of a monarch god was not a threat to them. Boom! Kacha! The moment they self-destructed, the destructive shockwave surged out in all directions with an earth-shattering force. Immediately, inside the death domain, the void was annihilated and the earth collapsed. Countless sea beasts on the island heard the commotion and fled in fear. Just as Mu Tianyang expected. When the air wave surged, the Grey Castle flashed and stood in front of them, shining with divine light. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Mu Tianyang, under the protection of the Grey Castle, they were not harmed at all. What? The death domain is not broken. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. The people in the village looked at the grey barrier that imprisoned them with disbelief in their eyes. They originally thought that the self-destruction of a few monarch gods would be enough to destroy the death domain. On one hand, the few elders wanted to die together with Qin Feiyang. On the other hand, they wanted to break the death domain and give Yin Hui and the others a chance to escape. But they never expected that in the face of such a violent impact, the death domain did not even shake. You think you can shake my domain of death with the strength of an ant? What a joke! The weapon spirit glanced at the group of people contemptuously. The power of death was surging and pervasive. Although the divine barrier set up by Elder Yun could block the fluctuations of the self-destruction, it could not block the invasion of the power of death. Ah, Sister Hui, I don't want to die, save me, everyone looked at Yin Hui in despair. But Yin Hui had no other choice. She could only watch the people of the two families fall one by one. In less than 5 breaths, there were only a dozen people left in the barrier. The weakest of them was a half-step to the god realm. Their blood and vitality were more vigorous than the others, so they were still alive. But at this moment, they were already at death's door. Death was only a matter of time. Looking at the desperate faces, Yin Hui felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Jiang Haotian, the person who wants to kill you is me. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go. Gao Xiaowei has nothing to do with us." "But why didn't your daughter Feng Zihan let her go 5 years ago?" Qin Feiyang said coldly. Yin Hui was unable to refute. She suddenly knelt in the void and shouted, "I'll kneel to you, okay? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Yes. It's all my Feng family's fault. If you kill me, I'll die for them," Yin Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm sorry, but when I do things, I will never leave a source of trouble." The dozen people also fell down in despair one after another, basically turning into dried corpses. Yin Hui did not have the strength to speak again, because there was not much blood and vitality left in her body. Despair and helplessness shrouded her heart. The Grey Castle was too terrifying. Even her master could not save her and her clansmen. "Old man Yun, she is your daughter. Are you really going to watch her die?" Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, Shengguan Fenglan, and the artifact spirit were all stunned. "Daughter?" Elder Yun's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the head of the Yin family, Yin Hui's biological father. At this moment, he was also lying on the ground powerlessly. There was no anger on his face, but his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Elder Yun. Yin Hui also looked at the head of the Yin family in shock and said, "Father, what did you say?" At this moment, only Yin Hui and the head of the Yin family were still alive. As for the people of the Jin family, they were all dead. The head of the Yin family sighed and looked at Yin Hui. Actually, Elder Yun is your biological father." "What?" Yin Hui's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at each other. Elder Yun was actually Yin Hui's biological father. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at the artifact spirit. "Wait a moment." The artifact spirit nodded. The power of death immediately dissipated. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of bewilderment. Only Elder Yun lowered his head. He seemed to have fallen into endless self-blame and regret. A moment later, Shengguan Fenglan also finally came back to her senses. She turned to look at Elder Yun and asked, "Elder Yun, is this true?" Elder Yun looked up at Shengguan Fenglan and then at Yin Hui. He nodded and said, "It's true." Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. There was a trace of realization in their eyes. Why would Elder Yun protect Yin Hui again and again? It turned out that there was such a relationship. However, this was not too unbelievable. Since Elder Yun was Yin Hui's biological father, then why was Yin Hui in the Yin family? Chapter 2190. Yin Hui really didn't know. W R A N W Ana C O M. Hearing Elder Yun's reply, her face was full of disbelief. This old man who had been taking care of her and caring for her was actually her biological father. Suddenly having such a father was even more unreal than a dream. I know it's hard for you to accept, but I didn't lie to you. He really is your biological father. Otherwise, with his cold and arrogant personality, how could he have taken you as a disciple and taken care of you so much? The patriarch of the Yin family said. Yin Hui was in a daze. She looked at the patriarch of the Yin family and asked, "What's going on?" The patriarch of the Yin family said, "This matter started when you were just born. Back then, not long after giving birth to you, your mother was killed. Before the patriarch of the Yin family could finish, Yin Hui's eyes trembled. She asked, "Who killed her?" The patriarch of the Yin family glanced at Elder Yun and sighed. "The person who killed your mother was none other than your biological father, Elder Yun." "What?" Yin Hui's body trembled. She turned to look at Elder Yun. Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Elder Yun actually killed his own wife? How was that possible? They looked at Elder Yun again. He lowered his head. The self-blame and regret on his face were even stronger. The patriarch of the Yin family looked at Yin Hui and said, "Actually, your biological father didn't kill your mother on purpose." "Then why?" Yin Hui asked. The patriarch of the Yin family took a deep breath and said, "Your biological father has inner demons." "Inner demons?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and looked at Elder Yun. This person actually had inner demons? I believe I don't need to tell you about inner demons. Back then, your mother gave birth to you, which made him very happy and excited. Therefore, he let down his guard against the inner demons. It was also at this time that the inner demons suddenly attacked. They controlled his mind and killed your mother. After this happened, he blamed himself and couldn't face you anymore. So when you were a little more than a year old, he handed you to me and asked me to take care of you. He also asked you to take my surname. When I was young, I had a very good relationship with him. I also knew about his situation, so I agreed. The patriarch of the Yin family sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Elder Yun blamed himself so much. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to face such a thing. Yin Hui asked, "What happened after that?" After that, he disappeared for a year. No one knows where he went. I also went to look for him, but there was no trace of him at all. Later, when he came back, I found out that he had gone to sever his inner demons. On the one hand, it's the inner demons that killed your mother. They must be killed. On the other hand, if he doesn't destroy the inner demons, he won't be able to become a god. He did it. He successfully destroyed the inner demons. Originally, I wanted to say that since the inner demons have been destroyed, I should just hand you over to him. But your father still couldn't cross the hurdle in his heart. After accompanying you for a while, he prepared to enter the Empyrean Palace after breaking through to the War God realm. Your father's talent is very good. When we first met, my cultivation was several realms higher than his. But in a few years, he caught up to me. After he entered the Empyrean Palace, he received a better cultivation environment and resources than outside. The talent he displayed became even more terrifying. His rise was unstoppable. In the end, he relied on his extraordinary ability to become the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Hui, your father is really an amazing man. The patriarch of the Yin family smiled. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were stunned. Shangguan Fenglan sighed and said, Elder Yun was the previous Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. I see. The two of them nodded in realization. No wonder Shangguan Fenglan was so respectful to him. It turned out that he was so experienced. After that, he came to find me and said that he wanted you to enter the Empyrean Palace because it would be easier to take care of you. I didn't refuse. After all, he is your real father. After you entered the Empyrean Palace and displayed good talent, he took you in as his disciple. Because this way, he could take care of you legitimately. You know what happened after that. I won't say any more. The patriarch of the Yin family said. Yin Hui was in a daze. She turned to look at Elder Yun and asked, Is that so? Elder Yun raised his head and looked at Yin Hui. After a long time, he nodded and said, Yes. His voice was extremely hoarse. This person was also extremely haggard. Yin Hui's body swayed. She muttered, "Just because you killed my mother by mistake, you abandoned me?" "No. I didn't abandon you. Since you entered the Empyrean Palace, I have been secretly protecting you. No matter what, I gave you the best." Elder Yun hurriedly said. "Protect me, give me the best, do you think this can make up for what you owe me? Let me tell you, it's impossible." Yin Hui roared. Elder Yun lowered his head. His expression was incomparably gloomy. "In this life, I only have one father, and that is him." As Yin Hui spoke, she walked to the side of the patriarch of the Yin family. The patriarch of the Yin family looked at Elder Yun and hurriedly said, "Hui, don't be like this, father, I know you said these things because you want him to save me. But now, I don't need him. I would rather die than acknowledge this father. Because he is not worthy." Yin Hui said. "Hui, The patriarch of the Yin family shouted. Elder Yun raised his head and looked at the patriarch of the Yin family. He sighed and said, "Brother Yin, don't say any more." But, the patriarch of the Yin family frowned. Elder Yun waved his hand and looked at Yin Hui. "Actually, I know that you resent me for not helping Feng Wenhai and the others back then. Isn't that so? Wenhai is your son-in-law. Zihan and Zijuan are also your grandchildren. How heartless are you to actually leave them in the lurch?" The patriarch of the Yin family shouted. "Although they are my family, we must have principles as people. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. I can't harm an innocent young man because of you. Moreover, 5 years ago, when Jiang Haoyan killed Zihan, I did my best to stop him. But you all know the result. I can't do it." Elder Yun said. "As a person, one must have principles," Qin Feiyang muttered. He was quite gratified by Elder Yun's words. Because at least it meant that Elder Yun had not truly fallen. And what he had done previously was purely to save his daughter. And all these years, Feng Yuan instigated you and Feng Wenhai to take over Shengguan Fenglan and control the law enforcement hall. I saw all these. But as the previous hall master of the law enforcement hall, why should I pretend to be deaf and dumb? It's because of you." Elder Yun shouted. Yin Hui's eyes trembled. "And, do you think that what happened 5 years ago is really just a grudge between you and Jiang Haoyan? No. This is a trap set by the first elder." Elder Yun said. "What? A trap set by the first elder?" Yin Hui was shocked. "That's right. In fact, the first elder has long known about the shady business that Feng Yuan did in the resource hall. He even knew that you took over Shengguan Fenglan and tried to control the law enforcement hall. But due to Feng Yuan's status in Jiutian Palace and your identity as this old man's disciple, he couldn't do anything to you openly. So he asked Shengguan Fenglan to arrange a plan to get rid of you. Coincidentally, Jiang Haoyan entered Jiutian Palace and showed a terrifying mind and scheming. So, Jiang Haoyan became a sharp blade for them to eradicate you." Elder Yun sighed. Yin Hui was dumbfounded. She looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, "So it's all because of you and the first elder behind the scenes." "Yes. However, if you weren't so rampant, why would we do anything to you?" Shengguan Fenglan said lightly. "Ridiculous. I always thought that it was Jiang Haoyan who destroyed our Feng clan with his own ability. So it was you who helped him in the dark." Yin Hui laughed self-deprecatingly. "Wrong. We didn't help Jiang Haoyan with anything. He did destroy your Feng clan with his own ability." Shengguan Fenglan said. Yin Hui looked at Qin Feiyang, the hatred in her eyes undisguised. Elder Yun said, "Because I owed you, I indulged you. No matter what you did, I was confident that I could save you from Jiutian Palace. After coming out of seclusion, you joined forces with Jin Yunchang and Yu Zijie to frame Jiang Haoyan and the others. In the end, not only did the plan fail, but it also fell into Jiang Haoyan's hands. I pretended to kill you and send you out of Jotian Palace. I thought that after learning this lesson, you would let go. But I didn't expect that you still wanted to kill Jiang Haoyan. This is a disaster caused by you. What can you do to this old man? Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui helplessly. Yin Hui shouted, then why didn't you tell us that this was a trap set up by the first elder? Because I only found out later. Elder Yun sighed. Yin Hui fell silent. Elder Yun sighed and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step, then knelt in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned. Elder Yun lowered his head and said, Jiang Haoyan, this old man rarely begs others. Now, this old man begs you to let her go. As expected, he's begging for mercy. Qin Feiyang muttered. This old man is willing to apologize with my death for her. And I promise you that this kind of thing won't happen a second time. Elder Yun said. Apologize with your death? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was determined to save Yin Hui. But he had to admit that a father's love was great. Get up, I won't allow you to beg him like this. Yin Hui rushed to Elder Yun's side furiously. Then, she grabbed Elder Yun's arm and tried to pull him up. However, old Yun didn't even move. He raised his head, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Please understand my feelings as a father. My head is right in front of you. You can take it away at any time. Did you hear that? Get up. What right does he have to make you kneel? Yin Hui shouted in exasperation. Chapter 2191. Right now, your life is in his hands. That is his right. Elder Yun said. Yin Hui said angrily, with your strength, you can't break this realm of death. As long as the realm of death disappeared, they could easily escape. Yes. Elder Yun nodded. Yin Hui's expression suddenly became sluggish. Elder Yun looked at the artifact spirit and the grey castle floating beside Qin Feiyang. There was deep fear in his eyes as he said, Its strength is something you will never be able to imagine. It seems that you still remember what happened back then. The weapon spirit joked. Back then, you slaughtered most of the disciples of the Divine Palace. How can we forget this kind of blood feud? Elder Yun shouted. What? Slaughtered most of the disciples of the Divine Palace? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Who told you to provoke this lord? The weapon spirit sneered. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice, Lord, is this true? Yes. At that time, I hadn't become the lord of the law enforcement hall. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Little girl, when this lord saw you in the Divine Palace, I already knew that you were not a fish in a pond. As expected, it didn't take long for you to become the lord of the law enforcement hall. The weapon spirit laughed in a hoarse voice. You used to be a disciple of the Divine Palace? Qin Feiyang and Elder Yun looked at Shengguan Fenglan in surprise. Yes. When it came to the Divine Palace to slaughter, I saw the whole process with my own eyes. I still can't forget that bloody scene. Shengguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then why did it slaughter the Divine Palace? Just for a small matter. At that time, a disciple of the Divine Palace accidentally came across it. That disciple was greedy and wanted to control it. You can imagine the result. Not only did that disciple not get what he wanted, but he also died in its hands. Because of this, it vented its anger on the entire Divine Palace. Overnight, most of the disciples of the Divine Palace died in its hands. Since then, we have been looking for it, but it seemed to have disappeared from the world. We searched the entire northern region but couldn't find it. Shengguan Fenglan said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. If what Shengguan Fenglan said was true, this demonic creature was indeed ferocious. But then again, how could they be called demons if they weren't ferocious? This venerable one's magic power reaches the heavens and possesses remarkable abilities. How could you small fries find me? The artifact spirit said disdainfully. Shangguan Fenglan sneered, then aren't you in Jiang Haotian's hands now? The artifact spirit smiled awkwardly and said, he's an exception. Moreover, this sovereign is willing to follow him. Willing? How can a monster like you have the resources to follow a human? Shangguan Fenglan sneered. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Jiang Haotian, you have to be careful. Who knows what it is plotting? The artifact spirit sneered, I didn't expect that after becoming the hall master of the enforcement hall, you would learn to sow discord. You, Shangguan Fenglan glared at the weapon spirit. If you want to die here, feel free to provoke me. The artifact spirit snickered, his tone carrying a trace of killing intent. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang instinctively thought that it was the artifact spirit that had angered Shangguan Fenglan. Even the artifact spirit also thought that it was Shangguan Fenglan who had erupted with killing intent. However, there was no killing intent from Shangguan Fenglan. If it wasn't Shangguan Fenglan, then who was it? It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He abruptly turned his head and immediately saw a ferocious face grinning at him. That's right. It was Yin Hui. Yin Hui was holding a dagger in her hand. And the front half of the dagger had sunk into Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Drops of purple gold dragon blood continued to spill out. An extremely pure dragon's might suddenly spread out. Damn it! Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look, and his eyes immediately surged with killing intent. Hui, what are you doing? This scene caught Elder Yun and the patriarch of the Yin family off guard. Shangguan Fenglan was also a little dazed. But suddenly, her eyes were filled with surprise. How could there be a dragon's might? That is, immediately after. She noticed that drops of purple gold blood were floating out from between Qin Feiyang and Yin Hui. At that moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she hurriedly rushed towards Yin Hui. Shangguan Fenglan, what do you want to do? Elder Yun's expression changed, thinking that Shangguan Fenglan was going to harm Yin Hui. He hurriedly got up and blocked in front of Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan pointed at the purple gold dragon blood that was floating down and exclaimed, Elder Yun, look at that blood. Blood? Elder Yun was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look, and his old eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Yin Hui was also a little stunned when she heard the conversation between the two. What blood? Why was she making such a fuss? But when she lowered her head to look at Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen, her expression immediately froze. Mu Tianyang looked at the three of them and sighed, looks like I can't hide it anymore. I was careless. How could this Yin Hui let this go? Previously, when she ran over, she seemed to be angry at Elder Yun, but in fact, she took the opportunity to get close to me, and then attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Qin Feiyang transmitted. Then what should we do now? Mu Tianyang secretly said. Qin Feiyang did not answer, his eyes flickering. It's getting more and more interesting. The artifact spirit muttered secretly, and a terrifying aura surged out, causing Yin Hui to be sent flying on the spot. Immediately, the wound on Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen was exposed to everyone's eyes. It's actually purple gold blood. The Yin family patriarch also looked at Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen in surprise. This place once again fell into a dead silence. Phew! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, took out a spirit sea pill, and threw it into his mouth. With the bloodline power exposed, he was relieved. Shangguan Fenglan also finally came back to her senses, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Jiang Haotian, you are, Elder Yun, Yin Hui, and the Yin family patriarch also came back to their senses when they heard Shangguan Fenglan's voice, and immediately raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and said lightly, if I say that this is not purple gold dragon blood, you will definitely not believe me, so I simply admit it. Shangguan Fenglan said again, how do you have the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood? In fact, she had already thought of it, but she found it hard to accept. Because I am the descendant of Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled. Since he had admitted it himself, then it must be true. He is actually the descendant of Qin Badian. Elder Yun, Yin Hui, and the Yin family patriarch were also in extreme disbelief. Who didn't know the name of Qin Badian? He was once an influential figure in the entire northern region, and a peerless genius who overshadowed countless geniuses. They never expected that he actually left behind a descendant. And he was as outstanding as him. After a long while, Shangguan Fenglan finally came back to her senses, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Does Madman know?" Qin Feiyang said, "From the first day I entered the Ninth Heaven Palace, he knew. That bastard, he actually hid such an important matter from us." Shangguan Fenglan was extremely angry. "I am really grateful to senior brother Madman. Because if he didn't help me hide my identity, I might have attracted the dragons." Qin Feiyang said. At first, he was also very puzzled. Why would Madman help him? It wasn't until he found the historical book in the Vice Palace Master's study and learned about the secret of that year that he understood that Madman was protecting him. Of course. Qin Feiyang also knew. Madman protected him not because of him, but because of his ancestor. In other words, Madman was protecting him on behalf of his ancestor. Dragons? Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback, and said in surprise, "That's right. I already know what happened to my ancestor back then." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan said, "How do you know? Did your ancestor tell you?" "If my ancestor told me, would I still enter the Ninth Heaven Palace? To tell you the truth, since I was born, I have never seen my ancestor." Qin Feiyang sighed, took out the historical book from the universe ring, and said, "It was this that let me know everything." Shangguan Fenglan looked at the historical book, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang said, "This is why I want to enter the Ninth Heaven Palace and enter the Vice Palace Master's study." "So you entered the Ninth Heaven Palace purely to investigate your ancestor?" Shangguan Fenglan suddenly understood. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then why did you leave the Ninth Heaven Palace?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. "It's very simple. I don't want to implicate the Ninth Heaven Palace. The Ninth Heaven Palace is indebted to my ancestor, so it is also indebted to me. And my true identity will be exposed sooner or later, so I chose to leave." Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Then go to the treasure pavilion and help our Ninth Heaven Palace remove the ban, repay the kindness." Qin Feiyang said. "Repay the kindness," Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Sigh. Elder Yun looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, and then turned to look at Yin Hui. "Do you see? In order to repay the kindness, in order to not implicate our Ninth Heaven Palace, what did they do? And what did you do? All day long, fighting for power and profit, afraid that our Ninth Heaven Palace will not be in chaos." Yin Hui lowered her head in shame. "Actually, at the beginning, I didn't want to bother with your Feng family at all. Because my goal was very clear, and that was to investigate the matter of my ancestor. But what about you? From the beginning of the assessment, you set up a trap to harm me. I believe that if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to endure such a thing." Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui and said. Yin Hui sighed faintly and said, "Things have already come to this, is there any meaning in saying this?" "There is indeed no meaning," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "That Jiang Haotian shouldn't be your real name, right?" "N." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "My name is Qin Feiyang." "Qin Feiyang," Shangguan Fenglan whispered. She suddenly bent down and bowed to Qin Feiyang, and said gratefully, "Thank you for all that you have done for my Ninth Heaven Palace." Sigh. "This small matter, compared to what your Ninth Heaven Palace has done for my ancestor, what is it?" Qin Feiyang sighed. Chapter 2192. Shangguan Fenglan was silent. Indeed. Back then, in order to protect Qin Batian, Jotian Palace had sacrificed too much, so much so that many people could not accept it. For example, the Great Elder had always been brooding over the death of the palace master. He also hated the name Qin Batian to the extreme. Alas! A moment later, Shangguan Fenglan sighed, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Yin Hui and then at Elder Yun, and said, "Although Yin Hui has repeatedly harmed you, I still want to plead for her." "I know. After all, she is Elder Yun's daughter." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. You may not know. Back then, in order to protect your ancestor, Elder Yun also participated in the bloody battle with the dragons. And he almost died at that time." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Almost died?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Yes. I believe you can also see that Elder Yun is a very good person. I really don't want him to suffer the pain of losing his daughter at this age." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Qin Feiyang was silent. "Of course. I also understand how you feel. After all, she has tried to harm you more than once. But I believe that after this incident, coupled with Elder Yun's restraint in the future, she will definitely slowly restrain herself. Not to mention for our sake, just for the sake of Elder Yun's protection of your ancestor, you should let her go." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Your ancestor valued friendship and righteousness. If it was him today, I believe he would do the same." Shangguan Fenglan said again. Qin Feiyang still did not say a word. Elder Yun sighed secretly, turned to look at Yin Hui, and said, "Give me the dagger." Yin Hui was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do?" "Don't ask." Elder Yun said. Yin Hui glanced at the dagger in her hand and looked at Elder Yun suspiciously. She then tossed the dagger to Elder Yun. The dagger was still stained with purple gold dragon blood. Elder Yun grabbed the dagger and walked towards Qin Feiyang. This time, the artifact spirit was no longer careless. However, Elder Yun had no intention of harming Qin Feiyang. He walked in front of Qin Feiyang and handed him the dagger with both hands. Qin Feiyang looked at the dagger and frowned. "What are you doing? Earlier, Yin Hui used this dagger to assassinate you. Right now, give him a taste of his own medicine. Use this dagger and chop off this old man's head. I only ask that you give her a way out after this old man dies." Old Yun lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. "Are you really willing to die for her?" "I have no regrets." Elder Yun nodded. Then, he turned to look at Yin Hui and smiled. "After this old man dies, live a good life. Don't think about avenging us anymore." Yin Hui's face was dull. Even if it was an unrelated person, seeing the other party risking his life to save her, she would be touched. Not to mention that the old man in front of her was her biological father. Although this biological father came too suddenly and she couldn't accept it for a while, she still couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in her heart. "Jiang Hao, Qin Feiyang, use this old man's life to end this once and for all. Come on." Elder Yun didn't wait for Yin Hui to answer. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said. His eyes were firm, without the slightest fear of death. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Mu Tianyang, don't be silent. Give me a suggestion." Mu Tianyang said helplessly, "What advice can I give on this kind of thing?" "Do as you see fit." Qin Feiyang really didn't know how to choose for a moment. Yin Hui did deserve to be killed. But back then, it was an indisputable fact that Elder Yun protected his ancestor. Now, Elder Yun even used his own life to exchange for Yin Hui's. He couldn't bear such great fatherly love. What's going on? She tried to harm me again, and I actually sympathize with her. Could it be that I'm just like my ancestors, hiding a benevolent heart? No. This woman must not be allowed to live. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. With Yin Hui's personality, even if he let her go now, she wouldn't know how to be grateful and would definitely continue to harm him. She was a disaster. If he didn't get rid of her, there would be endless trouble in the future. Seeing the killing intent in Qin Feiyang's eyes, Elder Yun's heart trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since you're not going to do it, I'll do it myself." After saying that, he grabbed the dagger and stabbed it toward the top of his head. "No!" Yin Hui's expression changed as she hurriedly cried out. Shangguan Fenglan's expression also changed greatly as she hurriedly went forward to stop him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, raised his big hand like lightning, and grabbed Elder Yun's wrist. "You?" Elder Yun looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. A moment later, he suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Since you want to die, then let me personally end your life." After saying that, he snatched the dagger from Elder Yun's hand and with a poochie sound, it pierced into Elder Yun's head. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "Father!" Yin Hui crazily pounced in front of Elder Yun and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to have already expected this. He released the dagger and retreated. Yin Hui did not chase after him. She hugged Elder Yun who was slowly falling down, her face full of pain. "Don't die, I beg you, you've already abandoned me once. Don't leave me again, okay?" However, no matter how she shouted, she couldn't stop Elder Yun's life from dissipating. Live well, Elder Yun powerlessly grabbed Yin Hui's hand, his face full of love. "No, if you die, what's the point of me living? I beg you, you must hold on." Yin Hui shook her head, took out a large number of life pills and God's soul pills, and stuffed them into Elder Yun's mouth, but to no avail. Soon, the fluctuations of life completely dissipated. "Wake up, I'll change. As long as you wake up, I will never seek revenge on Qin Feiyang again. I beg you, I've already lost too much, I can't lose you too." Yin Hui roared, tears falling like rain. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Elder Yun, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang angrily, and said, "He's already like this, and even knelt down in front of you, can't you let him go?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and looked at Yin Hui silently. "Please, wake up, okay? I really know I was wrong. In the future, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and be a good person." Yin Hui kept crying out sorrowfully, full of regret. Why did it become like this? Qin Feiyang finally opened his mouth and asked, "Are you serious? Do you really know you're wrong?" "I really know I was wrong," Yin Hui nodded, as if she had lost her soul, as if she was a walking corpse. But, now that she knew she was wrong, what could she do? Could she save the life of the old man in her arms? Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui, suddenly smiled, looked down at Elder Yun, and said, "You can get up." As his voice fell, Elder Yun immediately opened his eyes. The dissipated fluctuations of life appeared again. "This is..." Shangguan Fenglan's eyes widened. Yin Hui and the head of the Yin family also looked at Elder Yun in shock. What was going on? Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui with gratification, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, bowed and said, "Thank you." Qin Feiyang said, "No need to thank me, I just hope that in the future, she won't trouble me again. Don't worry, I will restrain her and enlighten her. If there is a next time, you don't need to do anything, I will personally end her life." Elder Yun said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Hui heard the conversation between the two, looked up at the dagger on the top of Elder Yun's head, and said in confusion, "Father, what is going on?" Elder Yun smiled, grabbed the dagger, and pulled it out directly. Blood spurted out, but he didn't look weak at all. He looked at the dagger, looked at Yin Hui, and said with a smile, "Actually, Qin Feiyang didn't really want to kill me just now." Yin Hui was surprised. Shangguan Fenglan also looked at Elder Yun suspiciously. Elder Yun said with a smile, "This knife didn't hit my soul, it only pierced through my sea of consciousness." Yin Hui was stunned and asked, "Why did he?" Elder Yun said, "Do you want to say why he did this?" "Yes." Yin Hui nodded. He is a good person. Just before, when I was about to commit suicide, he stopped me and secretly sent me a message, saying that he wanted to test you. Elder Yun said. Test? Yin Hui was more and more confused. He said that he wanted me to pretend to be killed. After I fall, if you can repent, then this matter will be dropped. And if you continue to be stubborn, then I will no longer care about your life and death. I also agreed. And in the end, you didn't let me down. Elder Yun smiled with relief. I see. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, when Qin Feiyang grabbed Elder Yun's wrist, he did pause for a moment before snatching the dagger from Elder Yun's hand. In other words, it was in a moment, Qin Feiyang and Elder Yun secretly reached an agreement. What a false alarm. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I wronged you again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm used to it. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Shangguan Fenglan smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang looked at Yin Hui and said, if it wasn't for Elder Yun this time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save you. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Yin Hui looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression. After a long time, she sighed and said gratefully, thank you. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Yun again and said, I have repaid the favor of you protecting my ancestor. If there is a next time, I won't be merciful. Thank you. Elder Yun also expressed his sincere gratitude. As for you, Qin Feiyang looked at the patriarch of the Yin family. The patriarch of the Yin family immediately panicked. Forget it. You're on your own in the future. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Thank you, young Master Jiang. The patriarch of the Yin family was overjoyed and quickly bowed to thank him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and nodded to the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit waved his hand, and the death domain immediately collapsed, and the death force that robbed vitality also dissipated. At this time, Shangguan Fenglan and the others were completely relieved. Chapter 2193. Alright, it's time to go. When the artifact spirit and the Grey Castle returned to the Qi Sea, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Go. Shangguan Fenglan was startled, and asked suspiciously, where to? Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the endless sea, and laughed, the world is so big, there must be a place where I can go. Shangguan Fenglan frowned, you aren't going to look for the dragons, are you? Look for the dragons? With my current strength, would I dare to look for them? I still have this bit of self-awareness. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Shangguan Fenglan, oh right, don't make things difficult for Long Tianyu. Why should I make things difficult for him? He's just a child. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang was startled, and laughed, then it seems that I was worried for nothing, alright then, take care, when you go back later, help me thank your sister, and tell her not to look for Yin Hui anymore. After he finished saying those words, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and disappeared. Elder Yun looked at Qin Feiyang's back and laughed, what a loyal and righteous young man. That's right. This personality is too similar to his ancestors. It's a pity that our Nine Heavens Palace can't protect him, otherwise, he wouldn't have to wander outside. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Dragons, Elder Yun muttered, shook his head and sighed, this terrifying race is indeed not something that our Nine Heavens Palace can provoke. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Suddenly, Elder Yun slapped his head and exclaimed, Qin Feiyang, wait a minute. What is it? Qin Feiyang stopped and looked back at Elder Yun in confusion. Elder Yun turned to look at Yin Hui and said, Hui, give me the crescent jade pendant. Father, you're not going to give it to him, are you? Yin Hui looked at Elder Yun in shock. Don't ask, just give it to me. Elder Yun laughed. Yin Hui sighed helplessly. She took out the black crescent moon jade pendant and passed it to Elder Yun. Elder Yun immediately chased after Qin Feiyang with the jade pendant. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Yun suspiciously. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyang frowned as he looked at Elder Yun's back. Very soon, Elder Yun rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and stuffed the crescent jade pendant into Qin Feiyang's hand. This is... Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Not long ago, he had seen Yin Hui use this crescent jade pendant. However, he did not know what use this jade pendant had. Elder Yun said, "This old man knows that you will fight with the dragons sooner or later. At that time, this mystic moon jade pendant will be able to save your life at a critical moment." Divine moon jade pendant, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Elder Yun said, "This mystic moon jade pendant is made of heavenly domain divine stone. You probably don't know about heavenly domain divine stone, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Heavenly domain divine stone. He seemed to have heard Shengguan Fenglan mention this thing before. Could it be that Shengguan Fenglan was talking about this mystic moon jade pendant? Heavenly domain divine stone is extremely rare. There are only 3 in the entire northern region. One is in this old man's hands. One is in the hands of the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The other is in the hands of our 9 heavens palace master. Elder Yun said. So little. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, his expression froze as he asked suspiciously, "Wait, didn't the palace master already fall?" "The palace master has already fallen, but when your ancestor left with the dragons, she gave the heavenly domain divine stone to your ancestor. It was also because of the heavenly domain divine stone that your ancestor successfully escaped when the dragons were about to deprive him of his bloodline power." Elder Yun said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Then what is the use of the heavenly domain divine stone?" "The heavenly domain divine stone doesn't have any lethality, but it has a heaven-defying ability that can completely block a person's existence." Elder Yun said. Completely block a person's existence? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. As long as you have the heavenly domain divine stone, no one can find you with their divine sense. Even some divine objects with the ability to spy on you can't spy on your existence. In short, the heavenly domain divine stone and the hidden soul stone have the same effect, but they are of a higher level. The hidden soul stone is useless in the face of an existence above the paramount god level. But the heavenly domain divine stone is different. Even if it's an existence above the paramount god level, as long as they don't say anything and stand behind him, he won't be able to sense it. Elder Yun said. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Mu Qing and whispered, "What about the all-seeing eye?" The all-seeing eye. Elder Yun was stunned and said suspiciously, "Are you talking about the legendary all-seeing eye, one of the top 10 fighting souls?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. I haven't tried it yet. Because the all-seeing eye has never appeared in the northern region. Elder Yun said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Then I will accept it." Elder Yun said, "If you don't accept it, I will feel bad." He did this to make up for the harm the Feng family had done to Qin Feiyang. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him and put the divine moon jade pendant on his neck. Elder Yun said, "Then we will meet again." See you again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, then turned and disappeared at the end of the sea. It's finally over. Elder Yun let out a long breath and a rare smile appeared on his face. He then turned and flew toward Shengguan Fenglan and the others. Yin Hui was speechless and said, "Father, you really gave it to him. No matter how powerful the celestial divine stone is, it is just a worldly possession. What's the harm in giving it to him?" Elder Yun said with a smile. You are really generous. Yin Hui complained unhappily. Enough. Let's not talk about the past. Elder Yun said. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Yin Hui and then looked at Elder Yun and said, "Elder Yun, I think Qin Feiyang's true identity should continue to be hidden." That's what this old man thinks too. Back then, for Qin Batian, the dragons went to war. Now, If Qin Feiyang's identity is exposed, I am afraid that the same thing will happen again. Elder Yun was worried. Sigh. Although the power of the purple gold dragon blood can give them unprecedented talent, it is also a fatal source of disaster. Shengguan Fenglan sighed. Yes. Brother Yin, if the grudge is over, I hope that you can keep Qin Feiyang's identity a secret. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui and Elder Yun and said. Don't worry. At this point, how can I still be his enemy? Right now, I just want to live the rest of my life in peace. The patriarch of the Yin family sighed. Yin Hui pondered for a while and said, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I have thought it through and will stay by your side in the future. Elder Yun and the patriarch of the Yin family looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Elder Yun suddenly turned to Shengguan Fenglan and asked, Fenglan, can Hui enter Nine Heaven Palace again? Enter Nine Heaven Palace? Of course not. Although the grudge between you and Qin Feiyang is over, the world knows about Yin Hui's death. Not to mention entering Nine Heaven Palace, even if you appear in front of others, it will cause a commotion. At that time, I'm afraid that the world will talk about you behind your back. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and hurriedly looked at Elder Yun. Elder Yun shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of people talking, Father, let it go. Although you're not afraid, Nine Heaven Palace can't bear this infamy. Anyway, I've already seen through everything. It doesn't matter if I return to Nine Heaven Palace or not. Yin Hui said. Then you, Elder Yun was anxious. As a father, he naturally wanted the best for his children. In his opinion, letting Yin Hui return to Nine Heaven Palace was the best. Since I'm a dead person now, there's no need to cause a commotion. I'm going to hide my identity and find a remote place to live a new life. Yin Hui said. I'll go with you. As for hiding your identity, now that you and Elder Yun have acknowledged each other, you can go back to your original name. The patriarch of the Yin family said. Go back to my original name, Yin Hui murmured and nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll be called Yun Wang from now on. I'll forget everything in the past and live a new life. Yun Wang. The patriarch of the Yin family and Elder Yun looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. How could she give a name so casually? However, this was Yin Hui's idea, so they couldn't say much. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Elder Yun and smiled, then let's go back. You can go back. Elder Yun said. N? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. It wasn't easy to reunite with Hui. I want to spend some time with her. When you go back, please apologize to the Great Elder on my behalf. However, although I won't return to Nine Heaven Palace, I'll always be a member of Nine Heaven Palace. In the future, if Nine Heaven Palace is in trouble, I'll rush back to help. Elder Yun said. Shengguan Fenglan smiled helplessly and nodded, alright, I'll pass on your words to Great Elder without missing a word. Thank you for your help. Elder Yun smiled gratefully and cupped his hands, then we'll meet again. See you later. Shengguan Fenglan also cupped her hands and smiled. Hui, Brother Yin, let's go. Elder Yun looked at Yin Hui and the patriarch of the Yin family and smiled, then turned and flew away. Yin Hui and the other two nodded to Shengguan Fenglan and Mu Tianyang, and immediately chased after Elder Yun. Shengguan Fenglan looked at the backs of the three people and shook her head. I thought that Yin Hui would definitely die, but I didn't expect it to end like this. There's nothing I can do. Who asked Yin Hui to be Elder Yun's biological daughter? And I know Qin Feiyang too well. It's hard to refuse someone who owes him a favor. Mu Tianyang said. Shengguan Fenglan was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Mu Tianyang, and said, if you didn't say anything, I would have forgotten that you were here. Ugh. Mu Tianyang was stunned, and said speechlessly, is my presence that low? Shengguan Fenglan asked, did you already know Qin Feiyang's true identity? Isn't it obvious? Mu Tianyang said. Then what about Hui? Shengguan Fenglan asked again. He doesn't know. He's the only one among us who's kept in the dark. Mu Tianyang smiled. In fact, Hui already knew that Qin Feiyang had the power of the purple gold dragon blood when Qin Feiyang fought with the black dragon. He just didn't show it. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, then let's go back. Chapter 2194. You go back first, I still have something to do. Mu Tianyang said, seeming to be a little absent-minded. What can you have to do? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Mu Tianyang was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Shangguan Fenglan angrily, saying, Palace Master, what you said makes me uncomfortable. I am also a human, why can't I have something to do? Ah. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and said with a smile, okay, you can go back by yourself when you are done. Be careful on the way, the Sky Dragon Sea is not a joke. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded. Swish. Shangguan Fenglan disappeared from Mu Tianyang's sight with a teleport. Mu Tianyang hurriedly called Mu Qing out and said in a deep voice, open the all-seeing eye and see if you can spy on Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing nodded, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes, but what he saw in the end was chaos. How can this be? Mu Qing was surprised. Mu Tianyang looked at him suspiciously. Although in the Sky Dragon Sea, it will affect the all-seeing eye, I can still see the general direction. But now, I can't see his trace at all, not even a trace. Mu Qing said in disbelief. There is no trace at all, Mu Tianyang murmured, and his face suddenly sank. What's wrong? Mu Qing asked. If I'm not wrong, what blocked Qin Feiyang should be that crescent jade pendant. Mu Tianyang gloomily said before asking, Artifact Spirit, do you know what that crescent jade pendant is? Yes. It is made of Sky Domain Divine Stone, and it can completely block a person's existence. A hoarse voice full of the smell of blood sounded in Mu Tianyang's body. Damn it. I actually let this guy get such a heaven-defying treasure. Mu Tianyang was furious. Although he had always been at a disadvantage in the hands of Qin Feiyang, he actually didn't care. Because he still had Mu Qing. Mu Qing's all-seeing eye could spy on Qin Feiyang at any time. In other words, he could control Qin Feiyang's movements at any time and place. But now that Qin Feiyang had obtained the Divine Moon Jade Pendant, his only advantage was gone. In that case, he would be more passive when dealing with Qin Feiyang in the future. Is there a need to be so angry? Suddenly, a faint laugh rang out. They saw that Qin Feiyang, who had already left, was now standing in front of Mu Tianyang. You didn't leave. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I suddenly thought of you, so I came back. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly, you really got a big bargain this time. Qin Feiyang said, don't be like this. We are in a cooperative relationship. What's mine is yours. Is that so? Then give it to me now. Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Feiyang laughed, looked at Mu Tianyang, and asked curiously, the voice that sounded in your body just now, was it the weapon spirit of the blood blade? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. It can communicate with you. It's really strange. Why have Chang Shui and the weapon spirit of the ancient castle never communicated with me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang said, how would I know? You have to ask them. If they were willing to communicate with me, would I be so puzzled? Let's not talk nonsense. Do you want to go to the deepest part together? Qin Feiyang asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, you are not interested in the most mysterious and powerful divine land of the ancient world? Look at you, it seems like you want me to go. Tell me honestly, are you playing some kind of conspiracy? Mu Tianyang frowned. Conspiracy? You are thinking too much. Do you think I am you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Mu Tianyang sneered and said, we're all sensible people. Why is there a need to feign ignorance? There is really no conspiracy. I asked you to go purely because we can take care of each other. After all, the heavenly dragon sea is not ordinary danger. I am not confident if I am alone. Qin Feiyang said. Come on. Do you think I don't know? You are afraid that I will snatch the soul line of the 9th Heaven Palace, so you want to take me with you? Mu Tianyang sneered. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed. What? Are you embarrassed that I have seen through you? Mu Tianyang said with a playful face. Well, I admit, I do have this idea. But this is only secondary. As you said, as long as we work together, there is nothing we can't do. And this time, I may enter the Divine Land, so I want to continue to work with you and go to the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang lowered his head and pondered. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned, saying, Ancestor, he is going to the Divine Land to find Qin Badian. We don't have to follow him and take the risk, do we? That makes sense. Qin Badian is so powerful. Even if I find him now, I can't take revenge. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang glared at Mu Qing, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said with a smile, Come with me. I will let you cultivate in the castle. Mu Tianyang was stunned, then his eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, Really? When Mu Qing heard that she could go to the ancient castle to cultivate, she could not help feeling a rush of excitement. Do you think I will lie to you? You can go in now. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Tianyang was really tempted. 1 day in the castle was equal to 1 year, while 1 day in the Gold Crow Temple was equal to half a year. In the long run, the gap between him and Qin Feiyang would become bigger and bigger. But he hesitated. It was not easy to find out the whereabouts of the soul line. Would it be a pity to give it up? Suddenly, Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Didn't you say that Yin Hui has a soul line when you sent the message last night? Why didn't you take it? I didn't think about the soul line at all. Moreover, Elder Yun has already given me the Mystic Moon Jade Pendant. If I were to snatch her soul vein, that would be too unreasonable. Let's talk about it later. How many soul lines can Yin Hui have? Even if she has a few, their levels won't be high. For us, this kind of low-level soul line is meaningless. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Because of the rules of time in the castle, their speed of refining soul stones was much faster than others, so those low-level soul lines were not enough for them. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded. Although we can't get a high-level soul line in the northern region, think about it, there will be a lot of soul lines in the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said again. Makes sense. Mu Tianyang nodded again. The Divine Land was stronger than the northern region, so there must be more soul lines. Although it's difficult to enter the Divine Land, I believe that we can do it together. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. I'll go with you. Tell me about the situation in the Divine Land. In the face of these temptations, Mu Tianyang really couldn't resist, so he didn't hesitate anymore. I also heard about the situation in the Divine Land from the Deputy Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang took the two of them to the depths of the Sky Dragon Sea while talking slowly. 9th Heaven Palace. In a courtyard. He's actually a descendant of Qin Badian. The first elder sat in a pavilion, looking at Shengguan Fenglan standing opposite him. He was in a trance. After a long time, he recovered and asked, Then why didn't you bring him back? Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and asked suspiciously, Bring him back for what? The son pays his father's debts. Qin Badian killed the palace master, shouldn't he be asked to atone for his sins? The first elder said angrily. Shengguan Fenglan's body stiffened, and she hurriedly said, First elder, although the death of the palace master is because of Qin Badian, it's the fault of the dragons. The fault of the dragons, the first elder murmured and said angrily, Then why don't you go find the dragons for revenge? Do you have the ability? I don't. But we can't put the blame on Qin Badian. Moreover, Qin Badian didn't force us to protect him back then, we did it willingly. First Elder, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We can't vent our anger on Qin Badian just because of the death of the palace master. Not to mention Qin Feiyang. He's just a junior, and he only knows the truth now. Shengguan Fenglan shouted. Shut up. No matter what, the death of the palace master is because of Qin Badian, and this is something this old man will never forgive. The first elder shouted. Sigh. Shengguan Fenglan sighed and asked, then what do you mean? The first elder said, go and catch him for this old man. Catch him. First elder, in order to help our Nine Heavens Palace lift the ban on the treasure pavilion, do you know how much Qin Feiyang has paid? Wouldn't it be disappointing to do this? Moreover, you know Frenzy's attitude towards Qin Feiyang. He definitely won't let you do this. Shengguan Fenglan said. Then hide it from him. The first elder said in a deep voice. This, Shengguan Fenglan was at a loss for a moment. First elder, you're going too far. But at this moment, the courtyard door was kicked open, and a man in fiery clothes strode into the pavilion, looking at the first elder with displeasure. Shengguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said, Hui, what are you doing here? Mu Tianyang sneaked away in the morning, and I knew that something must have happened, so I quietly ran over. The result is as I expected. Hui said. The first elder frowned and looked at Hui, don't interfere in these matters. It's not that I want to interfere, it's master. Hui said. Vice Palace Master. The first elder was shocked. Yes. Actually, Master already knew Qin Feiyang's identity. Hui said. Already knew. The first elder and Shengguan Fenglan looked at each other. Otherwise, why would I approach Qin Feiyang? It's to control his every move. And Master also said that if one day Qin Feiyang's identity is exposed, no one is allowed to fight against him. Hui said. Really? The first elder didn't believe it. After all, the Vice Palace Master wasn't here, and there was only Hui's side of the story. Hui said, whether it's true or not, won't you know when Master returns? This, the first elder frowned and hesitated. I have already conveyed Master's words to you. As for what to do, you can think about it yourself. After Hui finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Chapter 2195. Shengguan Fenglan's eyes flashed. She turned to look at Hui and said, don't go yet. Wait for me outside. I have something to ask you. Hui was slightly stunned. He looked back at Shengguan Fenglan and nodded. Okay. After saying that, he walked out of the courtyard and stood outside, waiting for Shengguan Fenglan. Shengguan Fenglan retracted her gaze and looked at the first elder. First elder, I know you're uncomfortable, but I still hope you can think twice. The first elder glanced at Shengguan Fenglan and remained silent. Think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Shengguan Fenglan bowed and said before turning to leave. But after taking a few steps, the first elder suddenly asked, is Elder Yun really not coming back? Shengguan Fenglan said, it's not that he's not coming back. He just wants to spend more time with his daughter. The first elder fell silent again. Sigh. Shengguan Fenglan sighed and walked out of the courtyard. She looked at Hui and said, follow me. After saying that, the two flew in the direction of Lotus Lake. Soon, the two landed on the top of a mountain. Shengguan Fenglan frowned and said, are you going to find Qin Feiyang? Hui was stunned and said in surprise, how do you know? Intuition. Shengguan Fenglan said. Hui smiled and said, then you women's intuition is really accurate. Don't be so cheeky. Do you know where Qin Feiyang is going? Do you know what kind of calamity he will face in the future? If you go to find him now, you'll die with him. Shengguan Fenglan said angrily. Ah. Hui looked at Shengguan Fenglan in astonishment and asked, are you concerned about me? Kind of. But don't misunderstand. I'm concerned about you because of your master. I believe that your master definitely doesn't want you to take this risk. Shengguan Fenglan said. A trace of disappointment crept onto Hui Yi's face. He shook his head and sighed. Do you think I want to go? I have a reason why I have to go. A reason why you have to go. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Yes. Hui Yi nodded. What reason? Shengguan Fenglan was suspicious. The corners of Hui Yi's mouth rose as he chuckled and said, If you promise to be my wife, I'll tell you. Scram. Shengguan Fenglan's face darkened. Okay, I'll leave right now. Hui Yi nodded again and again, and before Shengguan Fenglan could react, he disappeared without a trace. Ugh! Shengguan Fenglan stood at the top of the mountain in a daze. After a long while, she came back to her senses. Shaking her head, she sighed and took out the image crystal. Wang! Very soon. A shadow appeared. It was Shengguan Qiu. Elder sister. Shengguan Qiu greeted him warmly. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, There's no need to look for Yin Hui anymore. What is it? Shengguan Qiu looked at her in confusion. Shengguan Fenglan said, We have found her and accepted the matter. Qin Feiyang asked me to pass you on to thank you for your help. I see. Shengguan Qiu nodded in understanding, but then his expression suddenly changed. He asked suspiciously, Qin Feiyang? Who is Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang is Jiang Haotian. He is the descendant of Qin Badian. Shengguan Fenglan said. What? He is the descendant of Qin Badian? Shengguan Qiu was stunned. You must be surprised. At first, I was like you. Shengguan Fenglan smiled. Are you kidding? Shengguan Qiu asked. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head. No wonder he kept asking about the dragons and insisted on going to the Sea of Sky Dragons, Shengguan Qiu murmured, looked at Shengguan Fenglan and asked, Where is he now? I don't know. We separated at the Sea of Sky Dragons. I think he might want to go to Divine Land. Shengguan Fenglan said. Divine Land, Shengguan Qiu's eyes flickered. Whoosh! Suddenly. There was a sound of something breaking through the air. Shengguan Fenglan turned around and saw a woman in black coming at them like lightning. It was Wang Yun. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Shengguan Qiu and said, Remember not to reveal Qin Feiyang's identity. Understood. Shengguan Qiu nodded. Shengguan Fenglan turned off the image crystal and looked at Wang Yun again. Palace Master, I finally found you. Wang Yun landed in front of Shengguan Fenglan and said. What's the matter? Shengguan Fenglan looked at her in confusion. Wang Yun said, Just now, a disciple reported that someone saw Yin Hui at the Sea of Sky Dragons. Shengguan Fenglan was slightly stunned and nodded. I know about this. You know? Wang Yun was surprised. Yes. Don't worry about this. I have a task for you. From now on, you will guard the entrance of the stairway to heaven. Except for the disciples, if anyone leaves the ninth heaven palace, you must report to me immediately. Especially the great elder, or his confidants. Shengguan Fenglan said. What do you mean? Wang Yun was puzzled. Don't ask, just do as I say. But remember, don't expose your whereabouts. It's best to hide in a space divine item. Shengguan Fenglan said. Yes. Wang Yun responded respectfully, then turned and left quickly. Sigh. What an eventful autumn. Shengguan Fenglan sighed, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. The Sea of Sky Dragons. In the sky above a certain sea. Dragons, rule the divine land. I didn't expect this race to be so terrifying. After listening to Qin Feiyang's story, Mu Tianyang's face was full of shock. Mu Qing was the same. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and said, "Do you feel the pressure all of a sudden?" "Pressure?" Mu Tianyang smiled and said domineeringly, "There is no pressure. I'm only looking forward to the dragon's soul line and treasures." "Ah!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The dragons rule the divine land, which is equivalent to ruling the entire ancient world. You can imagine how many treasures there are in the dragon's treasury. Mu Tianyang's eyes lit up as he spoke. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Why did I only find out now that you are also a money grubber?" "Nonsense. How can I, a dignified emperor, be compared to those vulgar money grubbers?" Mu Tianyang said discontentedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Mu Tianyang said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the castle quickly." Mu Qing's eyes were full of expectation when she heard that. So impatient. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Nonsense. You have already broken through to the half-step divine lord realm. If I don't work hard, won't I be left further and further behind by you?" Mu Tianyang said. "What are you afraid of? You have a heaven-defying artifact." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Don't you have one?" Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled and glanced at the sea below. The sea was very calm. There was no trace of sea beasts. It seemed that even the heavens were taking care of him and did not encounter any sea beasts causing trouble. "What? You don't mean what you say? Do you believe that I will turn around and leave now?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not respond, Mu Tianyang could not help but raise his eyebrows. Don't. I'll take you in now." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said with a smile, then waved his hand and disappeared above the sea. However, right after Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, one enormous head after another emerged from the sea surface. Those were the heads of sea beasts, and they were all extremely ferocious. But the strange thing was that their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, when Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing appeared in the castle, everyone opened their eyes and looked unfriendly. Especially Tan Tai Li, the disgust in her eyes was undisguised. "Long time no see." But Mu Tianyang acted as if nothing had happened and looked at everyone with a smile. No one paid attention to him. Tan Tai Li frowned and said, "Feiyang, are you really going to let them stay here? No matter what, we are partners now. It's only right that we take care of each other." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "That's right. Although we did have a lot of grudges in the past, we are now on the same boat." Mu Tianyang echoed with a smile. Tan Tai Li said in a deep voice, "Then you'd better behave, or don't blame us for being rude." "Madam Li, you're exaggerating. Now that I'm living under someone else's roof, how would I dare to mess around?" Mu Tianyang sighed. "That's best." Tan Tai Li snorted coldly, closed her eyes, and continued to cultivate. The others and the white-eyed wolf also closed their eyes and continued to cultivate. "Ancestor, do you see that? Their cultivation has already broken through to half-step god lords." Mu Qing looked at everyone with a solemn expression and transmitted her voice. "Yes." Mu Tianyang responded secretly. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, "You can cultivate here, but I definitely won't allow Guosweki." Mu Tianyang was stunned and nodded with a smile. Understood. Qin Feiyang did not say anything else and took out the map of the Sky Dragon Sea. "What's this?" Mu Tianyang looked at the map suspiciously and said without batting an eyelid, "Mu Qing, quickly take the opportunity to cultivate." "Yes." Mu Qing responded respectfully. She glanced at the ancient castle, then walked to a corner, took out the soul stone, and sat cross-legged alone to cultivate. Mu Tianyang went to Qin Feiyang's side and looked down at the map. After a moment, he said in surprise, "It's actually the map of the Sky Dragon Sea." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This is a treasure. Where did you find this?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. "Give it to me, Deputy Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang was stunned and exclaimed, he's even willing to give you such an important map. This old man treats you extraordinarily well. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to him and carefully looked at the map. After a while, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, in terms of distance, with our current cultivation, it will take at least 5 years to reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea. 5 years. Mu Tianyang's expression froze. It actually took 5 years. 5 years is just a conservative estimate. Because on the way, we will definitely encounter a lot of sea beasts. If there are sea beasts, there will definitely be delays. In other words, even if we can overcome the various dangers and successfully reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea, I'm afraid it will take at least 7 to 8 years. It's really a long journey. Qin Feiyang sighed. 7 to 8 years it is. Anyway, you're the one who's rushing. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate. Mu Tianyang laughed. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he could not help but stare at Mu Tianyang angrily. Chapter 2196. It's no use glaring at me. Because I only said that I would accompany you to the Divine Land, but I didn't say that I would travel with you. Mu Tianyang chuckled, then turned around and walked to Mu Qing's side, ignoring Qin Feiyang's anger. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead weakly. To be honest, he didn't want to travel. Because it was a waste of time. But the castle was sealed by the golden small beast, so he had to control it himself. As for the Black Tortoise Realm, that was even more so. The Black Tortoise Realm was a real small world, and no one except him could control it. Wait! Wasn't there the Grey Castle? Qin Feiyang patted his head. He could enter the Grey Castle and let the weapon spirit take him to the deepest part. In this way, he could stay in the castle and cultivate. With that in mind, Qin Feiyang left the castle. At that moment, he was stunned. Why were there so many sea beasts on the sea? He didn't even see one before. At the same time, those sea beasts that thought that Qin Feiyang had left and floated to the surface of the sea, saw Qin Feiyang appear again, and immediately dived into the sea in panic. In the blink of an eye, not a single sea beast could be seen on the surface of the sea. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. Why did they all look like they had seen a ghost? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang still couldn't figure out the reason, so he flew forward. Just like before, it was calm all the way. Those sea beasts seemed to have disappeared into thin air. An hour later, a small island appeared in front of him. The island was overgrown with weeds and rocks, and it looked extremely desolate. Qin Feiyang took out the map, checked it carefully, and his eyes darkened slightly. According to the map, this island was a very dangerous place. Because there was a demigod sea beast king on the island, and it ruled the nearby sea area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang put away the map, glanced at the island, and finally gritted his teeth and flew over the island. However, even after he had traversed more than half of the island, he didn't see a single sea beast. Not to mention the so-called sea beast king. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and lowered his head to look at a canyon on the left. A trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. There was actually a corpse in the canyon. It was the corpse of a vicious crocodile. It was over 10 meters long and its body was covered in thick scales. Qin Feiyang swooped down and landed beside the corpse. The corpse did not decompose. His blood did not coagulate either. It felt like he had died not long ago. There were no other wounds on the corpse except for a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the head. It was obvious that he had been killed with a single blow, and his soul had been shattered. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something. He frowned slightly and moved closer to look at the blood flowing out of the bloody hole. The color of this blood was different from normal blood. It was a dark red color. This isn't right. Normal blood would never be dark red in color. Only those people or beasts that had been dead for a long time would have blood like this. Could it be that this vicious crocodile hadn't just died? That's right. The cultivation of this vicious crocodile must be very strong. That's why its blood did not coagulate and its body did not rot. Only its blood changed color. Wait a minute. Could this vicious crocodile in front of him be the half-step god realm sea beast king? If it was really it, then all of this would make sense. After all, a half-step paragon god's body wouldn't rot for at least a few thousand years. If that was the case, then this vicious crocodile had been dead for at least 4 to 5 years. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the spirit appeared and asked puzzledly. Look at it. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and pointed at the corpse of the vicious crocodile. The spirit glanced at the corpse and said, "It's probably been dead for 4 to 5 years. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "You think so too?" "I can tell by looking at its blood." "But, is there a problem?" "You've been here for so long." The spirit asked. "No. I'm just curious. How did it die?" Qin Feiyang said. "What's there to be curious about? Sea beasts are the same as you humans. In order to fight for territory, they often kill. Besides, every day, many people come to the Sky Dragon Sea to adventure. Maybe some expert came to this island and killed it." The spirit said. "I know. But I found a problem." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "What problem?" The spirit was suspicious. "You said that the Sky Dragon Sea is the biggest forbidden area in the North region. There are countless sea beasts. But since I set off until now, I haven't even met a single sea beast. The strangest thing is that half an hour ago, when I came out of the castle, I saw a lot of sea beasts. However, when they saw me, it was as if they had seen a ghost and all of them dived into the sea. This doesn't fit their personality." Qin Feiyang frowned and said. The spirit said, "Maybe you're lucky. They're full today and don't want to bother with you." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. This reason was too nonsensical. The spirit said impatiently, "Is there a need to be troubled by these small problems? Let's go." "Is this just a small problem?" Qin Feiyang muttered. In his opinion, this was a big problem. Because this was too abnormal. Roar. Suddenly, a series of deafening roars came from behind. Qin Feiyang was startled. So, he hastily soared into the sky, and raised his head to look over. Whoosh! He saw a fiery red flowing light streaking across the sky like lightning, flying toward the small island. And behind it, a large group of sea beasts followed. Each of them was ferocious and full of hostility. Obviously, they were chasing that fiery red flowing light. When the flowing light approached, Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could it be him? That was a young man wearing a fiery red robe. His long hair was also red like fire. From afar, it looked like a ball of flame. That's right. He was Hui. When did he come to the Sky Dragon Sea? Qin Feiyang looked at Hui suspiciously. The spirit took a look at Hui and returned to Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang? Soon. Hui also noticed Qin Feiyang and laughed, "So you're here." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it sound like he was here specifically to find him? Whoosh! Hui rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang, looked back at the sea beasts behind him, and said anxiously, "Run for your life first, we'll talk later." After saying that, Hui continued to run without looking back. Qin Feiyang stood in the air in a daze. He was really here to find him. "What are you still doing? Didn't you see those sea beasts? Let's go." Realizing that Qin Feiyang did not follow, Hui immediately stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Okay." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and was about to turn around and chase after Huai, but at this moment, a strange scene appeared. The sea beasts that were chasing him actually turned around and ran away like a swarm of bees. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huai also had a look of astonishment. Moreover, Qin Feiyang also found that when those sea beasts saw him, it was exactly the same as the sea beasts he encountered half an hour ago. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. What was going on? Huai scratched his head and flew to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the escaping sea beasts, he asked suspiciously, "Did they suffer in your hands?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why did they run away as soon as they saw you?" Huai asked. "How would I know? I've been wondering about this problem. Since I entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea, I haven't seen a single sea beast attack me." Qin Feiyang said. "No way." Huai was dumbfounded. Along the way, he was chased by sea beasts until he almost had nowhere to go. "It's true," Qin Feiyang said. "Is it so strange?" Huai frowned. "It's a little strange." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Huai. "Why did you come here?" Huai chuckled and said, "Of course I'm here to find you." "Why are you looking for me? Also, how did you know I was in the Heavenly Dragon Sea?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Looking for you, naturally there's a reason." Huai said vaguely, and then said, "As for how I know. Naturally, I overheard the conversation between Lan, and Great Elder." Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he asked, "What did Shengguan Fenglan say to Great Elder?" "What should be said has been said, and what shouldn't be said has also been said." Huai joked. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then don't you already know?" "Yes. I already know that your name is Qin Feiyang, and that you're a descendant of Qin Batian." Huai said. "Then why did you come to find me?" Qin Feiyang said. "What does that have to do with anything? It's impossible that I'll cut ties with you just because you're a descendant of Qin Batian, right? In one's life, it's rare to meet a few bosom friends, so you have to cherish them." Huai smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. In fact, he was quite touched in his heart and said, "Then does Shengguan Fenglan know that you came to find me?" "Of course she knows." Huai nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then when did you come?" Huai said, "After listening to their conversation, I came." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Then your speed is too fast, you caught up in such a short time." "Of course. My methods are unfathomable." Huai looked at Qin Feiyang complacently. Qin Feiyang was speechless, then his face turned solemn, and said, "Since you already know my identity, then you should be able to guess what I'm going to do next. Are you sure you want to take the risk with me?" Huai said, "I'm already here, isn't that the best proof?" "All right. What you want to do is your own right, I have no right to interfere, I only hope that you won't regret it when the time comes." Qin Feiyang said. Huai proudly said, "In my dictionary, there is no such word as regret." Looking at Huai's arrogant look, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to kick him. Huai said suspiciously, "Let's get down to business, how did you scare away those sea beasts?" "I really don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head, glanced at the sea ahead, and said, "If you don't believe me, then follow me." "All right." Huai nodded. Immediately after, the two turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of the sea. Chapter 2197. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the third day, a middle-aged man in black clothes hurriedly left Nine Heaven Palace. Not long after the middle-aged man left, Wang Yun appeared on top of the stairway. Why did he leave Ninth Heaven Palace? Looking at the peak below, Wang Yun muttered and took out an image crystal. Wang! Shengguan Fenglan's image appeared. Wang Yun said respectfully, "Palace Master, Wu Zhangtian left Ninth Heaven Palace." Wu Zhangtian. Shangguan Fenglan was shocked and asked anxiously, when did this happen? How many people? Wang Yun said, just now, he was alone. Alone? Shangguan Fenglan frowned and pondered for a while, then said, I know, continue to monitor him. Yes. Wang Yun replied, put away the image crystal, and disappeared. Grand Elder, are you still going to make a move? Do you know what kind of consequences this will bring to Ninth Heaven Palace? Shangguan Fenglan stood by the lotus lake and sighed faintly. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the image crystal. Wang. Shangguan Qiu appeared and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Sister. Shangguan Fenglan said, Wu Zhangtian left Ninth Heaven Palace. I think he might have been ordered by the Grand Elder to hunt down Qin Feiyang. Wu Zhangtian. Shangguan Qiu's body shook. Shangguan Fenglan said worriedly, Wu Zhangtian's strength is unfathomable, even I can't see through it. If he really went to hunt down Qin Feiyang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then why did you send me a message? Shangguan Qiu asked. I can't stop the Grand Elder, and I can't go to the Sky Dragon Sea to help them, so I can only ask the Treasure Pavilion. Shangguan Fenglan said. Shangguan Qiu said, you want the Treasure Pavilion to protect Qin Feiyang? It's not about protection, just blocking Wu Zhangtian is enough. Shangguan Fenglan said. This is not child's play. I have to ask Master and the Vice Pavilion Master first. Shangguan Qiu said. Okay, ask them and arrange it. Shangguan Fenglan said. N. Shangguan Qiu nodded. At the same time, after 3 days of hurrying, Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi had already ventured deep into the Heavenly Dragon Sea. During these 3 days, not a single sea beast attacked them. This caused Hua Yi to feel incredulous to the extreme. What was going on? Before meeting up with Qin Feiyang, the sea beasts seemed to have gone crazy and chased him everywhere. However, after meeting up with Qin Feiyang, there was no trace of any sea beasts. No one would believe that there was no reason for this. But what was the reason? Could it be that Qin Feiyang had something that these sea beasts were afraid of? Suddenly, another island appeared in their sights. The island was several hundred miles wide, with undulating mountain ranges and sea beasts roaming about. Qin Feiyang stopped and took out the map. He checked it and said, according to the map, the danger level of this island is level 3. Level 3? Hua Yi was stunned. On this map, the danger level of each place is clearly marked. From level 1 to level 9. Level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest. Qin Feiyang explained. So that's how it is. Hua Yi nodded in understanding and said with a smile, then rank 3 isn't much. Wrong. This map was given to me by the Vice Pavilion Master. And the person who drew this map, even if he is not the Vice Pavilion Master, his strength is definitely not inferior to the Vice Pavilion Master. In the eyes of these people, level 3 danger level is indeed nothing, but for us, it is fatal. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Listening to what you said, it does seem to make sense. After all, their cultivation is much stronger than ours. Then should we take a detour or? Hua Yi asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the island, his eyes flashed, he put away the map and smiled, enter the island. Hua Yi was slightly stunned and asked, such a dangerous place, why don't we take a detour? I want to confirm again, are these sea beasts afraid of me or not? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took a step forward and descended above the island. Hua Yi quickly followed. Roar! Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, one of the sea beasts below immediately let out a roar. Boom! At this moment, the island was in an uproar. One by one, the sea beasts fled for their lives. For a time, the island was collapsing, as if it was the end of the world. Hua Yi exclaimed, this scene is too spectacular. Is this the point? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, used the Xing character art, and chased after a half-step divine realm sea beast. Today, he had to figure it out. It had always been humans who were afraid of beasts, but he had never seen a beast so afraid of humans. That sea beast panicked when it saw Qin Feiyang chasing after it. The other sea beasts also stayed far away from them. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang was like a devil. "Why are you chasing me?" that sea beast roared. "Then why are you running?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. The sea beast roared, "Isn't it normal for us sea beasts to run when we see you humans?" "Normal my ass. I'm just a half-step divine lord, is there a need for you to be so afraid?" Qin Feiyang said. "Big brother, master, please don't chase after me, okay?" The sea beast wanted to cry but had no tears. If it were other humans, they would be happy to encounter such a thing. Why would they chase after it? But this human actually took the initiative to approach. He was simply a freak. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me why you're so afraid of me, and I won't chase you." "I don't know. I'm just following the beast god's orders. Don't chase me anymore." The sea beast roared anxiously. The beast god's orders? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes, yes, yes. If you want to know the reason, go to the beast god. Why are you looking for me? That sea beast was helpless. Where is the beast god? Qin Feiyang asked. The sea beast said, "In the deepest part." The deepest part? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The beast god is the ruler of this sea. We have to listen to him. That is, the beast god ordered us to stay away from you. The sea beast said. You really don't know the reason? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I really don't know. Please, can you stop chasing after me? That sea beast was about to cry. Because it found that although the other party was only a half-step divine lord, his speed was actually faster than it. Qin Feiyang frowned and finally stopped. Only then did the sea beast breathe a sigh of relief and then fled without looking back. Beast god. The ruler of this sea region. Hua Yi was also a little stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he said, Be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. Be honest, what kind of relationship do you have with this beast god? How would I know? I've only come to the Sky Dragon Sea twice. The first time was when I sparred with Frenzy on Turtle King Island. And the second time is now. Qin Feiyang said. Hua Yi said, Then why did this beast god give such an order? I already said I don't know, yet you still ask. Annoying. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Fine, fine, fine. I won't ask any more. Hua Yi waved his hand. Although I don't know the reason, it's a good thing for us. How about this? You're riding a spatial divine item to bring us along? Qin Feiyang looked at Hua Yi and said. You guys? Hua Yi was stunned and asked suspiciously, Who else? Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said. What the hell? That guy is also here. Hua Yi was stunned. He's now in my spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang nodded. I heard tell the great elder that you didn't leave alone. When did he get together with you again? Hua Yi said. I was the one who instigated him to come. Qin Feiyang said. Instigated? You're really bad. You want to die, but you don't forget to drag someone down with you. This Mu Tianyang is really stupid. He was so easily fooled by you. Hua Yi despised. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Just tell me, do you want to bring us along? No. I have to cultivate too, okay? Hua Yi shook his head. Who would be willing to do such a chore? If you want to cultivate, go back to the 9th Heaven Palace to cultivate. Why did you come here to join in the fun? Qin Feiyang said. I'm happy to. Hua Yi shrugged, looking very much like a scoundrel. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and waved his hand, Fine, fine. Since you already know my identity, I don't mind letting you know a little more. Hua Yi was stunned, and his eyes lit up. What other secrets do you have that you can't see? Qin Feiyang replied helplessly, Artifact Spirit, come out. Shua. Artifact Spirit immediately rushed out from Qi Si. Could it be the demonic creature that Lan Er spoke of? Hua Yi looked at Artifact Spirit in surprise. But Qin Feiyang and Artifact Spirit ignored him. Qin Feiyang looked at Artifact Spirit and asked, with your speed, how long will it take to reach the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea? Should be half a year. Artifact Spirit thought for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised, then it can save a lot of time. Artifact Spirit proudly said, compared to you, it can indeed save a lot of time. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, all right then, bring us along. I knew there wouldn't be a good job. Artifact Spirit pouted and nodded, all right, who asked you to be this sovereign's master now? After saying that, he summoned his main body. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Grey Castle, looked at Artifact Spirit and said, then I'll go into your main body now. Artifact Spirit nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up Hua Yi, and disappeared without a trace. Artifact Spirit also followed into the Grey Castle, and then the Grey Castle quickly shrank, like a speck of dust, and broke through the air. P.S. Notice, during this period of time, the country is cracking down on pornography and illegal publications, and chapters with sensitive words will be blocked, which may lead to chapter confusion, repetition, and so on. If such a situation occurs, please refresh or add bookshelves, please forgive me. Chapter 2198. Back to Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi. At this moment, the two were standing in a stone room about 100 feet wide. On the ground, there was nothing. There were no decorations on the wall. The huge stone room seemed to be extremely empty. On the left wall, there was a stone door. The stone door was closed, exuding a strong aura. This was the space inside the Grey Castle. Hua Yi looked around and was speechless. Such a heaven-defying demonic creature, how come there isn't even a single treasure? Isn't this Lord the greatest treasure? The spirit appeared. How did you get in? Hua Yi looked at it in astonishment. Nonsense, this is this Lord's place. This Lord can come in whenever he wants. The spirit said. Hua Yi shook his head, no, aren't you on your way outside? The spirit was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Why did you find such a stupid friend? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Damn. How am I stupid? Hua Yi glared at the spirit. This castle is this Lord's main body. This Lord lives here. Why would I need to go outside? The spirit was speechless. Hua Yi was stunned for a moment before he suddenly slapped his head and said with an embarrassed smile, look at my brain, I can't think straight. Stupid. The spirit shook its head. Hey. Even if I asked a low-level question, you don't have to look down on me like this. Hua Yi said unhappily. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Qin Feiyang, you can now go and cultivate. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang was in the Grey Castle at this moment, so after entering the castle would naturally be inside. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, do you have a time array here? Yes. The spirit nodded. Yes? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there really was one. Hua Yi was also quite surprised. He looked at the spirit and asked, is it powerful? The spirit proudly said, 1 day is equal to 100 years. Tell me, isn't it powerful? 100 years? Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi's bodies shook, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, are you kidding? Hey! The artifact spirit let out a sinister laugh. Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes and said helplessly, an old antique like you actually knows how to joke. The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely, all right, let's not waste any more time. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, he brought Hua Yi into the castle. Is it really just a joke? After the two of them left, the artifact spirit's blurry eyes flashed with ridicule. Inside the castle. Brother Mu, you're too dishonest. You actually snuck away without telling me. Hua Yi looked at Mu Tianyang with dissatisfaction. Mu Tianyang opened his eyes and smiled. I just don't want to implicate you. Nonsense. Do you think I don't know that you don't trust me? Hua Yi said. Mu Tianyang laughed dryly and said, this is a very special place. Don't waste time, hurry up and cultivate. Special? Hua Yi was stunned. He glanced around and said in surprise, there are actually so many people and beasts. Following that, he looked at Qin Rushuang and said in surprise, Miss Rushuang is also here. Miss Rushuang, long time no see. How are you? Qin Rushuang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at him. She closed her eyes again and did not say a word. Hua Yi smiled embarrassedly and looked quite embarrassed. Wow! Suddenly, he looked at the white-eyed wolf again and curiously approached it. He reached out and touched the white-eyed wolf's fur and exclaimed, I have never seen such a handsome wolf cub. Get lost. The white-eyed wolf spat out this word coldly. Hua Yi's arm stiffened. He was quite popular with others, but why were they all so cold now? He smiled embarrassedly and retracted his arm. Looking around, he asked suspiciously, Brother Mu, did you find anything special? Mu Tianyang said, there is a time array here. 1 day is equal to 1 year. Time array. 1 day is equal to 1 year. Hua Yi was slightly stunned and immediately said in dissatisfaction, previously, the artifact spirit made fun of me, and now you are also making fun of me. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child who is easy to fool? Mu Tianyang was stunned and shook his head, believe it or not, it's up to you. After that, he did not talk nonsense, closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Seeing this, Hua Yi's heart trembled. Could it be true? He could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not explain. He walked to the side of the mermaid princess and sat with the mermaid princess. He took out the soul stone and began to cultivate. It seems to be true. 1 day is equal to 1 year, damn, this is even more powerful than the time array of the purple gold divine pagoda. No wonder these guys broke through so quickly. Hua Yi glanced at everyone, his expression full of shock. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Hua Yi. How many soul stones do you need to refine to break through from half-step Divine Lord to initial Divine Lord? 500 million. Hua Yi said. What? 500 million. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It took 5 years to refine 100 million soul stones, then wouldn't it take 25 years to refine 500 million soul stones? Mermaid Princess suddenly said, it doesn't take 25 years. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. After breaking through to half-step Divine Lord, we found that the speed of refining soul stones has also increased exponentially. Now, we can refine at least 300 soul stones a day. Mermaid Princess said. 300? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He remembered that when he broke through to half-step Divine Lord, he could only refine 150 soul stones a day. This was really an exponential increase. According to this calculation, it would take about 4,560 years to refine 500 million soul stones. According to the rules of time in the ancient castle, it would only take 4,560 days. In other words, it would take a little more than 12 years. It's actually very easy to calculate. Back then, it took you 5 years to refine 100 million soul stones. 500 million soul stones is 25 years. But now, the speed of refining soul stones is twice as fast as before. 25 divided by 2, naturally it's more than 12 years. Mermaid Princess smiled. More than 12 years, Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the time needed was not as long as he imagined, 12 years was still long enough. Others need thousands of years to refine 500 million soul stones, but you can refine it in 12 years. Are you still not satisfied? Hua Yi rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yes. He should be satisfied. Compared to others, the ancient castle had already saved him a lot of time. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the realms after the initial stage of Divine Lord? From initial stage to initial stage, you need 1 billion soul stones. After initial stage, it will increase exponentially, 2 billion, 4 billion, 6 billion. Finally, to break through half-step to Divine Lord, you need a total of 8 billion soul stones. Hua Yi said. So much? Qin Feiyang was shocked. One had to know. Since he entered the ancient world, the total number of soul stones he had obtained was less than 40 billion. Of course. If he didn't give the 32.5 billion to Mu Tianyang, he would have more than 60 billion, close to 70 billion. But now, he estimated that he only had more than 30 billion. Not counting the small numbers, only the big numbers. He got 4 billion from Feng Zihan. He got 32.5 billion from the Treasure Pavilion. He got 400 million from Shangguan Fenglan, but a small part of this 400 million was given to Hua Yi. He won more than 300 million in the bet with Shi Tai. And in the auction of the 4 symbols Infinite Divine Pill, he got 350 million. In total, it was about 38 billion. Adding those small numbers that didn't count, it was less than 40 billion. And during this period, they also refined a lot. So now, there was probably only about 36 billion left. And now, including Qin Feiyang, there were a total of 9 people and 5 beasts in the ancient castle. To break through to initial stage Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 500 million soul stones, a total of 7 billion soul stones. To break through to initial stage Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 1 billion soul stones, a total of 14 billion soul stones. To break through to Great Success Divine Lord, each person and beast needed 2 billion soul stones, a total of 28 billion soul stones. In this way, it wasn't enough for everyone to break through to Great Success Divine Lord. Because just breaking through to Great Success Divine Lord required a total of 49 billion soul stones. It seems that no matter how many soul stones I earn, it's not enough. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. This is giving you a headache? The bigger headache is yet to come. When you break through to Divine Lord, you'll need even more soul stones. Actually, to sum it up, soul veins are the root of the problem. Only with soul veins, and a large number of them, will we not have to worry about soul stones in the future. Hua Yi said. Soul veins, Qin Feiyang murmured. If he could successfully enter the Divine Land, he must find a way to get more soul veins. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and began to cultivate. After all, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, even if a level 9 soul vein was placed in front of you, you could only stare. Chapter 31:13. The unparalleled fist essence rushed towards him with a fierce and overbearing sharpness. It was as if it was going to shatter Bo Xuansha's body. Crack! The blazing lightning rose. Pak Sunsha did not dare to be careless. His eyes were filled with a dignified look. He was both shocked and angry. A black spear appeared in his hand and instantly pierced towards dark clouds soaring sky's palm. Clang! Darkness Lingxiao's fist essence was unparalleled as if it could shatter everything. It instantly blasted on the black spear, producing a clang. Sparks flew and the void trembled. The black spear trembled violently. Under the unparalleled divine power, Bo Xuansha's hand went numb. The black spear flew out of his hand in an instant, piercing through a barren mountain in the distance and exploding with a loud bang. Rumble! Darkness Lingxiao's fist was unstoppable and overbearing. It instantly blasted on Bo Xuansha's chest. In an instant, his chest caved in and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. A human-shaped crater was formed on the ground. Bo Xuansha coughed out blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Is this the strength of the Bo Sun Demon Clan's young clan leader? Trash! Darkness Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with an arrogant and domineering expression, and his aura was extremely sharp. The Bo Sun Demon Clan was an old emperor clan. Although they did not have any great emperors, they had a strong foundation and could not be underestimated. As a young genius of the Bo Sun Demon Clan, Bo Xuansha was naturally very strong. However, he had encountered Darkness Ling Xiao. In the Bushuan Devil Clan, Bushuansha's cultivation was at the 4th heaven of the Imperial Monarch Realm, but even 5th and 6th heaven of the Imperial Monarch Realm experts had been defeated by him before. Naturally, he was insufferably arrogant. Therefore, after coming to the Boar Demon Clan, he looked down on the Boar Demon Clan even more. He thought that the Boar Demon Clan would submit to Lord Wushuang's decree. However, who would have thought that he would encounter Darkness Ling Xiao? The punch almost made him doubt himself. Cough cough. You. Who are you? Paksunsha glared at Darkness Ling Xiao. Such a monstrous character was not common even in the 10 sects of the devil world. He searched his mind for the saint sons and saintesses of the 10 sects of the devil world, but Darkness Ling Xiao was still very unfamiliar. As I said, I am the Devil Lord, and I am the ruler of the Devil Realm. Bo Sun Demon Clan, are you willing to submit to me? Dark soaring clouds said indifferently as he strode towards Paksunsha. Rumble. The chaotic demonic body unleashed an unparalleled demonic might, causing the blood and chi in his body to fill the sky. His body contained an unimaginably terrifying power, as if he could annihilate everything with a wave of his hand. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm, allowing Darkness Soaring Cloud's chaotic demonic body to reach perfection. His casual punch contained the mighty power of chaos. Though Bo Xuansha was strong, how could he compare to Darkness Ling Xiao? Devil Master. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant tone. Even Master Wushuang did not call himself the Demon Master. Even if the Devil Realm has a master, it would be the 3 Devil Emperors. Who do you think you are? Bo Xuansha laughed loudly, his eyes filled with incomparable coldness. The blood and chi in his body surged, and the injuries on his body healed in an instant. He leaped into the air, his eyes containing a trace of incomparably sharp killing intent. Although Darkness Ling Xiao's body was so strong that it shocked him, he did not think that Darkness Ling Xiao could kill him. The ignorant are fearless. Looks like you still don't know who I am. Zhu Yuanlang. Darkness Ling Xiao said with an indifferent smile. Then, he let out a roar. Yes. Zhu Yuanlang bowed in response. Bo Xuansha's eyes narrowed. Zhu Yuanlang was so respectful to Darkness Ling Xiao. Darkness Ling Xiao was a peerless imperial emperor. Even if Bo Xuansha was extremely arrogant, he did not dare to say that he could make a peerless imperial emperor acknowledge him as his master. I want Bo Xuansha's life. Help me stop the hidden protector. I want to see who dares to stop me from killing the person I want to kill. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance and overbearingness. Yes. Zhu Yuanlang bowed in response. Rumble. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and a vast and terrifying emperor's aura rose around him. It was vast and mighty, like a beacon that penetrated the heavens and the earth, locking onto a certain figure in the void. You are Darkness Ling Xiao. Bo Xuansha trembled and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Darkness Ling Xiao had been causing trouble everywhere in the demon realm these years, causing the dark demon sect to be badly battered. However, Darkness Ling Xiao's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, and it was said that he had hooked up with Light Saintess and Yuan Ling Saintess. Bingo! But you still have to die. Dark soaring clouds sneered, then punched at Paksunsha from the air. In the War God realm, Bo Sun Demon King was the biggest mastermind behind the scenes, and even caused Jin Sei's almost death. Darkness Ling Xiao naturally had no good impression of the Bo Sun Demon clan. Since this was the young master of the Bo Sun demon clan, he would kill him first. Rumble. Unparalleled fist intent swept across the void like an immemorial sacred mountain, and mightily pressed down on Bo Xuanxia. Bo Xuanxia's expression changed. He knew that Darkness Lingxiao's physical body was strong, and dared not fight him head-on. Suddenly, the demonic aura around him surged like a raging sea. Beams of incomparably sharp light containing dark and evil fluctuations shot towards Darkness Lingxiao. Great evil divine light. Bo Xuanxia did not hesitate to activate a Supreme Emperor technique. Demonic light rose around him, as if an ancient demon god had come back to life. The dazzling light was the power of the demon god. If it came into contact with flesh and primordial spirit, it would instantly contaminate the flesh and primordial spirit of a living being, and then turn it into the power of the demon god. The great evil divine light was the most terrifying emperor technique against body refinement experts. A firefly's light dares to compete with the moon's brilliance? Darkness Lingxiao's thunderous voice exploded in the void. Boom! When the demon god's light shrouded Darkness Lingxiao, he did not evade. Instead, boundless chaotic light gushed out from his body. After perfecting the chaotic demonic body, Darkness Lingxiao had become a leakless true body. He was impervious to all techniques and evils, and was eternal and immortal. Everything returned to chaos. Even the great evil divine light was instantly assimilated by the chaotic light when it came into contact with Darkness Lingxiao's physical body. It disappeared without a trace, and could not enter Darkness Lingxiao's body. When the unparalleled fist landed, it instantly enveloped Bo Xuanxia. Damn it! Bo Xuanxia's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he rapidly retreated. The dark soaring heavens in front of him gave him the feeling that it was a tortoise shell that he had nowhere to bite. Any of his attacks were neither itchy nor painful to dark soaring heavens. However, Darkness Lingxiao's attack made him feel a fatal threat. Chapter 31:14. Dark Lingxiao's fist had already locked onto Paksunxia, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only raise his arms to resist. Rumble. Black armor instantly appeared on Paksunxia's arms. Mysterious runes rose, containing an unparalleled defensive power. At the same time, thousands of arms grew out from his back. Each arm held a black spear. The black spears were extremely sharp, and the spear radiance was filled with extreme power, as if it could pierce through everything. Crack! Paksunxia's arms shattered in an instant, but the thousands of arms behind him also held thousands of black spears and pierced dark soaring sky's body. Clang! 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 Although the black spears were extremely sharp, they could only produce metallic clangs when they pierced Darkness Lingxiao's body. They only left white marks and were unable to cause any damage to Darkness Lingxiao's body. But at this moment, there was a strange look in Bo Xuanxia's eyes. Rumble. Demonic chi surged around Paksunxia. Black and twisted demonic runes appeared on his body. The runes trembled violently, as if they were strengthened by some kind of power. Puff! Faint blood radiance overflowed from the surface of Dark Lingxiao's body. The black spears became extremely strange and powerful, injuring Dark Lingxiao in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the black spears instantly turned into streaks of strange black light. The shattered blood entered Dark Lingxiao's body, and then rapidly moved towards his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Wherever the black light went, the blood in Dark Lingxiao's body seemed to solidify. It was an extremely terrifying diabolic force, capable of polluting everything and containing a powerful spiritual attack. Paksunxia believed that even if Dark Lingxiao did not die from this attack, he would be severely injured. Rumble. The thousands of arms did not remain idle. After shooting out the black spears, they instantly wrapped around Dark Lingxiao and enveloped him. Paksunxia's arms were like giant pythons, tough and powerful. At the same time, they emitted an even more terrifying diabolic force, attempting to pollute Dark Lingxiao's body and primordial spirit. Such a powerful flesh, if I were to merge it with my fiend god force, it would surely perfect my fiend god force. Pak Suncha's eyes were filled with greed and fervor. He had gone to great lengths to reveal his innate divine ability, as well as the wretched god force, in order to wound Darkness Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wanted to kill Darkness Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Rumble. The power of the evil god gushed into Dark Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness in an instant, preparing to completely corrupt and destroy his primordial spirit. But what shocked Bo Xuanxia was that Darkness Soaring Cloud's indestructible primordial spirit was not in the sea of consciousness at all. In his sea of consciousness, there was only a piece of chaotic light. It was like the chaotic light that was born at the beginning of the world. Have you had enough fun? The voice of the dark clouds rang in Pak Suncha's ears. Bo Xuanxia shuddered, his hair standing on end. Rumble. In the next moment, the chaotic light exploded. Vast and unparalleled power seemed to be able to destroy all Daos in the heavens, shatter the boundless world, and annihilate the surging power of the evil god in an instant. A terrifying power awakened in Darkness Ling Xiao's body. The chaotic light gushed out, and the thousands of arms entwined around Darkness Ling Xiao exploded with a loud bang. Darkness Ling Xiao strode out from the demonic light that filled the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, domineering and cold, his aura unmatched. What? That's impossible. Your indestructible primordial spirit, how could it be? Bo Xuanxia's eyes were filled with horror as he roared. Boom! His fiend god force was destroyed, and he suffered a backlash, coughing up blood incessantly. Facing the approaching Darkness Ling Xiao, Bo Xuanxia felt a fatal threat. Without a second thought, he shifted into the distance. Rumble. The chaotic light followed, and an unparalleled fist print fell mightily, sealing Bo Xuanxia's surroundings. At this moment, as if sensing Bo Xuanxia's danger, the peerless Imperial Emperor hidden in the dark finally could not hold back. The void instantly shattered. An old man in a black robe, with a thin face, cold and evil, was surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura. A black finger light came from the sky, like a light pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth, blocking between Darkness Ling Xiao and Bo Xuanxia. How dare you! Zhu Yuanlang was already prepared, and at this moment, he suddenly shouted. Divine light blazed in his eyes, and in an instant, black demonic flames rose, surging toward the old man in the black robe. The black flames formed various images of ancient demonic beasts, each of them ferocious and domineering, surrounding the old man in the black robe. As for that finger light, it was instantly annihilated. Get lost! The old man's eyes were filled with anxiety, and the fiend god force around him surged. It was incomparably terrifying, and in an instant, it expanded like a bright sun, floating in the sky. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Bo Xuanxia. Zhu Yuanlang was naturally not to be outdone, and the demonic flames around his body turned into a sea of fire. He turned his palm into a saber, and faced the old man. Rumble. When the two peerless imperial emperors clashed, it instantly caused an incomparably terrifying phenomenon. The immemorial island shook violently, and the surrounding waves surged to the sky. The void shattered, and it was a scene of destruction. The supreme elder of the demonic boar clan was trembling with fear, and hurriedly activated the defensive formation, forming an incomparably powerful boundary to protect the entire immemorial island. Otherwise, the emperor's aura of the two peerless imperial emperors could directly destroy the immemorial island. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill me? Even the dark demon sect can't protect you, and Lord Wushuang won't let you go. Bo Xuanxia's eyes revealed a trace of incomparable horror, and he roared angrily. The fatal danger was getting stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao's domineering punch made it seem as if he had no room to resist at all. His protector was also stopped by Zhu Yuanlang. Bo Xuanxia moved frantically. As long as he flew into the protector's palm, he would be safe. You're about to die, and yet you're still saying such meaningless words. Trash will always be trash. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and his unparalleled fist pressed down, and at the same time, his other hand also blasted out a punch. Boom! He collided with the protector's palm, and immediately, the void was torn apart, and the space was annihilated. At the same time, it also blocked the protector's palm from grabbing Bo Xuanxia. The fist pressed down, and instantly blasted Bo Xuanxia's body. No! Bo Xuanxia's eyes revealed an incomparable look of unwillingness, and he roared crazily. Puff! His voice came to an abrupt end. Bo Xuanxia's body directly exploded in the void, and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 31:15. Hum. The void vibrated and Bo Xuanxia's body turned into a bloody mist. However, the void twisted violently and he turned into a bloody figure that tried to flee into the distance. It was easy for an imperial emperor to be reborn from a drop of blood. Although Dark Ling Xiao had destroyed Bo Xuanxia's body and caused him serious injuries, it wasn't that easy to kill him with a single punch. Trying to escape? Dark Ling Xiao sneered. A flame suddenly rose from his palm, showing a chaotic color, mysterious and unfathomable. It then flew towards Bo Xuanxia. At the same time, Dark Ling Xiao threw out another punch as fast as lightning and destroyed Bo Xuanxia's newly formed body. He could even see the fear on Bo Xuanxia's indestructible primordial spirit's face. Rumble. The chaotic demonic flame instantly enveloped Bo Xuanxia's flesh and primordial spirit. The chaotic demonic flame was a power derived from Dark Ling Xiao's chaotic demonic body. It could annihilate everything and contained the purest destructive power. Under the chaotic demonic flame, Bo Xuanxia's flesh and blood were quickly annihilated and turned into ashes. His vitality drained away rapidly and even his indestructible primordial spirit felt an intense burning sensation. Lord Wushuang, save me! Bo Xuanxia roared in terror. In an instant, half of his flesh and blood were burned away by the chaotic demonic flame. His demonic origin was completely destroyed. Even if he survived and reformed his body in the future, his cultivation would fall to the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Dark Ling Xiao had destroyed his great Tao foundation with the chaotic demonic flame. Rumble. Dark Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he stared at Bo Xuanxia. The chaotic demonic flame burned fiercely and refined the majestic energy in Bo Xuanxia's flesh and blood before merging it into Dark Ling Xiao's body. Bo Xuanxia. Even if he comes, he won't be able to save you. Dark Ling Xiao said coldly. But at this moment, a bright yellow silk suddenly flew out from Bo Xuanxia's protector's hand and unfurled in the void. Rumble. Blazing light bloomed, causing the surrounding void to vibrate violently. Above the silk, there was a vast and majestic emperor's aura. Dazzling light flickered and a mysterious figure was faintly condensed. Although the face of that figure was very blurry, one could tell that it was a young man. He stood in the void, as if he was the center of heaven and earth, holding up the four poles of the universe, containing a terrifying power. That was a person that anyone who saw him would be impressed by. Bushuan Peerless. His Tao protector threw out a decree from Bushuan Wushuang. It contained a strand of Bushuan Wushuang's branding power, and now, it was condensing into a projection of Bushuan. Release Paksunsha. Bushuan said faintly. Although his voice was soft, it contained an unquestionable majesty. It was as if he was a supreme emperor whose words were the law of the world. On what basis? Dark Ling Xiao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but his eyes were extremely cold. At the same time, an unparalleled fighting spirit emerged. He could feel that Bushuan Wushuang's aura was far stronger than Bushuan Xia's, although it was just a brand. This was a true supreme expert. He once fought with the Heavenly Emperor. Although he was defeated, he was still the most dazzling peerless genius in the demon realm. Dark Ling Xiao only had an endless fighting spirit when facing Bushuan Wushuang. Not releasing him? Then there's no need for you and the pig demon clan to exist. Bushuan Wushuang said calmly. Although it was just a brand, the domineering and indifferent tone in his voice made everyone's expression change drastically. This legendary figure, the peerless expert who once fought with the Heavenly Emperor, had now appeared in front of everyone. Even Zhu Yuanlang looked extremely solemn. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. Rumble. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he threw a punch towards Bushuan Wushuang. Under the support of the chaotic demon body, his fist intent was unparalleled and powerful to the extreme. It could destroy everything, even Bushuan Sha could not withstand his punch. However, Bushuan Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. He took a step forward and threw a palm strike towards Dark Ling Xiao. The dark fist print blasted on Bushuan Wushuang's body, but strangely, it seemed to have blasted into the air, emitting an explosive sound. Bushuan Wushuang's body dispersed like mist, but it instantly condensed back into one. When the palm strike fell, it seemed to encompass heaven and earth, like a prison of heaven and earth, sealing everything. It was extremely domineering. Rumble. Chaotic demon flames rose around Dark Ling Xiao's body. He attacked from the air, and the chaotic demon flames burned everything. It was extremely domineering as it destroyed the imprisonment around him, and then collided with Bushuan Wushuang. The void trembled as Dark Ling Xiao was struck down by Bushuan Wushuang's palm strike. Chaotic Demon Clan. I didn't expect the Chaotic Demon Clan to come out during the great calamity of the era. Your chaotic demon body is not strong enough to hurt me. When you break through to the 9th heaven, you might be able to fight with me. Bushuan Wushuang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he said calmly. Is that so? Dark Ling Xiao grinned, and his eyes revealed an unruly sharpness. Bushuan Wushuang's strength stimulated the crazy battle intent in his heart, causing the demonic qi around him to surge violently, as if it was going to boil at any time. It was extremely terrifying. If that's the case, then I'll use you to test my demonic armor. Dark Ling Xiao grinned, and then threw a punch towards Bushuan Wushuang. Rumble. The demonic armor instantly appeared on his arm and turned into a black glove. It exuded a metallic aura and looked ferocious and overbearing. It caused Dark Soaring Cloud's arm to swell in an instant. Under the support of the demonic armor, Dark Ling Xiao was about to explode. The speed of the punch was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Bushuan Wushuang. Bushuan Wushuang's body trembled. When he saw the demonic armor on Dark Ling Xiao's arm, he seemed to have forgotten to block it, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! Under the support of the demonic armor, the boundless chaotic force was condensed to the extreme, and it instantly penetrated Bushuan Wushuang's body. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and a black rune shattered within Bushuan Wushuang's body. His entire body became incomparably illusory, as if he would dissipate at any time. I didn't expect that thing to be with you. I will personally come and get it. I will remember you, Ling Xiao. Bushuan Wushuang gave Dark Ling Xiao a deep look, and then he disappeared in front of Dark Ling Xiao without a trace. You want my demonic armor? Very well. I've also taken a fancy to you. Dark Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. Ever since he came to the demon realm, Dark Ling Xiao had never met a worthy opponent among the younger generation. However, Bushuan Wushuang made Dark Ling Xiao feel that he would definitely be a great enemy in the future. In the face of Bushuan Wushuang's threat, Dark Ling Xiao's battle intent was boiling. Bushuan Sha's indestructible primordial spirit was instantly stunned when he saw Bushuan Wushuang explode from Dark Ling Xiao's punch. However, he didn't have much time to think. Dark Ling Xiao took a step forward, and chaotic demonic flames rose, enveloping Bushuan Sha's indestructible primordial spirit, and instantly stomped Bushuan Sha to death. It was as if he had stomped an ant to death. Dark Ling Xiao didn't even look at Bushuan Sha, and his gaze fell on the protector. Ling Xiao, wait for the fury of the Bushuan demon clan. The protector trembled all over, and Dark Ling Xiao's expression made him feel a little apprehensive. However, Bushuan Sha's death made his heart burn with rage, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. He directly threw out a vicious sentence, and then decisively turned around and teleported away. Chapter 31:16. Bo Sun Sha's protector was a true peerless imperial emperor. He was so powerful that even Zhu Yuanlang could barely block him. Therefore, Darkness Ling Xiao did not intend to stop him and allowed him to leave. Demon Lord, Bo Sun Wushuang has appeared. It seems that the demon world is going to be in chaos. Zhu Yuanlang said worriedly. Bo Sun Wushuang was a peerless genius from the previous era. He had dominated an era and fought against the Heavenly Emperor, but was defeated in the end. Almost all of the older generation experts in the demon world had heard of Bo Sun Wushuang's name and admired him greatly. Even though Zhu Yuanlang was already a peerless imperial emperor, he was not even born when Bo Sun Wushuang proved his Tao. Bo Sun Wushuang was destined to prove his Tao and become an imperial emperor in this life. He might even be able to reach the legendary Transcendence realm. It's not just the demon world that's going to be in chaos. I'm afraid the entire universe is going to be in chaos. Darkness Ling Xiao sneered. He looked into the depths of the void and revealed a strange glint. Bo Sun Wushuang was indeed powerful, but he was not powerful enough to make Darkness Ling Xiao fearful. On the contrary, the stronger Bo Sun Wushuang was, the stronger Darkness Ling Xiao's fighting spirit became. He knew that Bo Sun Wushuang was destined to embark on the Eternal Emperor's road. He looked forward to seeing Bo Sun Wushuang on the Eternal Emperor's road. There would be a battle then. The Bo Sun Demon clan was an old imperial clan in the demon world. The ancestral land of the Bo Sun Demon clan was located in a mysterious space that was adjacent to the demon world. It was so hidden that ordinary people could not find it. At this moment, in the depths of the ancestral land of the Bo Sun Devil clan, chaotic light rose up. It was as if a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth appeared. Blazing demonic light surged violently. That terrifying pressure made all the Bo Sun Devil clan members tremble. Is Lord Wushuang going to be born? Among the Bo Sun Demon clan, a group of old supreme elders were extremely excited. They kowtowed towards the place where the strange scene appeared. When they were still children, they had grown up listening to Bo Sun Wushuang's deeds. Now that Bo Sun Wushuang was about to be born, it was as if they were about to see a legend. They were extremely excited and their eyes were blazing. Rumble. In the depths of the ancestral land, there was a mysterious place that was connected to the chaotic sea. There was the purest chaotic energy that nourished the mysterious origin stones. That origin stone came from the Sea of Chaos. At that moment, it looked like a young man. Although his face was blurry, his body was extremely similar. The origin stone had 7 apertures, and at this moment, all of them were spewing out chaotic light. There were even mysterious cracks on the origin stone. Crack. An incomparably crisp sound rang out as the origin stone shattered with a loud bang. Endless demonic light surged out as boundless emperor's might soared. The atmosphere was terrifying to the extreme. Amidst the demonic light that filled the sky, a figure with a monstrous aura stepped out. It was a handsome and devilish young man. He wore a black robe, and his black hair hung loosely behind his head. He looked carefree and unrestrained, and his entire body emitted a holy and natural aura. He was tall and slender, but a vast and unparalleled emperor's aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Demonic chi filled the air, but he didn't look like a demon at all. Mysterious light surrounded him, making him look like an immortal, incomparably ethereal. Boom! He opened his eyes, and a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. His ominous aura filled the sky as it swept out in all directions. The people of the Bo Sun Demon clan couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't help but lower their heads and prostrate themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with boundless respect. Greetings, Lord Wushuang. Greetings, Lord Wushuang. Among the Bo Sun Demon clan, the supreme elders with white hair were extremely fanatical, and their voices shook the sky. Rise, all of you. An indifferent and ethereal voice rang out. The black-robed young man looked into the depths of the void, as if he could see through layers of time and space, and see the dark clouds of the Bo Demon clan. Boom! Their eyes collided across time and space, causing an incomparably blazing light that caused the void to distort violently. The infinite demonic armor has appeared. It's a pity that he only has a part of the infinite demonic armor. In this life, not only will I transcend, but I will also obtain the infinite demonic armor. Bo Sun Wushuang muttered to himself. During this period of time, although he had awakened from the seal due to the great calamity and the opening of the Eternal Emperor Road, he had not left the Origin Stone. This time, the demonic armor in the hands of dark clouds had alarmed him. Rumble. Bo Sun Wushuang's body exuded an extremely terrifying emperor's aura. At this moment, he was like an invincible great emperor that swept across the heavens, exuding an invincible aura that made the myriad of worlds submit to him. Although everyone knew that Bo Sun Wushuang had yet to attain Tao, such a terrifying aura was comparable to that of a great emperor. However, even if it's a part of the infinite demonic armor, it's not something that an ant can control. Leave it to me. Bo Sun Wushuang muttered to himself indifferently. Boom. He took a step forward, and blazing divine light rose from his body. His demonic aura was vast and turbulent. The void in front of him seemed to have met their king, and automatically opened up a path. Bo Sun Wushuang stepped into the void path and headed towards the Boar Demon clan. He wanted to snatch the demonic armor. The turbulence in the void was turbulent, as though it could destroy everything and tear apart all living beings. However, it could not affect Bo Sun Wushuang at all. His body was crystal clear, and there was a mysterious crystal that appeared. Chaotic chi lingered around him, and he exuded an immortal aura. However, in the next moment, he stopped in the middle of the turbulence in the void. Who's there? Bo Sun Wushuang's voice was like thunder, and a dazzling radiance flashed in his eyes. Rumble. The chaotic light in front of him surged, and in an instant, there was a shocking saber essence that swept across the endless turbulence in the void. It turned into a huge saber aura that was 1,000,000 feet long, and it slashed down towards him. The shocking saber essence was domineering, mysterious, ancient and majestic. It carried a kind of madness that could capture one's soul. Boom! In the face of the huge saber aura, Bo Sun Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he threw out a punch. His punch was extremely fast, and there seemed to be no energy fluctuation. However, when it came into contact with the saber aura, it suddenly bloomed with boundless demonic light. It was a sign that his power had been condensed to the extreme. It could also be called the extreme power. Kacha! The saber aura was dazzling, and its momentum was unparalleled, as though it could tear anything apart. However, when it came into contact with Bo Sun Wushuang's punch, it was instantly torn apart. Chapter 31:17. Boom! The saber aura instantly shattered, turning into a dazzling rain of light that scattered in all directions. However, a figure walked out from the dazzling rain of light. It was a bald youth. He was tall and burly, with bulging muscles that were filled with explosive power. He carried a huge saber on his shoulder. It was as black as ink, emitting a ghostly wail and endless murderous aura. His aura was extremely wild, and his eyes were blood red, filled with madness. He appeared in front of Bushuan Wushuang just like that. He gave off the feeling of an unsheathed demonic saber. That kind of madness seemed to cause everyone who faced him to lose their minds and give birth to a strong sense of fear. You are, the saber demon? Bushuan Wushuang's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. The saber demon was a legendary name. The saber demon was known as the great emperor who had yet to prove his Tao. A few eras ago, the saber demon had stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road and killed countless geniuses. It was said that he had slaughtered all the geniuses in the universe and reached the end. His name resounded throughout the universe, and he was a peerless demon who could stop children from crying at night. Originally, everyone thought that he would be able to prove his Tao and become the supreme demon emperor of the demon realm, ruling over an era. However, for some reason, the saber demon had chosen to seal himself. Bushuan Wushuang had naturally heard of the saber demon's name. He had even seen a portrait of the saber demon in some place of inheritance. This was a peerless figure who was even older than him. How could he be born at this time? That's right, I am the saber demon. Bushuan Wushuang, I have heard of you. The saber demon's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were bone-chilling. He stared at Bushuan Wushuang in front of him, exuding a terrifying battle intent. Bushuan Wushuang felt chills all over his body when he was stared at by the saber demon. The murderous aura on the saber demon's body was almost tangible. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a terrifying murderous aura? This was a figure who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Senior Saber Demon, I didn't expect you to be born. It seems that chaos is not far away. May I know why you're stopping me? Bushuan Wushuang said indifferently. Let's fight. The Blade Demon said coldly. Rumble. His words were concise and clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing demonic light rose from his body. The terrifying saber essence had already locked onto Bushuan Wushuang. If that's the case, let's fight. Bushuan Wushuang's eyes were also filled with a strong fighting spirit. He didn't ask why. At their level of cultivation, what they pursued was more than just attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. This was especially true for Bushuan Wushuang and the Saber Demon. They were both children of destiny of the same era. They possessed a vast amount of karmic luck and were extremely ambitious. The three great demon emperors of the demon realm were nothing in their eyes. In their eyes, they were just a few cowards without ambition. Only each other was their strongest opponent. There was no reason for him to want to fight. Bushuan Wushuang also wanted to see how powerful this blade demon from several eras ago was. Rumble. Within the turbulence of the void, an endless amount of chaotic light rose up. Demonic chi filled the sky. Instantly, an earth-shattering battle broke out. No one knew the outcome of this battle. That was because the entire demon realm had begun to descend into chaos. In the past few days, those ancient forbidden lands and mysterious dangerous places in the devil world had blazing and dazzling lights gushing out. Powerful creatures had awakened. Some people could recognize that a few of them were legendary peerless sky prides. No one expected them to not die and choose to awaken at this time. Of course, there were more sky prides that no one recognized. However, that terrifying aura made everyone know that they must be sky prides with shocking cultivation. Even the slowest person understood that the great tribulation of the era was about to arrive. Rumble. During this period of time, the flames of war were burning everywhere in the demon realm. Those powerful sky prides were all peerless experts of their eras. They had the belief that they were invincible and wanted to determine the victor. Therefore, as soon as they were born, many powerful sky prides were fighting with each other. At the same time, the 10 sects of the demon realm and the powerful demon clans also had their ancestors who were sealed behind them. The 10 sects of the demon realm and the various demon clans were fighting each other. Especially the sects and the demon clans who were already enemies, they became even more unscrupulous at this moment. Those battles engulfed the entire demon realm. Endless baleful chi, blood chi, and killing intent gathered in the sky above the demon realm. It was like an invisible cloud. That was a kind of power called tribulation. This was the madness before the Great Tribulation. Darkness Ling Shao was in the Boardevil clan. Due to the large population of the Boardevil clan, their intelligence network was spread throughout the demon realm. All the information about the demon realm was gathered in the Boardevil clan at the fastest speed and appeared in the hands of Darkness Ling Shao. The entire Boardevil clan was in a state of panic, as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Under such great turmoil, the Boardevil clan, which did not have a great emperor realm expert, dared not guarantee their own safety even though they were powerful. Even Zhu Yuanlang, who was a peerless emperor realm expert, had a solemn expression. The ancient monstrous geniuses are emerging one after another. This is a grand era that has never happened in the 108 eras. It seems like the Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. His dark and piercing eyes flickered, surging with a strong fighting spirit. He knew that the Eternal Emperor Road this time would be unprecedentedly tragic and terrifying. Countless geniuses had gathered in this era to fight for the ultimate fortune. Demon Lord, are you going to step on the Eternal Emperor Road? Zhu Yuanlang said slowly. His voice was filled with anticipation and fear. Although the Chaos Demon clan was powerful and was once the overlord of the demon realm, it was nothing in the long river of time of the 108 eras. Darkness Ling Xiao was known as the Demon Lord, but the ancient prodigies of the demon realm had emerged one after another. Their strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Darkness Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. If he stepped on the Eternal Emperor Road, he would be in danger of dying. What? Are you afraid? Darkness Ling Xiao smiled faintly. That's right. I am afraid. Demon Lord, I have fear in my heart and I have no intention of competing. Therefore, I am destined to have no hope of reaching the Great Emperor realm. If you want to conquer the Eternal Emperor Road, I am willing to accompany you. Zhu Yuanlang said frankly. Although he knew that if he stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road, with his combat strength, he would most likely end up dead. However, his fate had already been completely linked to Dark Soaring Sky. You should stay and protect the Boardevil clan. In the era of great battles, the strong must fight. If you don't fight, you will die. Even if you step on the Eternal Emperor Road, you will only be a burden to me. Darkness Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said bluntly. Chapter 31:18. Although Zhu Yuanlang's cultivation was strong and had reached the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, he was probably just cannon fodder on the Eternal Emperor Road. The most important thing on the Eternal Emperor Road was the heart of an expert. Only with the heart of an expert would one be qualified to compete with the geniuses of the myriad of worlds and the countless geniuses since ancient times. Zhu Yuanlang was afraid that he was not qualified to step on the Eternal Emperor Road. However, the Pig Devil clan was still very useful. As the largest clan in the demon realm, the Pig Devil clan had a population of hundreds of millions. When they spread out, they could not only gather all kinds of information about the demon realm, but also the myriad of worlds. Therefore, following Darkness Ling Xiao's order, Zhu Yuanlang had already mobilized the Pig Devil clan to go to various places to gather information. Darkness Ling Xiao left the Pig Devil clan with Fairy Yu Yao and the others. The Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. The 10 sects of the demon realm will probably take out their most precious resources to raise the cultivation of the saints and saintesses. You should go back. Darkness Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them and smiled faintly. Although Fairy Yu Yao and the others were not as good as Darkness Ling Xiao, they had been tainted by the aura of the Chaos Demon clan. Not only had they been reborn, but their talents had also become more terrifying. They could also be considered as part of the Chaos Demon clan. If they returned to the 10 sects of the demon realm and obtained the resources of their sects, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Husband, where are you going? Fairy Yu Yao asked. I want to see if those ancient geniuses are qualified to be my opponents. Darkness Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a strong fighting spirit surging in his eyes. He was ready to test his sword on the world. The demon realm was in chaos now. The 10 sects of the demon realm could not even take care of themselves, especially with the emergence of various ancient geniuses. Even the Primordial Demon sect and the Blood Prison Demon sect had no time to chase after Darkness Ling Xiao. Darkness Ling Xiao wanted to test the strength of those ancient geniuses. Only in battle could one quickly improve and break through. Husband, you have to take care. Although Saintess Yuanling was very reluctant, she still nodded and said. They all knew that if they wanted to catch up to Darkness Ling Xiao, they had to go back. With the resources of their sects, their cultivation might improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, if they could step on the Eternal Emperor Road, they might meet Darkness Ling Xiao. You too. Cultivators like us should prioritize the Great Tao. Of course, I hope to see you on the Eternal Emperor's Road, but if you don't want to, I won't force you. Darkness Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His gaze had a rare gentleness. He glanced at Fairy Yu Yao, Yuanling Holy Maiden, and Holy Maiden one last time before turning around and leaving without a trace of reluctance. The 3 women's eyes dimmed. They understood what Dark Soaring Sky meant. If they didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the Eternal Emperor Road, then there was no possibility between them and Dark Soaring Sky. Let's go too. He is a heartless person. If we can't catch up to him, we will only be abandoned by him. Fairy Yu Yao said with mixed feelings as she looked at dark soaring clouds back. I will step onto the Eternal Emperor's road. Saintess Yuan Ling said seriously. Me too. The Holy Maiden of the Light nodded. The devil is finally gone. Demon Monarch Yu Hua muttered in her heart, but she was completely relieved. If Darkness Ling Xiao was still here, she would still be extremely worried. She didn't know when Darkness Ling Xiao would find her an eyesore and kill her. Whoosh! 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 The four women leaped into the sky, turned into four divine rainbows, and flew in four different directions as if they had a great tacit understanding. Darkness Ling Xiao went on his way alone. He wanted to go to the forbidden, dangerous, and hopeless places of the demonic realm to find the whereabouts of the ancient sky prides and battle them. Darkness Ling Xiao treated this as a rehearsal for the Eternal Emperor Road. He wanted to sweep through the crowd, step onto the Eternal Emperor Road with an invincible stance, and become the most dazzling sky pride of the demonic realm. He, Darkness Ling Xiao, was the only demon lord. Not only the demonic realm, but the other realms also began to experience great turmoil. As if alarmed by the mysterious aura, ancient sky prides who were sealed in the various realms awakened, each of them releasing a powerful aura without restraint. They fought with each other endlessly, and before they even set foot on the Eternal Emperor Road, there were already bloodshed, causing the heavenly secrets of the various realms to become more and more chaotic. Especially the Divine Realm, Demonic Realm, Immortal Realm, Demon Realm, and other top-ranked Greater Thousand Realms, supreme sky prides from a few eras or even dozens of eras ago appeared one after another. In the chaotic void. There was no concept of time here, nor was there any concept of space. There was only an expanse of nothingness that was suffused with chaotic mist. However, on this day, a green lotus appeared amidst the chaotic mist. That green lotus looked crystal clear and was surrounded by chaotic light. It slowly bloomed, causing the world to lose its color in an instant. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors. The green lotus had a total of 36 petals. The petals were crystal clear and resplendent, and they slowly parted to reveal a man in green robes sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne in the center. The man looked incomparably mysterious, and the aura around him was incomparably powerful. A mysterious emperor aura pervaded the air, and his face was handsome and exquisite, more beautiful than a woman's. He had a peerless temperament that caused the world to lose its color. He slowly opened his eyes, and two brilliant beams of light shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing through the void and causing the chaotic space to tremble. His eyes were ancient, mysterious, and majestic, flowing with the light of endless time. My name is Emperor Qing. A few ancient and obscure syllables came out of his mouth, causing blazing lightning to flash in the surroundings. Eternal Emperor Road, I am supreme. He stood up from the lotus throne, barefoot and untainted by a speck of dust, and stepped into the chaos. The chaotic green lotus instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into his glabella. Then, it left a lotus mark on his glabella. After taking a few steps, he completely disappeared from the chaotic space without leaving a trace behind. In the endless starry sky, there was a desolate region. There were broken planets here that were tainted by the aura of death, and all life would completely disappear here. Moreover, there were sword-shaped mountains that pierced through the sky, as if they were slanted on the planets. They were incomparably sharp and intertwined with chaotic sword intent. However, in the center of the sword-shaped mountains, endless sword chi intertwined. There were millions of broken swords densely embedded in the ground, and it was extremely chilling. This place was called the Stellar Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb. It was rumored that a sword emperor had fallen here, and later it became a sword tomb. At the same time, it could attract countless broken swords from all over the universe. As time passed, this place became the Stellar Sword Tomb. Chapter 31:19. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the Stellar Sword Tomb. Violent Sand Literature Network. It was a black-clothed young man with an ordinary face. However, His eyes were extremely pure and sharp. He was exuding a vast sword intent. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize him. Dugu Qiubai. Just like Ling Xiao, he ascended from the war god world and later became the young master of the hero alliance in the divine world. Dugu Qiubai was known as a man born for swords. When he was a mortal, he had comprehended the sword intent of life and sword intent of destruction. During the final battle against Demon King Bo Sun, he had provided great help to Ling Xiao. No one had expected him to be in the stellar sword tomb. Rumble. His sword intent was surging violently. His entire body was exuding a vast devouring power. Behind him, there seemed to be a transparent sword. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was emitting a shocking amount of power. There were millions of broken ancient swords in the stellar sword tomb. Some of them were divine weapons, sacred weapons, and even broken emperor weapons. Within the stellar sword tomb, the sword will within the ancient swords did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a mysterious sword will storm because of this desolate region. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of tearing everything apart. Dugu Qiubai's terrifying devouring power had completely devoured the sword intense storm. His aura was like the Emperor of Swords. The millions of sword intense around him bowed down and were willingly devoured by him. Dugu Qiubai did not know how long he had been sitting in the stellar sword tomb. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. His cultivation was getting stronger and his sword intent was getting purer. Rumble. When all the sword intents in the stellar sword tomb were devoured by him, he seemed to have turned into a sword. He exuded a dazzling light. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. It spread out in all directions. The indestructible origin sword body is finally formed. Dugu Qiubai murmured to himself. His cultivation had reached the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Blazing lightning flashed around him. Vast heavenly might filled the air. It was a type of world-destroying lightning tribulation. It was as if a heaven-defying object had been born. And the target of the apocalyptic thunder calamity was none other than Dugu Qiubai. The path of Eternal Emperor is about to open. From ancient times until now, countless chosen of the heavens have gathered. They are my true opponents. Ling Xiao, you should be ready, right? Dugu Qiubai murmured to himself as if he didn't even look at the apocalyptic thunder tribulation in the sky. He stepped out and walked out of the stellar sword tomb. A strand of resplendent sword chi flew out of his palm, turning into a streak of divine light that was tens of thousands of meters long. The apocalyptic lightning tribulation that filled the sky was destroyed by his sword. Bathed in the thunder and lightning, Dugu Qiubai's figure disappeared into the lonely starry sky. Demon Realm. Blazing lightning flashed, as magnificent as a mountain range, emitting a world-destroying light, locking onto the two figures below. A black goat and a handsome Taoist priest. The black goat exuded a terrifying devouring power. Behind it, a gigantic beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall appeared, devouring the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying beyond compare. That was Tao Tai, the true form of the old goat. It was absorbing the tribulation of heaven and earth, wanting to use it to condense the devourer physique. And the Taoist priest was none other than Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang looked like an immortal with an extraordinary temperament. The aura around him was ethereal and mysterious, with a mysterious clear chi exuding from him. After absorbing the thunder and lightning in the sky, he became closer and closer to the nature around him. Taoist Wuliang was from the Taoist clan. Ever since he had obtained the inheritance of the Tao race, his entire being had been transforming towards the great Tao body, especially the supreme creation he had obtained this time. The thunder and lightning in the sky were his and the old goat's support. Rumble. Beyond the thunder and lightning in the sky, there was a mysterious figure. It was an old man in white robes. His hair and beard were white, and his face was kind. His eyes shone with vicissitudes and wisdom. In his palm, there was a ball of purple light that was constantly exuding, flying into the bodies of the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. The ball of purple light exuded a kind of connate chi, as if it was the power that separated the heavens and earth. It accelerated the process of condensing the devourer physique and the great Tao physique. Boom! Boom! After the old goat and Taoist Wuliang had absorbed the ball of purple light, an incomparably mysterious and powerful aura was released from their bodies at the same time. The thunder and lightning around them were dazzling. They were bathed in the thunder and lightning in the sky, and their auras became ancient and majestic. The devourer physique and the great Tao physique were complete. Very good. You have been training in the primordial space for 10,000 years. Now that you have merged with the primordial purple vapor, your cultivation has finally reached the great Tao physique. Not only have you broken through to the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, but you have also condensed the devourer physique and the great Tao physique. Now, you are qualified to enter the Eternal Emperor's road. The old man with white hair and beard said slowly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was the master of the Devourer Mountain, Emperor Devourer Mountain. He was also the old goat's master, and one of the only two Taotai ferocious beasts left in the demon realm. Emperor Devourer Mountain was extremely ancient and had lived for countless years. It was said that he was a figure from the previous era. No one knew his true age. However, he was a true peerless imperial emperor. Thank you, master. The old goat's eyes were filled with gratitude. In order to improve his and Taoist Wuliang's cultivation, Emperor Devourer Mountain had taken out his lifetime savings and foundation to allow them to enter the primordial space and speed up time by 1,000 times, allowing them to cultivate for 10,000 years. The primordial purple vapor was Emperor Devourer Mountain's most precious treasure. Now, it had merged into his and Taoist Wuliang's body. Thank you, Emperor Devourer Mountain. Taoist Wuliang bowed respectfully and said, Don't thank me. You should thank yourselves. Although your talents are not weaker than those ancient sky prides, your accumulation is not as good as theirs. With the Devourer physique and the Great Tao physique, you are qualified to compete with them. Emperor Devourer Mountain waved his hand and said. However, even if you step into the Eternal Emperor's road, you need to keep a low profile and constantly improve yourselves. Only when you reach the 9th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, the pinnacle of your origin, will the Devourer physique and the Great Tao physique shine brightly. Do you understand? Emperor Devourer Mountain glanced at the old goat and Taoist Wuliang. Hee, don't worry, master. Both of us are very obedient. We won't cause any trouble. The old goat chuckled. That's right. Emperor Devourer Mountain, don't you trust us? If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. The old goat and I will definitely keep a low profile. Taoist Wuliang said with a smile. Both of you. Forget it, do as you wish. However, if there is any danger, you still have to find Ling Xiao as soon as possible. He is the chosen one. If you follow him, you won't be killed so easily. Emperor Devourer Mountain shook his head speechlessly and said with a wry smile. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other. It seemed like Emperor Devourer Mountain still did not trust them. What a joke. Even if those ancient sky prides were to appear, would they be able to crush them? However, Emperor Devourer Mountain was right. Finding Ling Xiao was the most important thing. Speaking of which, they did not know how Ling Xiao was now. They missed Ling Xiao a little. Chapter 31:20. Divine World, Origin Source C. 9 huge stone tablets stood in the middle of the Origin Source C, each exuding a vast emperor aura. A young man in golden armor sat cross-legged in the middle of the Origin Source C, inhaling and exhaling vast Origin Source power. Within the 9 stone steels, mysterious and vast emperor auras intertwined, like divine chains of order, wrapping around the young man. Above his head, the power of providence rose like a sea of clouds, transforming into all kinds of mysterious scenes. Chaotic light gushed out from his body, and within the power of providence, there seemed to be countless ancient ancestors walking out of the hardships, singing and jumping, constantly improving themselves, exuding powerful spiritual fluctuations. As if he had been blessed by countless ancient ancestors, the man in golden armor looked even more majestic and mysterious, exuding the aura of a king. Rumble. Blazing lightning surrounded his body, and each lightning bolt was like a lightning dragon, presenting all kinds of mysterious scenes. His aura was vast and unparalleled, as if he had merged with the entire origin source sea. His physical body was crystal clear, like glass, pure and flawless. The 9 huge stone tablets and the entire origin source sea were like an oven, tempering his physical body. This tempering seemed to have lasted for a long time. When the origin source sea suddenly shook violently, a mysterious and vast fluctuation swept out, and the man in golden armor suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light beam instantly pierced through the void. His eyes were mysterious and majestic, as if they could see through everything, but at the same time, there was a kind of indifference that looked at all beings as ants. "Is the Eternal Emperor Road about to open?" he said softly. "That's right. The immeasurable calamity is coming, and the only way to survive is the Eternal Emperor Road. If you want to transcend the shackles of heaven and earth, you must step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. Zhao Ritian, that's where you have to go." An old voice rang in his ears. "The Eternal Emperor Road, Ling Xiao should be going, right?" The man in golden armor was Zhao Ritian. There was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The successor of the textless Heavenly Sutra will inevitably step onto the Eternal Emperor Road. But your destiny is different from his. Now that you have inherited the destiny of the human race and gathered the essence of the divinity, you are destined to become the sovereign of the human race. You are the true 10th sovereign of the human race. Second uncle sighed softly. "Second master, you know. I don't want to inherit the destiny of the human race, I just want to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is the chosen one. I think he's more suitable to take on this mission," Zhao Ritian said with a bitter smile. "However, the 9 emperors of the human race chose you," second uncle said slowly. "I think the 9 thearchs of the human race must have seen wrongly." "Why me? Even though I, Zhao Ritian, have unparalleled talent, I don't think it's my turn to be the 10th human emperor, right? Even if it's not Ling Xiao, what about human sovereign Jiang Yuyang?" Zhao Ritian said gloomily. Human sovereign Jiang Yuyang, he originally had the chance to become the 10th human sovereign, but he was born at the wrong time and missed the best opportunity. Therefore, he is only the human emperor and cannot become the 10th human emperor. Second uncle explained patiently. "If that's the case, all right. Whether I can become the 10th human emperor or not, I think Ling Xiao won't be my match after I come out of seclusion this time, right? I'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson." Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with eagerness. Previously, second uncle had brought him to the origin source sea of the divine world. Only he, Zhao Ritian, could come here. Not only was he the son of the heavenly emperor, but he was also recognized by the 9 emperors of the human race. That was why he could be recognized by the origin source sea. In the origin source sea, Zhao Ritian's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to the imperial emperor realm, but he also refined the strongest origin source body with the help of the 9 emperors of the human race. 9 emperor origin bodies. That's right. Zhao Ritian's physical body had not only merged with the origin source energy left behind by the 9 emperors of the human race, but he had also gathered the destiny of the human race to form the 9 emperor origin bodies. This was the strongest origin source body of the human race, carrying the hope of the 9 emperors of the human race. From then on, Zhao Ritian's physical body was not only indestructible and indestructible, but he could also use the supreme emperor skills of the 9 emperors of the human race at will. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was the representative of the 9 emperors of the human race. His 9 emperor origin bodies had reached perfection and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heaven of the imperial emperor realm. He was only one step away from the 4th heaven of the imperial emperor realm. Therefore, he was eager to find Ling Xiao and avenge his humiliation. "Ritian, your opponent is not only Ling Xiao, but also the star sea, the myriad worlds, and the countless geniuses since ancient times. Second uncle smiled faintly and said, "The Eternal Emperor Road this time is different from the past. It's the most tragic and terrifying Eternal Emperor Road in the past 108 eras. Legend has it that the Eternal Emperor Road this time not only has the opportunity to become an emperor, but also the secret of transcendence." The secret of transcendence? That's right. The secret of immortality that countless great emperors have been pursuing for their entire lives. As long as you can transcend, everything in the universe, time, and space will no longer be restricted. You can travel the river of time, cross the myriad worlds of the universe, and become immortal. Second eldest uncle's voice also contains some complicated fluctuations. The secret of transcendence? Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up immediately. So, being a great emperor is not the limit. Transcendence is eternal. Looking at Zhao Ritian's eager expression, second uncle smiled and said, "The secret of transcendence is not that easy to obtain. For the past 108 eras, there have been so many talented great emperors. Who has been able to transcend? Although there is such a legend in the Eternal Emperor Road, you have to face those talented geniuses from the ancient era. Their cultivation is stronger than yours, their accumulation is deeper than yours, their vision is broader than yours, and their understanding of the great Tao is deeper than yours. It will be a great challenge to defeat them." Challenge? I, Zhao Ritian, love challenges the most. However, second uncle, I have a feeling that only Ling Xiao and I can reach the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. Perhaps we will have the ultimate battle there. Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. Instead, his eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. "You think too highly of Ling Xiao. He is not as good as you." Second uncle shook his head and said. "Second uncle, we have come all the way from the God of War realm. You should know Ling Xiao's potential better than I do, right? In the myriad worlds, Ling Xiao is the only one that I, Zhao Ritian, consider as my opponent." Zhao Ritian smiled proudly. "That's because you don't know. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the end." Second uncle sighed in his heart. However, he did not say it out loud. However, seeing that Zhao Ritian was brimming with fighting spirit, he felt extremely gratified. Zhao Ritian would definitely shine brightly in the Eternal Emperor Road. Chapter 31-21. The Eternal Emperor Road was the only chance of survival before the immeasurable calamity arrived. According to the evil spirit in Ling Xiao's body, when the immeasurable calamity arrived, all the worlds would fall into a state of emptiness. Billions of living beings would die, and the world would be bathed in blood. That would be the most terrifying moment. When that time came, everything would cease to exist. Even great emperors would be turned into ashes under the immeasurable calamity. Therefore, countless living beings were fighting for the chance to transcend. This time, the Eternal Emperor's Road was the most bitter, cruel, and powerful one in the past 108 epochs precisely because the secret of transcendence would appear. Rumble. All the worlds in the universe seemed to be trembling slightly, forming a mysterious resonance with each other. Strange ripples spread out, causing the heavenly secrets of the myriad worlds to become even more chaotic. Large-scale killings occurred in all the worlds. Prodigies fought against each other, and countless living beings died, emitting strong resentment. The resentment gathered, forming the calamity of a world. In a place where no one could see, the power of calamity gradually gathered, as if an incomparably illusory road was about to appear from the void. That illusory road ran through all the worlds, leading to the unknown depths of chaos. Endless starry sky. A huge black beast, like an immemorial divine mountain, was millions of feet tall. It lay on a huge sun, swallowing the essence of the stars. Its body was pitch black, but there were holy white spots flashing. It looked mysterious and immortal, and its body emitted a terrifying aura that could devour the heavens and the earth. Every time it breathed, the surrounding void would tremble, and the starry sky would darken, then regain its brightness. Billions of rays of starlight gathered around it, making it look like a resplendent sun. I am the Kuan Peng, destined to dominate all the worlds and become the supreme ruler. Eternal Emperor Road, who else but me? A slightly childish voice came from the huge beast's mouth, like thunder, exuding endless pride and confidence. Rumble. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed with all its might. It was as if a huge black hole had appeared. It was incomparably terrifying and could devour everything. It swallowed the sun in one gulp. Its wings suddenly spread out like clouds in the sky, covering the river of stars and shrouding the endless darkness. With a sudden shake, boundless astral winds swept out in all directions. Its incomparably huge figure turned into a black bolt of lightning, instantly shooting into the depths of the starry sky and disappearing without a trace. Lava World. This was a world that had been destroyed because of the war between emperors. There was lava everywhere and spatial cracks that could tear everything apart. The raging flames burned forever, causing this world to be devoid of any life force. It was completely dead silent. Powerful cultivators from the surrounding worlds would come here in search of natural treasures. However, on this day, at the very center of the lava world, endless lava gushed out, and blazing flames rose. A huge figure shrouded in endless flames walked out of the lava. He was 30 kilometers tall, and his entire body was covered in blazing flames. His eyes were like the sun, and they flickered with a bloodthirsty, crazy, and cold aura. As soon as he appeared, the flames of the entire lava world seemed to burn with him, causing many powerful cultivators to tremble in fear. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. Oh no! It's the legendary sealed lava giant. Let's go! The lava giant has appeared. This world is about to rise again. Go back and report to the emperor. Those powerful cultivators were at least in the Saint realm. One by one, they instantly leaped into the sky, wanting to tear open space and leave the lava world. Rumble. At this moment, the lava giant slammed his palm across the sky. A huge palm print covered the sky and earth, shrouded in blazing flames, instantly covering an area of 1,000,000 miles. Those powerful cultivators had no chance of escaping at all. They were instantly smashed into powder by the palm, and then burned into ashes by the raging flames. You destroyed my home and killed my people. All of you deserve to die. The lava giant let out a roar that sounded like a tsunami. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. Wait until I sweep through the heavens and become a great emperor. Then, I will settle accounts with all of you. The lava giant looked up at the void, where endless tribulation chi was gathering. Vaguely, a mysterious passage to the world seemed to have opened. He did not stop at all. After venting his anger and killing all the cultivators in the lava world, he leaped into the sky and entered the endless tribulation chi. The underworld. This was an incomparably mysterious greater thousand world, even more so than the immortal realm. No one knew where it was. Legend had it that countless eras ago, there was a peerless genius of the underworld tribe who became the emperor of the underworld. He had the secret reincarnation technique and comprehended the great Tao of reincarnation. He wanted to deduce the 6 paths of reincarnation, establish order for heaven and earth, and turn the underworld into a resting place for all living beings. From then on, the living would have a place to return to after death, and the dead would have an end to reincarnation. But in the end, the emperor of the underworld failed. Since then, the underworld tribe went into seclusion and did not appear in the world. The Eternal Emperor Road is about to open. It's time for the underworld tribe to come out. In the underworld, there were figures shrouded in black robes. They were extremely strange, and only their ghostly eyes could be seen. They were arranged in a phalanx like an army, as if they were about to go to war. Her Highness the Holy Maiden has found a place to reside in. She has found that person and seized his destiny to welcome her back. The Holy Maiden will inherit His Majesty the Emperor of the Underworld's unfulfilled wishes. She will open the 6 paths of reincarnation and obtain the heavenly merit. She will lead the underworld tribe to become the epic lord and reclaim the glory of the past. Let's go. In the underworld, the ghostly fire in the eyes of the black-robed figures flickered with fanatical worship. They lined up neatly and stepped into a mysterious void passage. Ferocious beast despair. This was a mysterious continent located in the chaotic void. Legend had it that it had once nurtured countless primordial beasts. However, due to a great battle, many powerful beasts had died here. Their blood dyed the continent red, and their shattered primordial spirits nourished all living beings. Ferocious chi shrouded everything, turning this place into a desolate region. However, at this moment, at the very center of the ferocious beast despair, countless primordial beasts seemed to have awakened. They let out earth-shattering roars. An extremely ugly young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a huge blood pool in the ferocious beast despair. The blood pool seemed to have gathered the essence blood of countless beasts. At this moment, it was gushing into his body, making his physical body stronger and stronger. The rising blood chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 31:22. It's so painful. Old man, are you trying to kill me? The ugly young man's face was distorted. Because of the extreme pain, he was sweating profusely. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Kill my ass. If I wanted to kill you, I would have strangled you when I took you in back then. Yi Liangchen, you bastard. You don't want the fortune that others dream of? Don't you know that this is the 10,000 spirit beast blood pool? Only here can the Zhou Tian Great Star formation in your body be completed. Beside the blood pool, a sloppy old Taoist wearing a tattered Taoist robe said in disappointment. What 10,000 spirit beast blood pool? Other than making me suffer for dozens of years, my cultivation did not improve at all. Old man, I seriously suspect that you are deliberately messing with me. Ah. It hurts so much. Yi Liangchen howled miserably. His voice was filled with resentment. Anyone who had suffered here for dozens of years would not be able to stand it. It was a kind of pain where one's body was torn into countless pieces and then bitten by countless ants. It was even accompanied by the shattering of the primordial spirit. It was a process repeated countless times. Yi Liangchen did not go crazy from the torture. His willpower was extremely strong. Previously, the sloppy heavenly master told him that he would bring him to a place to obtain the ancient fortune. As long as he could endure it, he would be reborn and step into the imperial emperor realm. He came over excitedly. Moreover, he jumped into the 10,000 spirit beast blood pool without hesitation. He looked forward to the day when he would be reborn and invincible in the world. However, what he did not expect was that what followed was endless pain. In this 10,000 spirit beast blood pool, he suffered for dozens of years, but his cultivation did not improve at all. Until now, he was only in the great sage realm. You bastard, I am doing this for your own good. The cosmic star's formation in your body is innate and blessed by fate. Logically speaking, after absorbing the blood essence of the ominous beasts, you should be able to transform into the ominous beast's origin. Why did you take so long to absorb it? Is there something wrong with the records in this incomplete book? The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself in confusion. Hearing sloppy sky sovereign's words, Yi Liangchen almost fainted from anger. This rotten old man is very bad. You don't even know if the fragment you have is feasible or not, and you want me to jump in and suffer? Moreover, this was a few decades. Yi Liangchen had relied on his last breath to hold on. Now that he heard the words of the sloppy sky sovereign, he felt that he could not hold on any longer. He wanted to scold someone. He had to scold this rotten old man. But right at that moment, something strange happened. Rumble. The 10,000 spirits blood pool suddenly began to boil. This huge pool of blood with a radius of tens of thousands of meters began to boil like a surging sea. Beads of blood floated up like stars, turning into terrifying shadows of ancient beasts in the void. As the blood-red light rose, the shadows of the ancient beasts became more and more real, as if the ancient beasts were about to come back to life, exuding a mighty peerless emperor's aura. Yap Liangchen and sloppy heavenly master were so scared that they almost peed their pants. These ferocious beasts were at least at the imperial monarch realm. If they were to be revived, then they would probably be able to slap them to death. What should I do? The smile on Sloppy Sky Sovereign's face froze. He felt very flustered and did not know what to do. Rumble. Right at this moment, Yi Liangqin's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Mysterious and abstruse runes rose from his body. In the sky, there seemed to be 360 supreme stars that appeared and gathered together. The starlight was vast, and a terrifying power rose as if it could tear everything apart. Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. Zhou Tian Great Star Formation appeared around Yi Liangqin, exuding an ancient, mysterious, and powerful aura, making Yi Liangqin become incomparably dignified. Rumble. Those condensed ancient beasts seemed to have sensed some kind of summoning and quickly flew towards Zhou Tian Great Star Formation. To be exact, they flew into the 360 stars. Yi Liangqin's aura began to soar instantly. Early Great Saint Realm. Intermediate Great Saint Realm. Late Great Saint Realm. Great Saint Realm Perfection. Sage King. Peak Sage King. Supreme Sage King. Heavenly Sovereign. Yi Liangqin's cultivation seemed to have no bottleneck. It soared rapidly from the Great Saint Realm to the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Crack. In the chaotic void, endless lightning gathered. The Imperial Emperor Tribulation had descended. Ha ha ha. I knew it, I knew it. You will definitely be able to condense the 10,000 beasts' origin body. My hope that was once shattered by others has finally been realized by you. Yi Liangqin, you must cultivate well for me. Whether you can sweep through all the heroes on the Eternal Emperor's road depends on you. The sloppy Heavenly Sovereign began to laugh maniacally. As he laughed, his face was already covered in tears. He looked like he was crying tears of joy. After being here for decades, Yi Liangqin could not hold it in anymore. Wasn't he also at his limit? In order to pursue that slim hope, he not only staked his own fate, but also Yi Liangqin's fate. If it were not for his encouragement and laughter, Yi Liangqin would not have been able to persevere. Fortunately, he did it. Yi Liangqin did it too. At this moment, Yi Liangqin did not hear what he said at all. Otherwise, he would have laughed at him again when he saw his sorry state. Yi Liangqin was already enveloped by the Imperial Emperor Tribulation. However, Yi Liangqin's Imperial Emperor Tribulation could be said to be the easiest. The Zhou Tian star formation around him gathered the blood essence of hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. The lightning tribulation that filled the sky fell and struck the blood essence of the fierce beasts. On the contrary, it destroyed the murderous aura and obsession within, turning into the purest energy that merged into Yi Liangqin's body. Behind Yi Liangqin, a divine dragon that was 1,000,000 feet long roared and soared into the 9 heavens. There was a huge 3-legged golden crow that burned the world and swallowed the sun. There was an incomparably intelligent Baizai sitting alone on the peak of a mountain and deducing the truth of the great Tao. There was a Taotai that devoured the heavens and the earth. There was a Qiongqi that fought bloody battles in all directions. There was a Jiaoying that dominated the netherworld. All sorts of mysterious scenes appeared behind Yi Liangqin. He sat cross-legged in the void. His originally ugly face looked incomparably dignified at this moment. The aura around him erupted in a mighty manner. He was like the Lord of all beasts. The all beasts' origin body is complete. The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. From now on, Yi Liangqin also had the qualifications to step into the Eternal Emperor's road. He had the qualifications to compete with the countless geniuses of the various worlds since ancient times. The all beasts' origin body will definitely shine brightly on the Eternal Emperor's road. The sloppy heavenly master muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the void. It was as if he could see the illusory and mysterious ancient road slowly taking shape. Chapter 31-23. P.S. In the previous chapter, Yi Liangqin was indeed in the Sage King realm and the slovenly Taoist was in the Imperial Emperor realm. Mu Yu remembered wrongly and has corrected it. Thank you for your correction. Rumble. In the endless chaotic void, blazing lightning flashed, revealing a mysterious nine-colored light. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, shattering the void. Outside the myriad worlds, endless murderous aura rose, and the power of tribulation gathered, forming an illusory and majestic path. At this moment, the mysterious nine-colored lightning pierced through the void for hundreds of millions of miles. Each bolt was as thick as a mountain, enveloping the path. Crack! As if the world was being split open, the void in all directions shook at the same time, and the myriad worlds trembled. Therefore, all the living beings in the myriad worlds saw an incomparably mysterious scene appear in the sky. The 3,000 great Daos were like 3,000 divine chains of order. At this moment, they actually materialized and intertwined with each other, condensing a dazzling light that illuminated the myriad worlds. The 3,000 great Daos materialized, and in an instant, like a torrent, they surged into the illusory great Daos. The boundless power of tribulation surged, and the illusory great Daos gradually solidified. Boom! In the end, the myriad worlds shook at the same time, and the chaotic void spewed out chaotic light. The great Daos instantly pierced through the myriad worlds and rushed into the depths of chaos. Like a dazzling golden bridge, it emitted endless dazzling light. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. In the myriad worlds, all the geniuses and demonic beasts were devoured. At this moment, all the living beings raised their heads at the same time, and the same thought appeared in their minds. The Eternal Emperor Road had opened. This meant that the most heroic, cruel, vast, and powerful journey in the 108 eras had begun. Countless powerful beings rested their heads on their weapons as they rubbed their palms together. Those supreme geniuses who had awakened from their seals had eyes filled with an invincible battle intent. This was a journey that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. To be able to return from the Eternal Emperor Road, even if they did not make it to the end, they would be able to obtain countless opportunities. Among them, the geniuses could even prove their Tao and become emperors. Especially the legendary secret of transcendence, it made everyone's blood boil, and they were all unable to control themselves. The Eternal Emperor Road has opened. Quickly find the passage. If you can enter the Eternal Emperor Road first, you will be able to obtain more opportunities and opportunities. Someone shouted and instantly soared into the sky. Rumble. The vast Eternal Emperor Road, mysterious and immortal, pierced through the myriad worlds. After appearing in front of everyone for a moment, it disappeared again. However, everyone knew that the Eternal Emperor Road had opened, and the most important thing now was to find the passage to enter the Eternal Emperor Road. Every greater 1,000 realms had a node that connected to the Eternal Emperor Road. After a moment Emperor Road, the Eternal Emperor Road without the slightest bit of hesitation. The Eternal Emperor Road, the Emperor. The Eternal Emperor Emperor Road. They went to find the passage to Eternal Emperor's Road. Even though they knew that death, blood, mountains of corpses and seas of blood lay ahead, they did not hesitate at all. This was the power of the universe. They believed, the realm Emperor Road the Emperor, they Emperor. That was a kind of invincible aura. Only then would they be qualified to step on the Eternal Emperor Road. What a group of lovely young people. Without fear in their hearts, they can be invincible in the world. They have limitless possibilities. It's as if I can see endless hope from them. An incomparably old emperor sighed softly, his eyes full of emotion. That's right. They are the hope of our world. We are old and have fear in our hearts. Even if we step on the Eternal Emperor Road, we will only be cannon fodder. The only thing we can do is to protect their home. The great calamity of the new era is coming. Who will be able to take the lead? In the era of great battles, the geniuses will compete. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have awakened, and they are all aiming for the secret of transcendence. The secret of transcendence? How difficult. I don't expect them to obtain the secret of transcendence. I only hope that one or two of them can prove their Tao and protect our race in this chaotic era. The opening of the Eternal Emperor Road stirred up all the worlds. The originally chaotic myriad worlds had become strangely calm. Even those geniuses who had grudges against each other had given up on fighting. Instead, they focused on finding the passageway and stepping onto the Eternal Emperor's road. Immortal World, Immortal Demon Grotto. The Immortal Demon Grotto was still a huge whirlpool, spewing out endless blazing immortal and divine light. However, the space within was distorted and time was in chaos. It seemed to lead to a strange world. Outside the Immortal Demon Grotto, the ninth prince was still sitting cross-legged in the Immortal Emperor chariot. His face was blurry, but there was an invincible aura about him. Behind him, there were 8 figures with terrifying auras. There were both men and women, and each of them exuded an air of arrogance. Their bodies were full of Emperor aura, and their expressions were incomparably cold. Each of them was an immortal lord who had formed their body of origin. Their strength was unfathomable. They were the 8 immortal lords under the 9th prince. All 8 of them were peerless geniuses of the eternal immortal dynasty. They were supreme experts who could dominate a region. However, they had been subdued by the 9th prince and became his followers. Every single one of them was a high-level celestial high immortal. After all, even Taiyuan was not qualified to become the 9th prince's follower. This showed how harsh the conditions were. Originally, the 9th prince had hoped that Ling Xiao would become his 9th immortal lord, but Ling Xiao had rejected him. Other than the 9th prince and his followers, there were also some geniuses of the eternal immortal dynasty, saints and saintesses of the 9 great immortal sects, and self-proclaimed supreme experts. Among them was a figure with a terrifying aura. His Highness great-grandson. His Highness great-grandson still looked cold and arrogant. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. His figure was extraordinary, and his aura was unfathomable. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes constantly scanned the crowd, as if he was looking for something. Your Highness great-grandson, that Lei Ling is not here. We have investigated and found out that he is not a member of the immortal tribe. His true identity is that of the human tribe, the Heaven's Chosen One, Ling Xiao. An old man with white hair and beard beside his Highness great-grandson said slowly. The Heaven's Chosen One, Ling Xiao. Very well. This way, when I kill him and take his fortune, I will be the Heaven's Chosen One. I believe that he will definitely enter the Eternal Emperor Road. When that time comes, I will settle all the old and new debts with him. His Highness great-grandson said coldly. Your Highness great-grandson, you must not be careless. Although you have obtained the first prince's cultivation and his supreme treasure, Ling Xiao has the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the wordless heavenly book. Now, he even has the Chaos Supreme Treasure of the Divines, the Cauldron of Creation. The old man reminded him. Chapter 31-24. Chaos Supreme Treasure. In the Eternal Emperor Road, we can only rely on our own strength to fight. The stronger the treasure, the greater the suppression. Even an extreme-grade Emperor weapon's strength is weakened by half, let alone an extreme-grade Emperor weapon. If he dares to bring it here, I don't mind changing the owner of the wordless heavenly book and cauldron of creation. His Royal Highness Great Son sneered. Seeing how stubborn His Royal Highness Great Son was, the old man stopped persuading him. It seemed like he hated Ling Xiao to the core. After all, His Royal Highness Great Son was arrogant, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. If not for the resurrection treasure of the eternal immortal dynasty, he would have died long ago. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, His Royal Highness Great Son would have an inner demon in his heart, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Rumble. When the distorted spacetime in the immortal demon cave became clear again, the passageway was completely opened. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. They were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Let's go. On the immortal emperor chariot, the 9th prince's indifferent voice rang out. Swoosh. The 8 immortal lords bowed at the same time. They then soared into the sky and pushed the immortal emperor chariot into the passageway. Seeing that the 9th prince had taken the lead to enter the Eternal Emperor Road, the rest of the people did not hesitate. They instantly soared into the sky and rushed into the Eternal Emperor Road. The Eternal Emperor Road was the land of creation and the land of epochs. It was also the land of chaos, the land of lawlessness, and the land of slaughter. Although they had entered the Eternal Emperor Road through this passageway, no one knew where they would appear. On the Eternal Emperor Road, not only did they have to constantly kill and destroy the sneak attacks of the strongest, but they also had to find the real path to enter the final destination. Just as the Eternal Emperor Road opened, Ling Xiao, who was in the Hall of Gods, opened his eyes. Buzz! Two dazzling light beams pierced through the void, blazing and dazzling. Ling Xiao stood up from the ancestral god mountain peak. He was dressed in snow-white robes and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bright and resplendent, and his entire body exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura. After sitting alone on the ancestral god mountain's peak for 10 years, Ling Xiao had used the vast providence of the god race to break through to the third heaven of the immortal emperor realm. His primordial immortal body had reached perfection. However, the most important gain was that the 16 fruits of Wei in his body had become perfect and flawless. They had completely become a part of him, allowing him to control the vast power of the origin of the great ways with a wave of his hand. Has the Eternal Emperor Road opened? Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked into the depths of the void. There was a strange look in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see the depths of the endless chaos. The Eternal Emperor's road that was shrouded by 3,000 great Daos seemed to lead to a mysterious world. It's time for me to leave. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After 10 years of development, the Hall of Gods in front of him had begun to develop immensely after the bloodline shackles of the entire god race had been lifted. His cultivation base skyrocketed, showing a state of eruption. Countless geniuses of the God clan emerged one after another, gradually revealing the powerful potential of the clan that was once the #1 clan in the world. Ling Xiao believed that it wouldn't be long before the God clan would give him a big surprise. This was especially true for the 120 divine generals led by Zhan Chen, Wu Hen, and Ting Shan. Each of their cultivation bases was rapidly improving. Ling Xiao had no intention of taking them to the Eternal Emperor Road. They had accumulated enough. There was no shortage of resources in the Hall of Gods. That was why they could improve so quickly. The divine clan seal and the cauldron of creation floated in the void. These two supreme treasures of the god clan were incomparably terrifying. The cauldron of creation could extract immortal matter and origin energy from the immortal world. This was no different from snatching food from the longevity tower's mouth. The fortune of the god clan was like a vast sea of clouds. As the boundless immortal matter and origin energy surged in, the 1 billion god clan members' cultivation base improved faster and faster. With the divine clan seal, the cauldron of creation, and the protection of the 5 great sect masters, the Hall of Gods is very safe. Even a great emperor would have a hard time breaking through. It's time for me to go. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the Hall of Gods one last time, then took a step forward and soared into the sky. He could sense that the 5 great sect masters had already discovered his awakening. However, the 5 great sect masters did not come. The 5 great sect masters had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. They were all peerless imperial emperors. It was impossible for them to submit to Ling Xiao so easily. However, they could sense that Ling Xiao's cultivation base was improving every day. Now, it was even more unfathomable. This made them feel a little apprehensive. They all believed that it would not be long before Ling Xiao would surpass them. In that case, they might as well not meet him. Farewell, Lord Divine Master. Farewell, Lord Divine Master. At the foot of the ancestral mountain, 120 divine generals knelt down and bowed to Ling Xiao's figure at the same time. Their voices were as loud as thunder. They watched Ling Xiao leave with fanatical eyes. They looked forward to their Lord Divine Master conquering the myriad of worlds and sweeping away all the sky prides. One day, the Eternal Emperor Road would return in glory and lead them to rebuild the heavens. Ling Xiao did not turn back. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. His eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, and a shocking battle intent erupted. He left the Hall of Gods, tore through the void, and directly entered the immortal demon cave. Master, I'm afraid the other worlds have not found the node of the Eternal Emperor Road yet. You've gained a great advantage by entering the Eternal Emperor Road from the immortal world. The evil spirit's voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Do you know anything about the Eternal Emperor Road? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Rumble. He entered the passage of the immortal demon cave. Blazing light flickered around his body. The scene in front of him changed and looked extremely strange. A faint trace of anticipation grew in his heart. However, the evil spirit was incomparably excited. It was as if it could not wait to enter the Eternal Emperor Road. Ancestor God Shura and Tai Yi Xian are both geniuses who had once stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road. They had also reached the end of the Eternal Emperor's Road. The Eternal Emperor's Road is chaotic and disorderly. It's different every time. Only some information is useful. Master, I will tell you slowly. However, there's one thing. The evil spirit's voice was a little hesitant. What is it? Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi reached the end of the Eternal Emperor's Road and discovered that it was a vast sea of chaos. Vaguely, it seemed to be connected to an ancient world. However, this was only their guess. After all, they had never entered it before. The evil spirit said. The Eternal Emperor Road leads to a world? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. That's right. It's an untouchable world. Unfortunately, there's no road at the end of the Eternal Emperor Road. Otherwise, they would have gone to explore it. I'm guessing that the so-called secret of transcendence is likely to be in that untouchable world. The evil spirit said slowly. Devour. Chapter 31-25. The secret of transcendence is in that world? What proof do you have? Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly felt that the evil spirit wasn't being honest. He didn't know how many secrets this guy had, but he didn't tell him the truth. As if sensing Ling Xiao's thoughts, the evil spirit hurriedly said, Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just an evil spirit after all. I only have the fragmented memories of Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi. I only knew some information after the Eternal Emperor Road opened. Get to the point. Ling Xiao said coldly. Because according to Ancestor God Shura and Immortal Emperor Tai Yi's later discoveries, every time the Eternal Emperor Road opened, the end of the road would be the Chaos Sea. There were also others who discovered that untouchable world. That's why I guessed that this time, the Eternal Emperor Road would definitely open in that world. The secret of transcendence is very likely to be there. The evil spirit hurriedly said. In that case, we'll have to fight our way to the end of the Eternal Emperor Road first, right? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His eyes instantly flashed with a glimmer of light. Rumble. In front of them, a dazzling light flashed and an incomparably strange space appeared. Ling Xiao left the passage and stepped onto the Eternal Emperor Road. There was a faint mist of chaos all around. The world was vast and dark. There was no sun or moon. No one knew where the light came from. However, in the distance, there were broken ancient stars. Most of them were dead and silent. There was no sign of life. The road under Ling Xiao's feet pierced through the chaos and extended into the distance. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was surrounded. They were strange people with octopus heads and human bodies. They held black demonic blades in their hands. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Their long tentacles were constantly twisting and they looked very disgusting. Not bad. I didn't expect a fat sheep to appear as soon as the Eternal Emperor Road opened. This kid looks so soft and tender. If we catch him, we can definitely sell him for a good price. The octopus monster leader sneered. His eyes were filled with incomparable cruelty. Master, on the Eternal Emperor Road, there will be some strange races and creatures. They are cruel by nature and born with the power of darkness. Most of them are extremely evil. They especially like to capture geniuses from all over the universe. There's no need to show mercy to them. Evil spirit asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded, expressing his understanding. However, what surprised him was that although these octopus monsters looked disgusting, they were not weak. They were all imperial emperors with emperor's aura lingering around them. There were more than 10 imperial emperors. If it were any other genius expert, they might have been captured. I'll give you a choice. Join me and be my guide, and I won't kill you. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the leader of the octopus monsters calmly. Rely on you? Ha ha ha. Brat, looks like you still don't understand your situation. Did he really think of himself as a genius? Little ones, catch him. However, don't hurt this brat. His skin is soft and tender. Her Majesty likes this the most. The leader of the octopus monsters was stunned for a moment before it burst into laughter. Its eyes were full of mockery. The surrounding octopus monsters also laughed along with him. Following the leader's order, the octopus monsters seemed to have been prepared. Immediately, a large black net fell from the sky. It flickered with a black light and instantly enveloped Ling Xiao. There were some barbs on the black net that flickered with a dark light. They were extremely sharp and were about to pierce Ling Xiao's body. They contained an extremely strong anesthetic power. The octopus monsters had cold smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they had done this countless times. Once the net was out, Ling Xiao would have no choice but to surrender. The anesthetic was extracted from Her Majesty's body. An Imperial Emperor expert could not resist at all and would instantly faint. Ling Xiao was only a third heaven Imperial Emperor. He could not resist at all. However, what surprised them was that after the black net enveloped Ling Xiao, the black barbs pierced Ling Xiao's body, producing the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, and not even a white mark was left behind. Needless to say, they pierced Ling Xiao's flesh and paralyzed him. Is this interesting? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he grabbed the black net and tore it apart. Boom! The black net released a blazing light like a twisted poisonous snake. It seemed to be extremely intelligent. Black runes rose and tried to resist Ling Xiao's tearing. However, under Ling Xiao's unparalleled divine power, the runes on the black net exploded with a loud bang. The entire black net exploded in front of Ling Xiao and turned into dust. Rumble. Dark Ling Xiao's blood rose and emitted a terrifying and dazzling light. He was like an ancient giant beast that had been born. The octopus monster leader's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That was the net woven from Her Majesty's tentacles. It was extremely tough. Only an extreme-grade emperor weapon could break it. However, Ling Xiao had torn it apart with his bare hands. A bad feeling arose in his heart, and he hurriedly roared, "Kill him for me." Rumble. Black light rose from his body. The octopus monsters around him recovered from their shock. Ferocious light flashed in their eyes as they slashed at Ling Xiao with their ghost head sabers. The black saber radiance wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. It was a terrifying sound that could cause one's primordial spirit to collapse. It was extremely strange. The saber radiance swept out from all directions and enveloped Ling Xiao. Clang clang clang. Ling Xiao did not block at all. The sharp saber radiance slashed at Ling Xiao's body. However, it only left a white mark. It did not even break Ling Xiao's skin. What? The octopus monster leader's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was extremely terrified. Is he still human? His physical body was even more terrifying than an ancient giant beast. Such a terrifying person would be the most dazzling peerless genius on Eternal Emperor Road. How dare they target such a person? He was extremely flustered. The eyes of the octopus monsters were also filled with panic. Too weak. How dare trash like you block my path and rob me on Eternal Emperor Road? Ling Xiao shook his head. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Rumble. The blood energy around him surged. His eyes were sharp and unparalleled divine light swept in all directions. In an instant, the octopus monsters were sent flying. Ling Xiao threw out a punch. The void exploded. The domineering and terrifying fist print pressed down like a mountain. A few octopus monsters were directly blown apart by his punch. The remaining octopus monsters wanted to escape, but none of them were able to dodge Ling Xiao's tyrannical fist. In just a few breaths of time, apart from the leader of the octopus monsters, everyone else was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the octopus monster leader. The octopus monster leader trembled. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. "SS sir, don't kill me." The octopus monster leader stammered. His eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 31-26. Although this group of octopus monsters were all immortal emperors, they were only low-level immortal emperors. How could they withstand Ling Xiao's invincible fist mark? Without a doubt, they had all died in Ling Xiao's hands. Moreover, they had all been blasted apart. However, it was very difficult for the octopus monsters to accept. Their prey had suddenly become the hunter, and all the octopus warriors had been killed. The octopus monster leader was almost scared to death by Ling Xiao's glare. Therefore, without any hesitation, he knelt down. For the living beings on the Eternal Emperor Road, there's only life and death. What honor and disgrace is there? Only by surviving can one have unlimited possibilities. Only the geniuses of the various worlds would value their honor more than their lives. The evil spirit explained. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he had not experienced the tragedy of the Eternal Emperor Road, he could understand. "Do you want to live or die?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "I want to live, I want to live. Sir, please spare my life. I'll do anything you ask." The octopus monster leader bowed and begged for mercy. His eyes were full of flattery. "Answer my question obediently and I won't kill you. Why are you here?" "The nodes of the Eternal Emperor Road should be randomly teleported, right?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "Sir, you don't know. When the Eternal Emperor Road opens, the node passageways of the myriad worlds may be randomly teleported, but when they are teleported, a strange phenomenon will appear. Her Majesty the Empress has calculated that this is a node passageway, which is why she has us wait here." The octopus monster leader quickly said. "So that's how it is. How many people have you caught while you were guarding this place? Where have they been taken to?" Ling Xiao nodded and said. Although it was randomly teleported, there must be many geniuses in the immortal world who had entered the node passage. There should be many people who had been teleported here with him. "Sir, we have only caught 3 people before you. They have been sent back and handed over to Her Majesty the Queen." The octopus monster leader said honestly. "How many people are there in the octopus clan? What are their strengths? Who is this Her Majesty the Queen?" Ling Xiao asked. He had just stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road and needed to obtain some information in order to prepare for the upcoming battle. Countless geniuses stepped onto the Eternal Emperor's Road. Even though the Eternal Emperor's Road was vast and boundless, there would always be a day when they would meet. If they could learn more, they would have the upper hand. "My lord, our octopus clan has a total of more than 3,000 people. Only a little more than 100 imperial emperors have formed a hunting team to hunt challengers for Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen is our queen and our mother. She gave birth to us. As for Her Majesty's cultivation, according to what all of you said, she should be at the 9th level of the imperial monarch realm." The octopus monster leader said honestly. "There are more than 100 imperial emperors among the 3,000? Ling Xiao's heart trembled slightly. If that was the case, then the octopus clan was truly a powerful clan. As for the queen of the octopus clan, she was actually at the 9th heaven of the imperial emperor realm. This surprised Ling Xiao. A peerless monarch was considered an overlord on the Eternal Emperor Road. "My lord, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you everything about the octopus clan. I'll even tell you about Her Majesty the Queen's weakness." The octopus monster leader gritted his teeth and said, "Her Majesty the Queen's weakness?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed brightly. "That's right. My lord, you might not know this, but the reason why there are so few people in our octopus clan is because we are all Her Majesty the Queen's children. Her Majesty the Queen is an ancient giant beast, an octopus monster. Although she's powerful, she can't transform. Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen is about to give birth to a child. After that, she'll enter a period of weakness and her strength will be greatly reduced. As long as you kill Her Majesty the Queen, you'll be able to obtain her origin pearl. That's a complete heavenly filth origin pearl," the octopus monster leader said hurriedly. He was very respectful and there was a strange hint of temptation in his voice. "Heavenly filth origin pearl. Is that it?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed brightly. He stretched out his hand and there were dozens of black Dao fruits in his palm. They shone with a bright and mysterious light and were filled with the aura of the great Dao. These were the Dao fruits of the octopus monsters that he had killed. However, the Dao fruits contained very little origin Dao and were even a little incomplete. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't refine them. "That's right. That's it. However, we're all Her Majesty the Queen's children. Although we've also condensed heavenly filth origin pearls, they're not as perfect as Her Majesty the Queen's heavenly filth origin pearl. If my lord obtains Her Majesty the Queen's heavenly filth origin pearl and assimilates it into your body, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly," the octopus monster leader said hurriedly. The heavenly filth origin pearl he mentioned was actually the heavenly filth Dao fruit. Ling Xiao had to admit that he was a little tempted. Although he had 16 Dao fruits in his body, it was far from enough. He had very strict requirements for Dao fruits. Only perfect Dao fruits would be refined by him. As for the Dao fruits condensed by ordinary imperial lords, due to insufficient accumulation and foundation, the Dao fruits condensed by them were not perfect or even incomplete. His main purpose in entering the Eternal Emperor's Road was to collect all kinds of Dao fruits and assimilate them into his body. The heavenly filth Dao fruit in the octopus queen's body was indeed a very good choice. "Master, this guy has bad intentions. He's definitely trying to send you to your death." The evil spirit's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. How could I not know? However, what he said about the octopus queen giving birth to a child should be true. Let's go take a look and act according to the situation. Let's see if we can kill the octopus queen. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He naturally understood what the octopus monster leader was thinking. He was trying to lure Ling Xiao to the octopus clan and then borrow the octopus queen's power to kill him. Unfortunately, he had the wrong idea. "Very good. What's your name? From today onwards you'll be my guide. Bring me to the octopus clan. If I can obtain the heavenly filth origin pearl, I'll definitely reward you." Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the octopus monster leader as he smiled faintly. "My lord, my name is Zhang Yun. I'll definitely do my best for you until the day I die." The octopus monster leader pretended to be happy and quickly knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. "Zhang Yun. Bring me to the octopus clan." Ling Xiao's lips curled into a strange smile as he said indifferently, "Yes." Under Zhang Yun's lead, Ling Xiao walked toward the Eternal Emperor's Road. Chapter 31-27. This was a vast starry sky ancient road, surrounded by huge stars. Although most of them were dead stars, there were all kinds of strange life forms, as well as some heaven and earth treasures that had long been lost in the god world. However, when these life forms sensed Zhang Yun and Ling Xiao's aura, they were very frightened and ran away. An emperor was considered a powerhouse on the Eternal Emperor Road. Although there were many emperors among the life forms on the Eternal Emperor Road, they were still in the minority. The chaotic fog rose, and the surrounding scenery looked very strange. It was colorful and dreamy. The Eternal Emperor Road was different from the God world, the demon world, the immortal world, and any other world. It felt like an illusory world. Soon, Zhang Yun brought Ling Xiao back to the octopus tribe. This is the octopus tribe. Ling Xiao looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. In the chaotic void ahead, there was a huge octopus beast floating. It looked like 1,000,000 feet tall, like a floating immemorial divine mountain. The octopus beast was pitch black, but its eyes were like blood moons, half open and half closed. The tentacles on its body were like huge black pythons, wriggling slowly. However, the energy fluctuations emitted by the giant octopus beast made Ling Xiao extremely shocked. The million-zhang-tall octopus was surrounded by a huge transparent barrier. Inside the transparent barrier, there was mist and immortal light. There were huge buildings and people flying here and there. That's right. This is the octopus tribe. That octopus beast is Her Majesty the Octopus Queen. The huge barrier around it is formed by her power, and it is also the ancestral land of the octopus tribe. Zhang Yun nodded and said, I see. Ling Xiao nodded, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Anyone who saw this scene would be incomparably shocked. The huge octopus beast had formed the octopus tribe. No wonder Zhang Yun said that all the octopus tribe members were the octopus queen's children. My lord, this is my plan. We will wait here for a while. Today, Her Majesty the Queen will give birth to a child. Later, you will pretend to be my captive, and I will bring you to see Her Majesty. After Her Majesty gives birth to a child, she will become extremely weak and will need to eat, so she will not be too wary of you. Her Achilles' heel is her eyes. As long as you can blind her eyes, you can kill her. Zhang Yun said respectfully. Since you've already planned it, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said noncommittally. Thank you for your trust, sir. This subordinate will not let you down. Zhang Yun quickly expressed his loyalty. While they were talking, a strange change occurred in the distance. Rumble. The octopus behemoth shook slightly, causing the surrounding void to rumble. Its body emitted dazzling 9-colored divine light, making the octopus behemoth look extremely holy in an instant. The black light on her body faded away, and she was enveloped in 9-colored divine light, nurturing an incomparably majestic aura of life. Sir, let's go quickly. Her Majesty is about to give birth to a child. Zhang Yun's eyes flashed as he hurriedly said. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Together with Zhang Yun, he walked towards the octopus behemoth. Black ropes appeared on his arms and bound his hands. As if because the octopus behemoth was about to give birth to a child, Ling Xiao could feel that the power of the huge boundary around the octopus behemoth had weakened. Zhang Yun led him and passed through the boundary easily. Ling Xiao saw many octopus monsters within the boundary bowing to the octopus behemoth with fanatical worship in their eyes. Greetings, General Zhang Yun. General Zhang Yun seems to have gained a lot today. You actually caught such a handsome young man. Her Majesty will definitely reward you generously. Where are your subordinates? Why did you come back alone? Along the way, they met many octopus warriors. They smiled and greeted Zhang Yun, and Zhang Yun responded with a smile. However, Zhang Yun was very obedient from the beginning to the end and did not make any strange movements. She led Ling Xiao all the way to the octopus behemoth. Rumble. The octopus behemoth spewed out a dazzling 9-colored divine glow. Endless life essence erupted and formed a cloud of life around it. Finally, it gathered to form a lake of life. At this moment, the octopus behemoth's aura was released to the extreme. The majestic life aura erupted like a blooming flower. Crack. The octopus beast's body cracked open and a dozen or so giant eggs rolled out from within. Each of the giant eggs was hundreds of feet in size and had strange dark golden patterns on them. They contained a majestic aura of life. These were the octopus eggs that the octopus behemoth had given birth to. In the future, the octopus eggs would definitely give birth to powerful octopus tribesmen. Boom! After giving birth to a dozen huge eggs, the octopus behemoth's aura began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao could feel that the octopus behemoth was emitting a very tired fluctuation as if its vitality had been greatly damaged. At this moment, The octopus warriors guarding at the side pulled out a dozen figures with powerful auras. They were all in the immortal emperor realm. However, those people were all shackled by the black chains. Each of them looked dispirited, and their eyes were filled with shock and anger. Among them, Ling Xiao also saw 3 figures emitting immortal light. They were from the celestial tribe. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that they were probably the 3 people that Zhang Yun had mentioned, the 3 people who had been captured earlier. "My children, offer your sacrifices." An old and hoarse voice sounded. It sounded like the voice of an old woman, and it gave people goosebumps. This is the Octopus Queen. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. She was clearly a rotten old woman. The octopus behemoth's blood moon-like eyes swept across the crowd. After seeing the dozen people, it revealed a trace of satisfaction. Finally, its eyes landed on Ling Xiao, and it could not help but light up. It could feel that Ling Xiao's vitality was majestic. His life aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the dozen figures. "Zhang Yun, my child, you actually prepared such a perfect sacrifice for me? Very good. I will definitely reward you handsomely." The octopus behemoth's voice boomed like thunder. Then, the black tentacles around its body wrapped around Ling Xiao and the dozen figures like pythons. Zhang Yun retreated without showing any emotion. He did not make a fuss, nor did he say anything. He thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. After all, Her Majesty's invincibility and power had long been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. However, he still did not dare to tell the truth. If the fact that he had betrayed the Octopus Queen and brought the enemy back to the Octopus tribe was exposed, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Therefore, the best solution was for Ling Xiao to die. Zhang Yun's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. He could even see Ling Xiao dying in the Octopus Queen's mouth. Chapter 31-28. Rumble. The Octopus Queen's tentacles were as thick as towering ancient trees. They shone with a metallic luster and were filled with black light. They were as fast as lightning as they swept towards Ling Xiao and the others. The only difference was that Ling Xiao wasn't actually imprisoned. On the other hand, the dozen or so people were all imprisoned. At this moment, all of their eyes were filled with incomparable despair. Boom! A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. An extremely terrifying aura fluctuation erupted from his body. Chaotic light gushed out and an endless amount of mighty power erupted. Clang! The sky-devouring sword was unsheathed. It was like a divine rainbow that bloomed with a vast and dazzling light. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Everyone's vision turned white. It was like a snow-white waterfall. It was dazzling and extremely bright. Poof! Black liquid splattered in all directions. The black tentacles that were sweeping towards Ling Xiao and the others were cut off by Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. He used the great teleportation technique and appeared in front of the Octopus Queen's eyes in an instant. He held his sword and stabbed horizontally, wanting to blind the Octopus Queen's eyes. The Octopus Queen was a genuine peerless emperor. However, after giving birth, her cultivation had been greatly damaged. In Ling Xiao's opinion, she was barely at the level of a high-level emperor. The Octopus Queen's black tentacles were extremely sturdy and contained the mighty power of the Great Path. If her cultivation had not been greatly damaged, Ling Xiao would not have been able to cut it off so easily. Zhang Yun did not lie to him. The Octopus Queen's Achilles heel was her eyes. Ling Xiao could feel that behind those blood moon-like eyes was the Octopus Queen's vast life source. And the indestructible primordial spirit. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to attack. After the sky-devouring sword had merged with the 4 heavenly immortal swords, it was not an extreme path emperor weapon. However, it was even more powerful than an extreme path emperor weapon. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also extremely fast. All of this happened in an instant. In fact, the people from the Octopus clan did not even have time to react before they saw the Octopus Queen's tentacles being cut off. The dozens of supreme cultivators were originally in despair. They thought that they would be buried in the octopus queen's stomach. However, they did not expect to be instantly enveloped by a huge surprise. Someone had broken free from the bindings and attacked the octopus queen. Who is he? More than a dozen trial takers stared at Ling Zhao's figure, their hearts filled with doubt. Roar! The octopus queen was furious. It let out a roar that sounded like a tsunami. In an instant, it caused the surrounding space to tremble. The terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. It had never thought that the ant that it regarded as food in its stomach would actually bite back. At the same time, it also felt the fatal threat of the sky-devouring sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bloody light shot out from its eyes and intertwined with each other, forming a huge blood screen in front of Ling Zhao. Moreover, the blood screen was wriggling like a living creature, trying to suck Ling Zhao into it. Break! Ling Zhao's eyes glowed with a blazing light as he roared. The heaven-devouring sword shone brightly in an instant as an unparalleled sword chi swept out in all directions. The blood veil was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. The sky-devouring sword did not slow down. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the octopus queen's eyes. Clang! At this critical moment, the octopus queen closed her eyes. Her huge eyelids were as sturdy as a stone door. There were even black scales on them. Although the heaven-devouring sword had pierced a few scales and left sparks, the octopus queen's eyelids were unexpectedly sturdy and blocked the attack of the heaven-devouring sword. After all, the octopus queen knew that her eyes were her lifeline. Therefore, her eyelids were like defensive treasures that could withstand all attacks. Die! 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 Ant, you have completely angered me. A thunderous roar erupted from the octopus queen's mouth. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of black tentacles swept across the sky at an extremely fast speed. They intertwined around Ling Zhao and covered the sky like an inescapable net. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel the powerful force attached to the black tentacles. If he was really trapped by the black tentacles, it would be difficult for him to break free in a short time. Boom! Ling Zhao threw out a punch. The chaotic fist print was unparalleled. It collided with a huge tentacle and caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. Ling Zhao felt an incomparably strong recoil, and his entire body was involuntarily sent flying. Behind him, the tentacles intertwined with each other. The heaven-devouring sword in Ling Zhao's hand emitted a dazzling light. It slashed through the air and was invincible. Every ray of sword chi seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Even though the octopus queen's tentacles covered the sky, they were unable to trap Ling Zhao for a while. This giant octopus queen has such a terrifying physical strength. Is this the power of an ancient beast? Ling Zhao exclaimed in his heart. He collided with the black tentacle. Although it could be said that they were evenly matched, Ling Zhao could still feel the incomparably terrifying power within the giant octopus's body. It was like a volcano, and it made him extremely fearful. He can actually fight Her Majesty to such an extent? Could it be that he really has a chance of killing Her Majesty? Among the octopus clan in the distance, Zhang Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Zhao's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he did not know who would win between Ling Zhao and the octopus queen, Zhang Yun knew that he would not have a good ending. While the octopus clan members were shocked and angry, and they were in chaos, he turned his eyes and quietly rushed out of the octopus clan. It was too terrifying. It was too dangerous. He had to leave this place. It would be best if he never saw Ling Zhao again. No one noticed Zhang Yun's departure. Many octopus clan members were shocked and furious. They were extremely anxious, but they could not do anything at this moment. The battle between Ling Zhao and the octopus queen was too intense. Ordinary octopus clan members could not interfere at all. Woo! Some octopus clan members took out strange treasures and let out strange whimpers. The whimpers spread to the surrounding chaotic void. Whoosh! 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 As though they were summoned by the strange sound wave, numerous figures with powerful auras flew over from afar. They were all imperial emperors of the octopus clan. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. There were many imperial emperors in the octopus clan. If they all rushed back, it would be extremely troublesome when the octopus queen joined in. Therefore, it was best to kill the octopus queen before they rushed back. Chapter 31-29. Clang! The sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand glowed even brighter. He activated the devouring fruit of Tao, and his body exuded a boundless devouring power. The sky-devouring sword struck through the air at an extremely fast speed. The tentacles were cut off one by one. Instead of retreating, Ling Xiao charged towards the octopus queen's eyes. Although the octopus queen's eyelids were extremely sturdy and could withstand the power of the sky-devouring sword, Ling Xiao believed that if he attacked with all his might, he would definitely be able to break through that powerful defense. As long as he could pierce the octopus queen's vital point, the octopus queen's cultivation level would be greatly reduced. Then, he would be able to kill the octopus queen easily. Although the octopus queen's cultivation level had been greatly reduced due to the birth of her son, her body was too huge. The octopus queen was like an ancient sacred mountain that was filled with boundless power. Rumble! The octopus queen was completely enraged by Ling Xiao. Black light gushed out from her body and shrouded Ling Xiao in an instant. The black light was extremely viscous, like a black sea. However, Ling Xiao could feel a strong filthy power from the black light. It contained the power of the Great Path origin and seemed to be able to pollute everything. Is this the octopus queen's heavenly filthy origin? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the octopus queen had been forced by Ling Xiao to unleash her full power. Even the heavenly filthy origin had erupted. After all, Ling Xiao was extremely fast, and the sky-devouring sword could destroy everything. The octopus queen's tentacles were useless against Ling Xiao. Those black tentacles were only able to slow Ling Xiao down slightly after being cut off by the sky-devouring sword. Moreover, because of the octopus queen's boundless life origin, those black tentacles could quickly regenerate even if they were cut off. Ling Xiao felt that the void around him had become stagnant, causing his speed to slow down. The surging black light was formless and formless. It surged into Ling Xiao's body, wanting to corrode his vitality and pollute his origin, completely assimilating him. Rumble! Ling Xiao felt the power of the heavenly filth origin and didn't dare to be careless. Instantly, unparalleled chaotic light gushed out from his body, blocking the invasion of the heavenly filth origin. At the same time, he attacked through the air. Sword chi swept through the surroundings with unparalleled sharpness, constantly cutting off the tentacles in front of him. Once again, he stood in front of the octopus queen's eyes. Boom! The light of the sky-devouring sword blazed like a flame. The sharp sword chi swept across the void and turned into an incomparably huge sword aura in an instant. The sword energy was extremely sharp and contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything. It pierced toward the octopus queen's eyes. Clang! The octopus queen closed her eyes again. The huge double eyelids fell like a dragon-breaking rock, blocking the heaven-devouring sword. Blazing sparks flew in all directions, and the octopus queen's eyelids trembled violently. The scales on her eyelids were pierced by the sky-devouring sword, and spiderweb-like cracks started to appear on them. It looked as if they would shatter at any moment. However, at this moment, an overwhelming black light screen swept across the sky towards Ling Xiao. There were black barbs on the black light screen. They flickered with a sharp and cold radiance that could pierce through everything. That was the octopus queen's tongue. Rumble! At this moment, all the black tentacles shrunk by tens of thousands of times in an instant. Like a black waterfall, they crisscrossed and formed a huge net that enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, the heavenly filth origin swept over from below, wanting to pollute all life. A cold radiance flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not expect the octopus queen to be so intelligent. She even took the initiative to set up a trap. This was clearly a trap that the octopus queen had deliberately set up for Ling Xiao. She wanted to capture and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. The spiderweb-like cracks on the octopus queen's eyelids, which were about to shatter, instantly disappeared and became extremely sturdy again. Ling Xiao did not continue to aim at the octopus queen's eyes. The sky-devouring sword in his hand soared into the sky. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and it wanted to tear the huge black net apart. Clang! 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 Although the huge black net was trembling, it managed to block the sharp radiance of the sky-devouring sword. However, the radiance dimmed a little, and it continued to envelop Ling Xiao. The octopus queen's huge tongue and the black sea formed by the heavenly filth origin drowned Ling Xiao in an instant. The octopus queen opened her eyes again, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Do you really think that I don't know that this is a trap that you set up? Suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice was heard. The octopus queen's body trembled, and there was a look of uncertainty in her eyes as she looked around. Swoosh! At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the octopus queen, and he punched out. Crack! Chaotic light bloomed, and the unparalleled fist print contained the power to split the heavens and earth. It was as though it was going to restart the era and recreate chaos. Epic fist. The speed of this punch was extremely fast, and Ling Xiao and the octopus queen's eyes were too close. The octopus queen did not even have time to close her eyes before Ling Xiao's punch landed on her eyes. Poof! Blood spurted out, and the octopus queen's eyes suddenly exploded. Ling Xiao moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Without any hesitation, he charged into the octopus queen's body through the eye that had been blasted open. Clang! The sky-devouring sword made a clanging sound and instantly pierced through the octopus queen's tongue. It flew across the sky and landed in Ling Xiao's hands. With the sky-devouring sword in hand, Ling Xiao was unstoppable. He wantonly destroyed everything around him as he charged towards the core of the octopus queen's body. Roar! The octopus queen let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, it was mixed with intense pain and fear. Her other undamaged eye was filled with confusion. She did not understand how Ling Xiao could appear out of thin air when he was already imprisoned by her tongue. However, she did not know that Ling Xiao's teleportation secret skill, after fusing with the power of time and space, was almost like an avatar. It formed an illusory Ling Xiao and deceived the octopus queen's eyes. While she was scheming against Ling Xiao was also scheming against her. Rumble! The octopus queen's gigantic body began to writhe wildly due to the intense pain. In an instant, countless buildings were destroyed and many powerful octopus warriors were crushed to death. The octopus queen's body did not have any flaws. It was extremely sturdy. Even Ling Xiao's sky-devouring sword could not cause any substantial damage to it. However, its eyes were its only weak point. Ling Xiao smashed one of its eyes and charged into its body. His wanton destruction caused the octopus queen's cultivation, which had already been greatly damaged, to dissipate even faster. Moreover, the intense pain was unbearable. It roared furiously, and at the same time, its gigantic body twisted and destroyed everything in the octopus clan. Chapter 3130. Is he really able to kill the octopus queen? The trial takers hid at the side and looked at the octopus queen, who was twisting violently in front of them. The members of the octopus clan were fleeing in all directions. At this moment, no one cared about them. Although some of the emperors of the octopus clan had rushed back, Ling Xiao had already entered the octopus queen's body. The emperors of the octopus clan could only be anxious. The octopus queen is an ancient beast. The bloodline in her body is a good treasure that can allow us to be reborn. Especially the heavenly taint origin pearl. That is a complete origin pearl. If it is integrated into one's body, one's cultivation will skyrocket. Someone said enviously. So what? If the octopus queen dies, we won't get the bloodline or the heavenly taint origin pearl. Someone sneered. If only the young master was here. With the young master, he would definitely be able to kill the octopus queen. Even if we can't get the heavenly taint origin pearl, it would be good to get the octopus queen's bloodline. Someone said regretfully. That's right. That brat is just lucky. Also, the sword in his hand should be an extreme emperor weapon. It could even cut off the octopus queen's tentacles. What a good treasure. The young master would definitely like it. Unfortunately, the young master isn't here. If only the young master could find us, the group of people gathered together and discussed softly. As for the three immortals, they looked at each other with pity in their eyes. Without leaving a trace, they distanced themselves from the dozen or so immortals. They really don't know what's good for them. That fiend saved you. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you want to take advantage of him? At first, they did not recognize Ling Xiao's identity. However, when Ling Xiao took out the sky-devouring sword and released the aura of the God clan, they instantly recognized him. The son of God from the God clan, the Divine Master. This was a ruthless person who dared to reject the ninth prince. He was the person who killed the Taiyuan saint and the Sword Heart saint. The three of them were independent cultivators. Although they did not enter the immortal demon cave, they were outside and witnessed the battle with their own eyes. These dozen or so reckless fellows are dead for sure. The three of them could only hope that Ling Xiao would not kill them because of their status as immortals. Within the octopus queen's body, Ling Xiao wielded the sky-devouring sword and destroyed everything around him. He entered the octopus queen's head through her eyes. Her heavenly filth origin bead emitted a mysterious light that surged toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body was perfect and impenetrable. The primordial immortal body was able to resist all attacks from the origin of heavenly filth. After devouring the Tao fruit, he could even refine the origin of heavenly filth. Furthermore, the light emitted by the heavenly filth origin pearl had also pointed the way for Ling Xiao. Crack! The sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's hand cut through everything. Finally, he saw the sky taint origin pearl and the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit. Is this the heavenly filth origin pearl? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The heavenly filth origin pearl in front of him looked like a dazzling sun. It flowed with colorful light, but it was black and contained an extremely evil energy fluctuation. On the other hand, the indestructible primordial spirit of the octopus queen looked like a small octopus. Its entire body was as black as ink, and it contained extremely powerful mental strength. At this moment, it was looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of resentment. "Aunt, you've angered me." The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit said coldly. "Angered you? What can you do about it?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said with interest. "As punishment, I'll let you taste the most painful death in this world. The last thing you should have done was to barge into this place." The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit said coldly as if she was looking at a dead person. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely powerful sound wave burst out from her mouth. It was as if it had materialized and shrouded Ling Xiao. Crack! The void trembled and the surrounding heavens and earth rumbled. The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit was like a black ray of light. It was extremely fast and shrouded Ling Xiao in an instant. The heavenly filth origin pearl came across the sky and emitted the purest polluting power. It surged wildly into Ling Xiao's body. After all, the octopus queen had the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor. Even though her cultivation had been greatly damaged because she had given birth to a child, which gave Ling Xiao an opportunity to take advantage of her, her primordial spirit did not suffer much damage. With the soul core of a peerless imperial monarch, annihilating a third-level imperial monarch was simply an extremely easy task. Rumble. Ling Xiao's entire body was enveloped by a dense black light. The octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit was like an awl. It was extremely sharp and wanted to penetrate Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and enter it to pollute his primordial spirit. In the octopus queen's opinion, Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint mocking smile. Chaotic light filled his body and purple gas rose. The Hong Meng indestructible origin body gave him the ability to be invulnerable. The power of the heavenly filth origin pearl could not penetrate his body at all. Moreover, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary third-level imperial monarch. Rumble. Instantly, a terrifying devouring power erupted from his body. The devouring heaven's sacred domain appeared and shrouded the entire area majestically. This was the Octopus Queen's Sea of Consciousness. It was the place where her primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin pearl resided. It was also the place where the life origin gathered. As Ling Xiao urged the fruit of devouring, a terrifying devouring domain instantly formed around him. The vast life origin and the power of the heavenly filth origin pearl were devoured by the devouring Dao fruit and surged into Ling Xiao's body continuously. You actually cultivated the devouring Dao fruit. So what if you devour the Dao fruit? Do you really think that the devouring Dao fruit can devour my heavenly filth origin pearl? The Octopus Queen was shocked and furious. Her expression became extremely ugly. The devouring Dao fruit was one of the top 20 Dao fruits in the universe. It was extremely powerful and much more powerful than the heavenly filth origin pearl. If Ling Xiao's cultivation was not much weaker than hers, the devouring Dao fruit could refine the heavenly filth origin pearl in one fell swoop. Even so, the Octopus Queen still felt that something was amiss. If the devouring Dao fruit doesn't work, what if I add other things? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His eyes instantly shone with an incomparably bright light. Rumble. Chaotic light rose around him. The power of destiny was ethereal and the aura of reincarnation surged. The light of karma intertwined and the power of time and space began to distort. 12 Dao fruits appeared and displayed a destructive aura fluctuation. Chapter 31-31. These were the Dao fruits of the 12 ultimate great paths. When Ling Xiao activated them at the same time, the heavenly filth origin bead was completely suppressed. Moreover, with the support of the 12 Dao fruits, the devouring Dao fruit shone brightly as if it was going to devour the heavenly filth origin bead. The Octopus Queen was scared out of her wits. You're a robber. The Octopus Queen screamed in shock. Her eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh. She gave up the idea of killing Ling Xiao instantly. Her indestructible primordial spirit quickly moved away and chose to escape. Robber? What's a robber? Ling Xiao was confused. The words robber seemed to have a special meaning. However, Ling Xiao did not understand why the Octopus Queen would think that he was a robber. Are you still pretending? Who else can refine so many ultimate Dao fruits other than a robber? Let me go and I promise I won't be your enemy. The Octopus Queen screamed. Her eyes were filled with fear and even a hint of pleading. She realized that her indestructible primordial spirit could not escape the seal of the 12 Dao fruits. The threat of death loomed over her heart. Let you go. Leave the heavenly filth origin bead and I can spare your life. How about that? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had spent so much effort to kill the Octopus Queen because of the heavenly filth origin bead. This was a perfect origin bead. If he could refine it, it would definitely allow his strength to increase greatly. His cultivation would also increase by quite a bit. Leave the heavenly filth origin bead? Don't even think about it. Aunt, do you really think I'm afraid of you? At most, we'll perish together. The Octopus Queen screamed fiercely. The heavenly filth origin bead was her foundation and the source of her cultivation and power. If she left it to Ling Xiao, not only would her cultivation be greatly damaged, but she would also be killed if her powerful enemies found out about it. Therefore, she was unwilling to give up the heavenly filth origin bead even if she died. If you're unwilling, you can go to hell. Ling Xiao sneered. Boom. He activated the 12 ultimate Dao fruits without hesitation. The terrifying power of the devouring Dao fruit shrouded the Octopus Queen's primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword in Ling Xiao's primordial spirit gave out a blazing light. It was extremely sharp. The sky-devouring sword, sky-devouring heavenly emperor weapon, eternal emperor's weapon was emperor's weapon. It was sky-devouring heaven emperor. Devouring sword emperor sword sword head sword 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 heaven sword sword sword. Sword 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 heaven sword sword was sword 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 sword. Even the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit did not dare to face the sky-devouring sword, let alone her physical body. His. Of. To be. Shall to be, to be sword. To be. Sword. To be. To s to her with she of hers her was. The 12 Tao fruits continued to compress the space. The devouring Tao fruit unleashed a terrifying devouring power that suppressed the octopus queen's indestructible primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. Soon, Queen Octopus was in a desperate situation. You forced me to do this. If you want my heavenly filth origin bead, then die together with me. Queen Octopus's eyes were filled with despair as she roared. Rumble. Her indestructible primordial spirit gave off a dazzling light. An extremely terrifying aura filled the air. It was furious and crazy. The heavenly filth origin bead was also spewing out heavenly filth origin energy. It was like a black sea that was surging wildly. It contained an extremely crazy power. Queen Octopus was going to self-detonate. Suppress. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and yelled out loudly. Dazzling light bloomed between his eyebrows. The 9-colored divine glow rose and the wordless heavenly book flew across the sky. It floated above Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit and the heavenly filth origin bead. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura. Queen Octopus, who was about to self-detonate, was shocked. This is, there was a look of horror and disbelief in its eyes. Swoosh. But before she could finish her sentence, the sky-devouring sword flew across the sky like a divine rainbow. It was dazzling white and extremely sharp. It cut her in half. The devouring Tao fruit exploded with a terrifying devouring power. It instantly enveloped Queen Octopus's primordial spirit and began to devour and refine it. The heavenly filth origin bead was suppressed by the wordless heavenly book and then slowly absorbed into Ling Xiao's consciousness between his eyebrows. The 17th origin Tao fruit. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in Queen Octopus's head. He was refining Queen Octopus's primordial spirit and devouring her majestic life origin at the same time. His aura began to strengthen rapidly. Queen Octopus's million-foot body had lived for countless years in Eternal Emperor's Road. It contained an extremely terrifying amount of vitality. The pure life origin contained a vast amount of immortal matter. Although it couldn't raise Ling Xiao's cultivation base by much, it could strengthen his foundation. After Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit was erased, it turned into the purest form of primordial spirit energy and merged with Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Even though Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was powerful now, the indestructible primordial spirit of a peerless emperor could still raise his indestructible primordial spirit significantly. Queen Octopus is indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that she gave birth to a child, her cultivation would have been reduced to the 6th or 7th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm at most. I probably wouldn't have been able to kill her or even break her defense. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He was really lucky this time. However, he had also gained a lot. Queen Octopus's life origin, indestructible primordial spirit, and heavenly filth origin bead were all treasures that could only be found by chance. It's a pity that I still had to use the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ever since the evil spirit had told him about the origin of the wordless heavenly book, he had been very cautious and unwilling to use it too much. When Queen Octopus's indestructible primordial spirit self-destructed, only the wordless heavenly book could suppress it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the wordless heavenly book. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was better to use the chaotic treasure as little as possible in Eternal Emperor's Road, as he might trigger some unknown existence. Master, it's useless to think so much. Anyway, you've already been targeted by the weapon spirit of the wordless heavenly book. The only thing you can do now is to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible so that you can protect yourself. The evil spirit seemed to know what Ling Xiao was thinking and said aloud. I understand. However, I still hope to keep a low profile as much as possible. Before I have absolute strength, I don't want to attract too much attention. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Chapter 31-32. Master, do you think you can keep a low profile? You're the chosen one and you possess the heavenly Tao's providence of this epoch. I'm afraid not only the geniuses of the universe, but also the monstrous geniuses of the past. They won't let you off so easily. This is an era of great competition. Stepping onto the Eternal Emperor Road means that you must fight for everything. If you don't fight for it, others will. So, it's better to fight. Kill everyone who stands in your way and ascend to the peak of the Eternal Emperor Road. The evil spirit said eagerly. There was a strong bewitching power in its voice. I understand what you're saying. Let's not talk about this for now. Tell me, what's a robber? Why did the octopus queen call me a robber when she saw me reveal so many Tao fruits? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Robber? That name sounds familiar. I need to think about it. The evil spirit said with some confusion. You don't know either? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. I really haven't remembered, but a robber should be someone like Master who has many Tao fruits. Anyway, robbers are very dangerous. Master must be careful of them. The evil spirit said vaguely. Many Tao fruits. Is that a robber? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. When an Imperial Emperor realm expert condensed an origin Tao fruit, it represented the origin Tao that the Imperial Emperor was walking. If one reached the peak of an origin Tao and eventually mastered a great Tao, it was also called Tao affirmation. The Tao affirmation was an emperor. Therefore, many imperial lords would only condense a single Tao fruit. Even if they obtained another's Tao fruit, as long as their quintessence was similar, they could absorb the Tao fruit and allow their quintessence Tao fruit to evolve, allowing them to walk further on the quintessence Tao. Very few people would condense more than one Tao fruit at the same time. Of course, some people who knew that they had no hope of Tao affirmation would condense more Tao fruits to improve their strength. There were also some amazing geniuses who thought that they could control more origin Taos, so they would condense more Tao fruits. But those were the minority. Only Ling Xiao would be able to condense multiple origin Tao fruits without the slightest scruple. Because the path he walked was different from others. He wanted to gather 3,000 great Taos and walk the path of 10,000 Taos as one. In the end, he had to break through 10,000 Taos and return them to one, then use strength to affirm his Tao. This was destined to be a path that no one had ever taken before, and no one in the future. However, the words, robber, that the octopus queen had mentioned made Ling Xiao instinctively feel that something was amiss. It seemed to have a special meaning that did not belong to the above categories. Perhaps, when I meet a real robber, I will understand. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The octopus queen had been killed by him, and her most precious life origin, indestructible primordial spirit, and heavenly taint origin pearl had all become his. Ling Xiao didn't leave either. He sat cross-legged in the octopus queen's head to refine the life origin and the indestructible primordial spirit. Outside, everyone saw that the octopus queen's huge body, which was still twisting violently, had stiffened and lost all signs of life. The octopus queen really died in the hands of that brat? The dozen or so surviving trial takers and prodigies all had incredulous looks in their eyes. In that case, the heavenly filth origin pearl has also fallen into his hands. There's also the life origin of the octopus queen. Such a huge body, I wonder how much life origin it contains. Perhaps it can help our cultivation to improve further. That brat still hasn't come out. Could it be that he wants to take the Octopus Queen's treasures for himself? Damn it, how dare he look down on us? When the young master arrives, we must teach him a lesson. The dozen or so trial takers and prodigies all had indignant looks on their faces. It was as if they had forgotten who had saved them from the Octopus Queen's mouth. After the Octopus Queen was killed, the imperial emperors of the Octopus clan all suffered a huge backlash. Their life origin was damaged after their mother's body was killed, and their strength was rapidly draining away. All of them were extremely terrified. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would rush out to deal with them, so all of them fled in all directions. Soon, the ancestral land of the Octopus clan was empty. Crack! At that moment, a blazing thunderbolt exploded in the void. The sky was filled with thunderbolts, surging like an ocean, flashing with a dazzling light. A young man with purple hair walked out from the thunderbolt, holding a purple gold war spear. He was clad in armor and had a head of fluttering purple hair. His face looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. It was very three-dimensional, and his purple eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His gaze was cold and domineering, and it was so sharp that no one dared to look directly at him. His aura was extremely violent, as if the god of thunder had descended upon the world, exuding a vast heavenly might. It's the young master. The dozen or so trial takers and prodigies all trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. The purple-haired man walked out from the thunderbolt and appeared in front of the Octopus Queen's corpse in an instant. Whoosh! He pointed at the void, and the light from his finger was extremely sharp. In an instant, the shackles on the dozen or so trial takers and prodigies were lifted. What's going on? An indifferent voice sounded. Young master, after we entered the Eternal Emperor Road, we were ambushed by the octopus monster and captured here. We were to be offered to the Octopus Queen as food. A trial taker with fair skin, brown hair, and a tall figure did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. You're saying that the Third Heaven Imperial Lord young man killed the Octopus Queen and is now in her body? The purple-haired young man's eyes were like lightning as he asked indifferently. That's right. However, young master, that young man's strength is not too strong. The Octopus Queen's strength was greatly reduced after she laid her eggs. That gave him an opportunity to take advantage of her. There is a perfected heavenly filth origin pearl in the Octopus Queen's body. A trial taker and prodigy reported. A perfected heavenly filth origin pearl. That's a treasure. If I bring it to the Imperial City, I can exchange it for many treasures. These octopus eggs are also good treasures. The purple-haired young man nodded in satisfaction. He did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately kept all the octopus eggs. His gaze landed on the giant octopus beast's body and a hint of passion flashed across his eyes. The body of a peerless Emperor Realm ancient beast was full of treasures. In particular, the indestructible primordial spirit, origin pearl, and life origin were all supreme treasures. Young master, only you are qualified to enjoy the treasures in the Octopus Queen's body. That young man is ignorant. I'm afraid he's refining the heavenly filth origin pearl now. A trial taker said flatteringly. Refining the heavenly filth origin pearl. You're courting death. The purple-haired young man's eyes flashed coldly. Rumble. However, at that moment, before he could do anything, the giant octopus beast suddenly began to tremble violently. Its head even emitted a dazzling light. A young man in a snow-white robe, shrouded in chaotic light, stepped out of the giant octopus beast's head. The two people's gazes collided in the void, instantly igniting a blazing and dazzling light. Chapter 31-33. The heavenly filth origin bead is in your hands. Hand it over. The purple-haired young man looked down at Ling Xiao coldly and spoke in a commanding tone. Who are you? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. The purple-haired young man in front of him was enveloped in lightning and exuded a vast heavenly might. His aura was domineering and sharp. It seemed like he cultivated an origin source related to the Tao of lightning. The purple-haired young man was handsome but different from a human. He had a hooked nose and deep-set eyes. He might be a prodigy of a foreign race. His cultivation was extraordinary as he had reached the fifth heaven of the Imperial Lord Realm. However, that commanding tone of his made Ling Xiao feel a little displeased. "Lad, this is our young master of the Thunder God, Anux. If you know what's good for you, hand over the heavenly filth origin bead quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the Thunder God." One of the trial challengers sneered. "That's right. Lad, on account of your extraordinary cultivation, hand over the heavenly filth origin bead and kneel down to surrender. Our young master of the Thunder God doesn't mind taking you in as a follower." Another trial challenger sneered. The eyes of the dozen or so trial takers were full of pride, as if they had completely forgotten who had saved them from the Octopus Queen. "Anux? I've never heard of him. Have you forgotten that if I hadn't killed the Octopus Queen, you would have become its food? How dare you make a fuss in front of me?" Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed and spoke indifferently. He didn't mean to save those people. He just didn't want them to be eaten by the Octopus Queen and become her energy source. However, Ling Xiao had saved them after all. Ling Xiao's horizons were broadened when he saw how shameless these fellows were. "Save us. Isn't that an honor for you? We are the great young master of the Thunder God's followers. Even without you, the Octopus Queen wouldn't have been able to kill us. Brat, don't tell me you still want to put up a resistance." One of the trial challengers laughed arrogantly. As for the purple-haired young man, the so-called young master of the Thunder God, Anux, he had an indifferent look on his face, and his eyes were filled with a blazing sharpness. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying destructive power, locking onto Ling Xiao in front of him. It was as if as long as Ling Xiao dared to refuse, he would immediately attack. "You guys sure are confident. You repaid kindness with enmity, yet you still speak so righteously. You've really opened my eyes." Ling Xiao mocked. As for the three immortal trial takers, they didn't dare to run away, nor did they dare to stand together with the so-called Thunder God young master. They could only hide to the side and try their best to keep a distance from those idiots. However, their eyes were filled with sympathy. Perhaps they still didn't know how powerful this fiend was. What a bunch of idiots. Even a peerless emperor like the Octopus Queen had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Did they really think that this so-called Thunder God young master Anux could defeat Ling Xiao? He was really courting death. "Looks like you're not planning to hand over the heavenly filth origin pearl," Anux said indifferently with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. "I can see that the origin pearl in your body seems to be of good quality. Why don't you hand over your origin pearl to me?" Ling Xiao looked at Anux with interest and smiled faintly. "You're courting death." Murderous intent flashed in Anux's eyes. Boom! In his palm, the purple gold battle spear was surrounded by endless lightning. It was dazzling and looked like a twisting lightning dragon that pierced through the air toward Ling Xiao. His entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying power. It was a kind of destructive fluctuation that was violent and crazy. The lightning is just the surface. Destruction is the true origin. That's right. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Anux actually cultivated the extremely rare destruction origin. Therefore, the origin pearl that he condensed should also be the destruction origin vermilion. The lightning surrounding Anux was probably the power that came with the destruction origin pearl. Boom! In the face of Anuk's purple gold battle spear, Ling Xiao's eyes were like lightning as he threw out a punch. Chaotic light surged and purple gas rose 30,000 miles. It made Ling Xiao's aura become extremely terrifying in an instant. His primordial immortal body was also known as the primordial immortal body. It contained the vast and mighty power that was created at the beginning of the primordial immortal body. A casual punch could erupt with the power to annihilate everything. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions and the void distorted violently. Unparalleled divine power surged, and the violet gold battle spear in Anuk's hand began to hum. Unparalleled divine power surged, causing Anuk's arm to go numb, and the battle spear almost flew out of his hand. What a powerful physical body! Anuk's narrowed his eyes, and the battle intent around him became even more intense. Rumble. Endless lightning surged and his purple hair fluttered. Bolts of lightning were as thick as mountains and pressed down on Ling Xiao. The purple-gold battle spear in his hands was extremely sharp and it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. In an instant, it pierced through the lightning and shot towards Ling Xiao's glabella. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He threw out a punch and went straight up. He did not dodge and faced the purple-gold battle spear in Anuk's hands. Clang! 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 Ling Xiao's fist print was powerful and overbearing. Every punch was surrounded by endless chaotic light as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. His fist print collided with the purple-gold battle spear and dazzling lightning intertwined, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. How is this possible? He can contend against an extreme Tao Emperor weapon with his physical body. Anuk's devouring eyes were filled with disbelief. The purple-gold battle spear in his hands was called the Destruction Spear. It was a powerful extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Even though it was suppressed on Eternal Emperor Road, it was still a powerful weapon. He realized that Ling Xiao did not suffer any injuries from using his fists to contend against the Destruction Spear. Occasionally, the spear radiance would pierce Ling Xiao's skin but it would heal in an instant. Ling Xiao was like an extremely powerful extreme Tao Emperor weapon. He continuously collided with the Destruction Spear and it seemed like he was going to suppress Anuk's. Moreover, the destructive lightning that filled the sky was formed by Anuk's destruction origin energy. However, when it landed on Ling Xiao, it was unable to break through his defense. Instead, it was devoured by an extremely strange force. The rebounding force from the Destruction Spear was getting more and more terrifying. Anuk's arms were about to lose feeling. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful Ling Xiao was. It seems like your destruction origin energy bead is really perfect. Even a 6th Heaven Emperor realm expert would not be a match for you. Let's make a deal. Hand over your destruction origin energy bead and I will spare your life. How about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile.